FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And now the Rockets will bring it across. They'll see these final seconds tick away. And, folks, it is now official. For the first time since 2020, the Houston Rockets are playoff bound. And fifth game of the season in blowout fashion over the Utah Jazz, 143-105.
And the Rockets take the next step in the rebuild, baby. Playoff basketball will be back, and not play-in basketball. They don't have to do that. They don't have to sit there and grovel with the bouncer outside to try to get on the VIP list. They're inside the velvet rope of the playoffs, Seth Payne. They are
real playoffs, too.
Other microphone, buddy. Other microphone. Swing the microphone around.
What the hell? That's 2 days in a row. I'd given myself such a pep talk before this show.
I've gotten the day. I have gotten the day right for 2 straight weeks. Happy Thursday, everybody.
Good job. How many 2 straight weeks?
It's been at least 2 weeks I've gotten it right.
It's been since last week at least?
At least.
I wasn't here on Tuesday.
At least. No, I got it right.
We're gonna say at least 9 days.
Yeah, at least 9 days. Maybe more. Thank you, buddy.
There you go.
Appreciate that.
9 dings is a big one. You know, when I do my checklists, my list of things to do, I try to put it in groups of 3 because you can attack 3 things at once.
Yeah.
And so after each item, I get a ding, but after I complete a triad, and that's that's a big dopamine
that feels
hit
good,
right there.
That feels good. That did feel good.
It's like heroin.
You just gave me 9 dings, and I'm like, I'll see you later. 6:01.
I gave you as many runs as the Astros have had this season.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
What do they have? 12 runs in 6 games?
12 runs in 6 games. Yeah. 12.
Good job, Astros.
Yeah, give them 12.
You guys suck.
Yeah.
What the hell? This is honestly, what the hell? Honestly, what the hell? Sean, yesterday I'm watching the game with my wife, so it's the only romantic thing that we do these days. And
that sucks, because that's not putting anybody in the mood for anything.
It's like I take her out for Valentine's Day to go take the recycling or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Here's the thing. Top of the 7th. Do we get to the end of the top of the 7th?
Yeah.
And I say, Brandy, I'm going to go out and do a quick circuit out in the weight room. Had to check off an item on my list.
Yeah.
Usually it's like a 3 or 4 minute circuit. And I'll come back in and I'll watch the Astros with this comeback. So I go out and I'm not really paying attention. Come back in and the Astros are pitching. And I'm, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
She was pissed. It was not romantic at all. This was not a prelude to sex, I'll tell you that much.
No.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that...
You guys are like, you know what? You're like baseball saltpeter. You know? It's just, you make everything limp.
You're ready to go.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
Saltpeter.
Jordan walks.
Yeah.
Then then Walker, Yiner, Pena. What did it take? Like 90 seconds for those guys to get retired?
Dude, you and I were texting about this yesterday, and I said the biggest thing, I'm not angry about them losing games because it's a 162-game season. They started out 0-4. They're going to win games eventually. I'm mad because they look so unplayed. It's one-pitch pop-outs from guys who are supposed to be working counts, like Christian Walker. It's 3-pitch strikeouts. It's not even one of these things where, like, man, they're just the gods aren't on their side right now. They're hitting the ball hard. They're getting guys on base. Remember last year was that they were leaving a bunch of guys on base. They're barely getting guys on base this year. And even yesterday when the runs they scored, the 3 runs they scored, A bloop single by Zach DeZenzo drives in the first run. So, a hit probability that was
I thank God he didn't have a torpedo bat.
Yeah,
because it
right,
would have been a normal flyout.
It would have been a can of corn for the center fielder there.
The best thing the Astros had going for him yesterday was no torpedo bat.
Soft contact, yes.
Yeah.
And then the inning where they scored their 2 runs to make it 5-3 at the time, the Giants botched a pop-up in the infield with Altuve. Yordan Alvarez, a hard hit ball, granted, but it was an error. It should have been fielded.
They ended up correcting that at least.
Did they make it a hit?
They ruled it a hit.
Okay,
yeah.
I mean he did hit it hard. So
it was about like 120 miles per hour off the bat, or whatever it probably was. Yeah.
So, but beyond that, let's pretend that was okay. So great, Yordan got a hit. They had first and third. They scored 2 runs. They had first and third with nobody out, and it's 5-3, and the inning ends 5-3. Man. It's not fun right now.
It's in Framber, credit to him for reeling it in. He had a horrible first 2 innings. I was trying to figure out ways that a torpedo bat might help him. Multiple runs in 22 games.
Multiple
regular season.
Multiple home runs, right?
Home run. Yeah, sorry. Did I say hits?
You said runs. Yeah, you said runs.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm losing dings all over the place. So. First time he's allowed multiple home runs in 22 consecutive regular season games.
Since that game where he went rogue.
Yeah. yeah.
That was the last time, yeah.
I actually made more. I felt better about it when he went rogue because at least he admitted to it immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, he left some hanging out over the plate.
Yeah.
He didn't go off script and say, "Hey, I'm going to hang these out over the plate."
No.
But he got it together.
Yeah.
It's just that it's not with this offense.
No.
Not the way they're hitting.
5-0 the game's over with this offense, right? 3-0 the game's over with this offense right now. So they head to Minnesota. Maybe a road trip is exactly what they need. They've got their order of torpedo bats that's going to be showing up at some point in the next week or so. It was the report from the Chronicle was that the Astros are getting on the torpedo bat train here, and they've placed an order, and it's going to be here waiting for them when they get back for their homestand next Friday. And I'm like, the games in between now and then count. Can we not ship this? You can't ship it to Minnesota? You can't ship these bats? Jim Crane founded a logistics company. We can't find a way to get 50 torpedo bats to Target Field up in Minnesota in the next day or two?
Look, they're not mass producing these things that's the problem with wooden bats or wood bats is that there's only one market for baseball.
Yeah.
So it's not like they can just ramp up production at a massive factory in Topeka or something.
Yeah, I guess.
Plus, don't they customize them to a specific batter?
I have no idea.
I think the wood, I thought I remember reading that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's kind of customized for where that particular batter's sweet spot is or where he hits it most frequently. So it's not the shipping that's the issue. It's the actual production of the bat.
That was my first reaction. I'm like, what, we're not paying for overnight on this thing? These games count. These games matter, all right? So that's the Astros. They are 2-4 right now, and thank God they're in the AL West. If they were in the NL West with the Dodgers this season, the Dodgers and the Padres are 8-0 and 7-0 this year. Can you imagine being a Rockies fan? Like it's April 3rd. Your season's over. Like you're done. You're 5.5 games back, and it's not even. It's the NCAA tournament isn't even over yet in basketball, and you're 5.5 games back in your division. All right, we let in with the Rockets. Craig Ackerman on the call. 50th win of the season. First time since the James Harden. This is how long ago this was, Seth. The last time they won 50 games in a season, James Harden and Chris Paul were teammates. How long ago does that feel? The James Harden.
It feels so long ago.
Yeah.
Because we've been through so much. Mm-hmm. Sometimes in your life, 5 years can feel like a blink of an eye. And other times it feels like you lived 7 lifetimes in 5 years.
This is 7 lifetimes.
Yeah, because you wrap up COVID and everything else that went along with it. And then remember, the NBA schedule was screwed up for like 3 seasons after that because of the start times and everything. Mm-hmm. It was, and then you've rolled through so many different players. And there have been so many dramatic departures and
a lot of losses. A lot of losses along the way. That was fun. They've been to do it beating up on the Jazz. I don't care if this is a ratchet, janky-ass version of the Jazz. It's always good to beat up on that uniform. 143-105. So in 2 of the last 3 games, the Rockets have been flirting with their biggest margin of victory of the season against 2 bad teams, granted. the Suns and the Jazz, and in between the loss to the Lakers. So they win their 50th game. For those who haven't been following the standings super close, this means that the Rockets, they had already clinched at least being in the play-in. This means they have clinched being in the playoff. They will be at least the 6th seed, so they don't have to worry about their season ending after 1 or 2 games, elimination games in the 7 through 10 play-in.
There's no
games.
randomness there.
This
is one of the benefits of really, as much as you might think seeding doesn't matter as much as it used to. You hate to, just like it's in baseball. I mean, with the mini series that you play there, it's random as hell. You have one bad day, and all of a sudden everything's kaput.
You got to stay out of that. So they do. They're going to be at least the 6th seed. I think there's a really good chance. I think they're going to get a home court advantage in the first round, and they hold they're up 2, maybe 2.5 games. I don't know if Denver played last night. I got to go look. They're up multiple games to keep the 2 seed right now, but they head into a really difficult patch of schedule. I actually stayed up for this whole thing last night, even though the game was never in doubt. Reed shacking up 5 threes in the last 6 minutes of the game was a whole lot of fun to watch. The bench was going crazy for that. That was cool.
They're up 3 games on the Lakers
3?
and the Nuggets right now.
Oh, nice. Okay, well they're in great shape then. I mean, they got a tough.
In all teams that we would really love to see them beat, depending on who they play first. I mean, the Timberwolves, the Clippers, the Grizzlies, whoever makes it out of there, the Warriors. My God, do you want to see the Warriors in the first round?
No. Well, I mean, I'm ready for any of these teams. The Warriors, I'm more about which would be the most entertaining series because I think they're all going to be fairly difficult in the West.
Yeah.
Warriors are number 2. I want to see the Clippers. Now, if they stay the 2 seed, it's pretty simple. They'll just face the winner of that first play-in game, the 7 versus the 8. That's pretty simple. Yeah. If they fall to the 3 seed, then it gets a little dicier.
It's all gunked up right now. All these teams have 44 wins. The Warriors, the Timberwolves, the Clippers, and the Grizzlies all have 44 wins.
Yeah, so they could face the Warriors even as the 2 seed if the Warriors have to play a play-in game. Who do you want to play? Who do you want to see out of those? Out of the Warriors, Clippers, and Timberwolves.
I honestly don't want to see James Harden. I've told you before, and not because I'm afraid of James Harden or anything. It's just I've got a complicated relationship with James Harden.
You do.
I can't hate him. I can hate the way that he departed and everything else like that. I could lean into him just completely pooping his pants in the playoffs time and time again in closeout games and what have you. I can't do it. He was just so damn good for so long that it doesn't bring me any closure or anything like that to somehow beat James Harden in the playoffs and be able to say, I told you so. Yeah. He never should have left.
Yeah. They might be the best team to play, though, in terms of winning, just given the age of their 2 stars. There's a chance Kawhi Leonard could come up with a knee injury in Game 2 of that series, and you don't have to worry about him anymore.
The Warriors, honestly, I don't know how much of this – none of this is based in ration or anything, but I don't trust the officials. I just don't trust them.
Yeah.
Don't trust them.
Them and the Lakers.
Can't watch the Warriors get call after call after call and get away with thing after screen after thing. I can't do it.
I think there's Rocket fans that are legitimately concerned about that with them and the Lakers. They didn't get a single free throw in the first half of that Lakers game on Sunday or Monday, whenever it was. All right, off and running on a Thursday. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and GM, is going to join us at 7:30 on the show today. So we'll get caught up on the offseason. We'll get caught up a little draft preview with the Texans GM, so make a note of that, 7:30 today. Speaking of which, up next, Texans Cap. Great follow on Twitter. Great on Texans contract stuff. Possible extension for Jalen Petri. What could that look like? That'll certainly be a topic that we bring up with Nick today. But what would that look like? Would you do this? Would you do this deal to keep Jalen Petri around for a few more years? That is next.
Hey, Underdog is available in
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Nick Caserio joins us in a little over an hour, 7:30 today. He'll join us on the show. Texans Executive Vice President and GM. Did you know that? Were you aware? Nick
Nice if you had told me.
I'm telling you now. He's joining us.
No, I knew it. I knew it. Actually, I did. I watched his interview with Mark Vandermeer.
Yeah.
Last night.
Outside of the pool there at West Palm Beach, just chilling.
I read 2 books that Nick suggested that I read.
Yeah, you guys are kind of in a mini
preparation for
book
this
club
interview.
with each other. Yeah.
I keep saying I'm going to do a book club type podcast where I just interview athletes and sports figures about books that they like.
I think that would fill a niche. I think that would be unique because you'll get good stuff out of them. You're a good conversationalist.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing is finding people who read books, but Nick does read books.
It is true.
I do actually have a couple lined up where guys are like, I got some big names lined up where the guys are like, I read like synopsises of books. So I'm like, we'll do that. All right.
Yeah.
Just something that rings true with you.
The Seth Payne Cliff Notes podcast. There you go.
One of them's got like, he has some app that, I think, is it Blinkist? I think Blinkist. It'll do a 15-minute summary of a book.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's a lot of people, man, as people get so hyped up to try to be as optimized and as efficient with everything.
Yeah.
I've noticed a lot of people act like reading a 300-page book is a waste of time. There's something about the time that it takes to read a book where it allows things to, it allows your subconscious to kind of grasp things and everything.
Yeah.
I would encourage any of you go-getters out there, it's way better to read the same book 3 times than it is to read 3 books in a week.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The same
100%.
Okay. That seems counterintuitive to me, but I believe you.
I do. I've never read a book a second time without having multiple moments where I'm like, oh yeah, all right, I either completely missed that or I understood it differently. Okay,
Yes.
that clicks. That makes sense.
I can like rewatching The Sopranos. I didn't notice this the first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I went back and watched The Sopranos the second time, the full time through, and I was like 15 years older or whatever. I was kind of shocked that I didn't realize how funny it was the first time through.
Yeah.
I think maybe when you're younger, you're kind of wrapped up in the violent part of it. And also you just don't understand the absurdity of life quite as much.
Yes.
So that when you get older and you're like, oh, yeah, this is actually, okay.
Paulie is way more integrated into it the second time around than he is the first time around.
Yeah,
He's so funny. He's so funny. By the way, the Nuggets last night did lose. They sat everybody. This is multiple texts. I appreciate the text. Good for all of you for being up early and being on your P's and Q's on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Nuggets sat everyone but Westbrook last night and lost. Well, when you sit everybody but Russell Westbrook these days, you will. They lost to the Spurs, who are trying to lose games at this point. So that tells me the Nuggets are like, seeding, okay, whatever. We won the title 2 years ago. Maybe this is where we're kind of new to being back in the playoffs. I'm all hepped up about the 2 seed. Meanwhile, the Lakers and the Nuggets and the Warriors are like, whatever.
It was right around the last time the Rockets were in the playoffs that people started to did not give a single damn about seeding.
We're in. So there you go. Possible Jalen Petri extension. This is interesting because I do think that Jalen Petri is. I think the team wants to extend him. Jalen Petri would seem he's from here. Was playing very well when he got hurt at the end of last year. And I think the biggest thing is the team really likes him. This was Nick Caserio last time, or not the last time he was on with us, but during the season. Actually, ironically, the week before Jalen Petri suffered his season-ending injury. This was Nick Caserio on Jalen Petri.
Yeah, JP's been awesome. I mean, you ask anybody in the building like what he means to our team, and you're going to get nothing but glowing remarks and positives. He plays the right way. He's got the right mindset. He's impactful with the plays. I think every player, you're going to have plays, either give up some plays, you want some plays back, but just his energy, his mindset, his physicality, his effort, his playmaking ability. I want to say he's our leading tackler or something. I mean, he's close. I think him and Henry are close. But he impacts the game in a positive way when he's on the field, and his attitude is infectious. I mean, last year was 1,000. We'll take 2,000 Jalen Petries on this football team. So he's embraced the role. It's different than the role last year, but we've figured out that this is the best thing for him and for the football team. And he's gone out there and made play after play after play in each game. So, we're fortunate. We feel like we have a number of good football players on this football team. JP's certainly high on the list.
Okay. So, Nick Caserio, and I think that reflects probably how a lot of people feel about Jalen Petri. It has been established they love Jalen Petri, and they love his work ethic and everything he brings to the table. All the things that led to Nico Collins getting an extension, Derek Stingley getting an extension, Daniil Hunter getting a year tacked onto the deal. Jalen Petri embodied.
There's a certain element to how the Texans are setting a precedent where it's not just your performance, but also how you go about your job, kind of what kind of a guy you are and what do we want to reward. And I could tie some of this, I think, into the way they've handled the offensive line this offseason. If you look at the way the defense operates and certain players on offense like Nico Collins, and I think C.J. Stroud will fall into this bucket too. There's just way more guys on defense that embody the swarm mentality. You would watch the offense play, and on the offensive line especially, boy, it felt like, man, these guys these are some square pegs in a round hole. There's something that doesn't quite fit here. And then when one of those guys is one of the highest paid guys on the team, and Laramie Tunsil, it feels like everything that D'Amico wants and preaches about what he wants in a football player, it gets negated a little bit when you're rewarding guys who aren't performing that way or don't operate that way. It's almost like you're buying indulgences or something. It just doesn't feel like you're really sticking to the core message. Mm-hmm. So Petri, I think with Petri, there's the fact that he's been up and down in performance really is more tied to position issues, like his roles and responsibilities. Yeah. And it wasn't until last year that you felt like, okay, they've really found the right spot for him and the right niche for him. But the effort has never been an issue. The willingness to play a certain style of football, like that, every part of that meets the eyeball test. And now it's just, all right, what are his expectations? I think that, if he were to go out on the open market right now, I don't think other teams are going to necessarily value him as much as the Texans value him.
That's probably,
Yeah, so I think as long as his expectations are reasonable, I think they could probably come to a nice extension that makes sense for both sides.
This is what Texans Cap proposes. And Texans Cap, if you don't follow, give him a follow on Twitter for sure. And he's got a Substack and a newsletter that he does. It's really, really good, really useful this time of year because it's free agency, a lot of contract extensions getting done. He points out, Seth, that it's hard to come up with a comparison for Petri because he's played safety, he's a slot corner, he functions as a linebacker sometimes. So what do you use as a comp? It's not just so easy to say, well, here's the highest paid safety, here's the 10th highest paid safety, here's the 20th highest paid safety, and where does he fall in there? The proposal that Texans Cap has is 2 years, $27 million in new money. So that would get tacked on to the last year of his rookie deal, kind of like what they did with Stingley. Stingley got 3 years, $90 million in new money, tacked on to the 2 years that he has left on his deal. Petrie's a second-round pick, so he doesn't have that fifth-year option. He's got 1 year left at about $3.6 million on his rookie deal. So from a functional standpoint, that new money would mean you've got Jay for the next 3 years at a little over $30 million, which sounds about right to me. When you and I have had these conversations about Petri, I've said somewhere between $10 and $12 million a year feels about right for him right now.
Yeah, that's because he's not. I mean, he's a linebacker / safety. He's a nickel linebacker, which these days, I mean, most teams are in nickel where they play with 5 defensive backs. Mm-hmm. More so than they're in a 3 linebacker scenario. So it's very valuable, and it's just hard to kind of pin it down to, like, is he a linebacker? Is he a safety? He's a nickel linebacker / sometimes a slot corner, but he's a lot better at the linebacking side of things than he is at the slot corner side of things. Mm-hmm. That's so you don't pay him like a defensive back. I think you pay him like you would pay a really good linebacker.
Yeah, and that's about where really good linebackers fall. Is in that I think Texans Cap pointed that out. Like $11 million is about what good linebackers are getting these days. Yeah, and I guess where I would be with Petri, because Ocho points this out. So Petri's intangibles outweigh the fact that he sucks as a nickel. Got it. Just great.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ocho.
Well, no, and that's I think that's where the team building in depth at the cornerback position matters, because I think, look, I don't think the Texans, I mean, if you watch training camp, you'd know that the defense, there's no way in hell the defensive coaches felt awesome about those situations where they had to have Jalen Petri one-on-one with Devontae Adams with no safety help behind him.
Yep.
He's not that guy. That's not what he is. They also didn't necessarily have enough depth and versatility in their cornerback position to where you felt comfortable putting anybody else out there. So the versatility of Jalen Petri won out. If they could get deeper at cornerback, then I think that's not as much of an issue.
Yeah.
When it comes time, they can swap Jalen Petri out for a genuine slot corner when they need to. It just, last year there were times where Jalen Petri was the best option.
Yeah, for me, it's as simple as when I found out he was done for the season after that Titans game when he tore his pectoral muscle, my feeling was that's going to hurt. That's good. Yeah. He had started to really acclimate himself to that role and seemed to be making at least one or two impactful plays, like doing his job, but on top of that, having the hit in the Cowboy game that led to the Derek Barnett scoop and score. The interception right before the half against the Colts a couple of weeks before that. Now, it was a rough one against the Jets on Thursday night when he got matched up in the slot against Devontae Adams. You got to try to avoid those situations. But I think Petri, I would do this deal for Petri. I would.
The the one game where it wasn't Jalen Petri playing the slot corner, but against the Cowboys, who was the defensive back that was there in the slot that all he had to do was not give up inside leverage?
That was Okudah. Was it
Okudah? Yeah,
Okudah. And Kavontae Turpin took it to the house.
Yeah, just don't give up the inside. Don't give up the inside. And Turpin just took the inside.
Yeah.
And you've got Kalen Bullock, who a rookie safety wasn't wrong by the playbook, but in like a veteran safety can get out ahead of that and realize what's going on in front of him. And so he was a little bit late to hoover up the issue there. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the issues with the secondary last year were, remember, the defense wasn't as good of a scoring defense as they should have been, partly because they gave up a huge number of big plays.
Yeah.
But that's what's going to happen when you've got two rookies starting in your secondary, and then when you don't have depth at cornerback. Petri wasn't the problem there. It was just that you need to round out and also just grow up a little bit in the secondary.
Yeah. Petri comparisons are guys like Isaiah Simmons, Kenneth Murray, Jaleel Peppers. I think he's better than those guys. And Isaiah Simmons and Kenneth Murray lean more towards they are actual linebackers that are skewing towards safety. Petri is more of a safety skewing towards linebackers. I would do this deal. $10 million a year for Jalen Petri ain't that much in the rising cap world we live in right now.
There's a problem with this, too, and for some reason people refuse to accept and grasp this. Isaiah Simmons also sucks.
Yeah.
I remember when they traded Isaiah Simmons to the Giants and people were acting like it was a coup.
It's for a seventh-round pick.
This is just no. He's not good.
No, top 10 pick.
His pre-draft hype.
Yeah.
His pre-draft hype carried him so far and continues to this day.
Yeah, it's wild. All right, we'll get to some headlines coming up next. If you missed it in the open, we talked Astros and Rockets. We'll do it again in headlines. One did good, one did bad. We'll get to that. Little NFL news at the top of the draft as well that we'll get to. Nick Caserio joins us a little under an hour from now, 7:30 today. We'll talk to the Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. Stay there. I got my prize picks out right now. There's
5. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Mick.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They close out their season opening homestand 2-4, and a sweep at the hands of the hated San Francisco Giants. Hated because, for whatever reason, this is a team that's very average that they can't beat each year when they play them. They've got their number, the Giants do, right now.
They got Framber's number. They've got everybody. I did not enjoy seeing Verlander just messing around in the dugout down there.
No.
Yeah, they were quite a few shots of Verlander. Just doing what Verlander does, which credit to him. A lot of veteran pitchers do not stick around for games in which they're not pitching, but he was down there ingratiating himself to his teammates.
Sitting on his lawn chair, just chewing on his peanuts there. Yeah.
Giving him all kinds of tips. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Justin.
Yeah.
Why are we, you know what? Yeah. What the hell? There needs to be more. Let's blame him.
Okay.
Let's at least blame Justin Verlander, okay?
I like that.
Look, Carlos Correa he's more removed from this current set of Astros. He can't help as much in giving away the tells and whatnot. So I'm not as worried about it. But Justin Verlander, that's the reason. That's the reason the Astros couldn't beat the Giants.
Oh, okay? We'll get a taste of Correa these next few days, too. This is going to be like a reunion tour they're on right now. So the Astros lose 6-3 to the Giants. They're 2-4 to start the season. I'm not going to dig into the standings. The Angels are leading the AL West right now, so it's too early to worry about that, obviously. I don't think it's too early to worry about the bats getting going, though. Like, just purely from an aesthetic standpoint. Like, they're going to hit eventually, but my God. Like, just and the at-bats suck. Like, the strikeouts.
Oh, no, it was Chaz.
3 Ks yesterday, man.
Oh, my gosh. And then, honestly, my appetite for this corner outfield experimentation is really starting to wear thin. When I like DeZenzo. I really hope he turns into something, but he slid 15 feet short of the right field wall yesterday on a ball that went out, a foul ball. It'd be one thing if they were hitting and producing. It'd be one thing if the Astros were scoring runs, but then you add on top of it at least once per game something curious happening in the corner outfields. 2 days ago, Altuve just let a ball roll past him that allowed another run to score. It's nothing so far has been the critical thing that would have made a difference in the game, because luckily the Astros are losing by multiple runs.
Yeah,
but my appetite for it is really, really low right now.
Yeah.
And then also, not to mention the fact that, all right, Espada has talked so many times about how important it is for young players to play every day. But meanwhile, now you've got a situation where you've got Chaz McCormick, who can't hit, and then you've got DeZenzo and Cam Smith both on the roster.
Yeah.
So neither of them can play every day.
Right.
It's bad, man.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Well, I would say that they're headed up to Minnesota. It's opening day for the Twins. 43 degrees today up there at first pitch. That's really the recipe.
Game?
That's 3:10 p.m. Yeah, it's an afternoon game.
Another businessman special.
Yes.
Can we be better than we're acting like we're businessmen at Bear Stearns right now?
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
This is Enron in its waning days.
That's what it is.
Be some kind of a good business person.
43 degrees at first pitch today. That's the recipe for snapping out of a hitting slump. And by the way, the Astros, for those who haven't seen yet, they are getting a shipment of Torpedo bats that they expect to be here next Friday when they return from this road trip. So
this is the thing to remember, everybody. Now that everybody in baseball is going to be trying out these Torpedo bats, maybe they are that good and offense is going to improve across the league, but if you're one of the worst hitting teams in baseball, you'll just be doing it with slightly higher numbers because everybody else that's actually hitting the ball well is going to have even higher numbers. It's kind of like when they redid the SAT scores back in the day.
Yes.
If you still didn't know your forehead from your butt, but at least you could do it 40 points higher if you were a low scorer on the SATs.
The analogy for me is when people get excited like, well, the salary cap is going up by $25 million. Yeah.
Right.
For everybody.
For everybody, yeah.
Yeah. Not just you, for everybody.
Hey, did you find out?
They hand you a coupon for $25 million.
Yeah, if your team is bad at handling their money, they're still going to be bad at handling their money.
That's more money they can just burn. Yes.
Yeah, right. Professional athletes themselves.
Yes.
There's just because all of a sudden, if you're bad at managing a couple $1 million a year, you're not going to all of a sudden be an awesome money manager making $10 million a year.
Nope. Let's get to the good stuff. The Rockets last night win 143-105, just a complete ass kicking of the Utah Jazz. For the second time in 3 nights, the starters are all on the bench for the whole fourth quarter, which is kind of fun. Reed Sheppard came in last night at the end of the game and was just bombing away. 5 of 7 from 3 in the last 8 minutes of the game. That was just cool to see. You know, just a reminder that Reed Sheppard's on the roster and he may play a role for this team at some point in the next year or two.
And looking healthy, yeah.
And looking healthy, yeah. The hand is
and honestly, this team is they're not a great shooting team, but they do have an ability to, on any given night, you don't know who the scorers are going to be. They can spread it out really well.
Well, and they're very much a next man up kind of team. Like, there's a lot of nights that Jeff Green and Jayshawn Tate don't play at all.
Yeah.
And then when they do come in, they're normally at or above the level of productivity you'd expect from your 10th and 11th guys on the roster.
And that's where it gets interesting, where I think you can surpass how you look on paper sometimes if you have a good coach like Udoka. When it comes to the playoffs, so much of it is about the lineups and what's clicking in one series and figuring out what works. So I trust – I'm glad they have Udoka in there.
Yeah.
Like, Udoka is a proven playoff coach, and I think this – peculiar or unique version of a basketball team they have, it can be a real strength for them when it comes to just finding weakness.
Yep, no Fred VanVleet last night. They rested him, so we'll see what's going on with Fred VanVleet when the next game rolls around. They got OKC tomorrow at home, so that's a good test. I don't know how much OKC is putting the pedal to the metal these days. They've clinched the number 1 seed in the West. I know there's still probably mathematically a chance the Cavs could catch them if they played each other for home court advantage in the NBA Finals. I haven't looked that closely at it. OKC's a really good team, whether they've clinched anything or not. In the NFL, real quick, the latest on the top of the draft, this was Adam Schefter on his podcast saying that Cleveland and the Giants may not be going QB.
It certainly feels like the Cleveland Browns are inclined to look elsewhere aside from quarterback. And it's starting to feel like the New York Giants at number 3 are starting to look elsewhere other than quarterback. So if the Browns don't take Shedeur Sanders at 2, and if the Giants don't take Shedeur Sanders at 3, and that is the feel that I'm getting recently, where is Shedeur Sanders going?
All right, so there you go.
All right, so Schefter's reporting on his own feelings. Okay. I hated it when people report feelings of others without attaching a specific sentiment to it. Like, oh, this man was angry. This man was upset. This man felt peeved. All right. Like, tell me specifically why. Look, this is Adam Schefter, who didn't feel like the Texans were going to draft the quarterback when they drafted Seattle. Schefter sounded so much like the basketball writer there, the chubby fella.
The chubby basketball writer.
The LeBron's.
Oh, Windhorst, Brian Windhorst.
Windhorst.
Yeah.
Remember when Windhorst had that little conspiracy?
Oh yeah,
theory
he put his he put his 2 index fingers up.
Yeah.
He's been memed for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now why would they do this?
Yeah, they did sound like that a little bit.
I'm not convinced that Schefter knows anything at all about how the Browns are feeling.
It is interesting though. If Cleveland and the Giants don't take a quarterback, that does begin the potential for a free fall for Shedeur Sanders. There, you do start to get into. The Raiders at 6 might have been the one where you go, well, he'll probably go there. They just traded for Geno Smith, and they're talking about extending him now.
Yeah. So the thing that I most dread about that situation is the inevitable speech from Shedeur Sanders where he points out that people have always counted him out, and that he's been an underdog from the start. There's nothing like somebody who grew up the son of a Hall of Fame football player
in his position ever.
who will be telling us how he's had to work. He's had to work his way from the bottom up the entire time.
Yes. Yep. So there you go. Those are the latest in headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros and in this series with the Giants, and more importantly, the torpedo bat. The delivery is on its way. So what are the expectations here for the Astros in Minnesota? Please do something against Minnesota so you keep these Twins fans out of my social media mentions, Astros.
Are they coming after you already?
Not yet.
From last year?
No,
Okay.
not yet. And thank God I checked. And the Twins have been mucking it against the White Sox the last few days.
Yeah.
That whole division is 2-4 right now. The entire AL Central, every team is 2-4 right now.
I hate that whole state.
Yeah.
Minnesota. They killed Prince.
Killed Prince. Yeah.
They did what Los Angeles couldn't do.
They gave me
they've killed more incredible musicians than Los Angeles.
They have.
Because because most of the ones that died in LA, like, let's be real, they sucked.
Yeah.
But Prince.
Yeah.
Prince was something special.
He was elite, no doubt.
Jim Morrison died in France. You know?
Okay. Well, that's a good
like
reason.
Minnesota is basically France to me.
They're the France of the United States. All right, so we'll get to that. The Astros have a shipment on the way. We'll hit that. Nick Caserio joins us at the bottom of the hour. 7:30, the Texans GM joins us today. Stay there.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back in, 7 o'clock hour. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. Make a note, Seth and I were doing this thing during the break that's the equivalent of taking a trip to like downtown to the stats page and see where the Astros stack up on all the batting numbers in Major League Baseball right now. They're like 29th or 30th in everything. The first thing I go to is OPS. And the only team that's worse than them, I guess, and this is a reminder that it's early in the season, is the Atlanta Braves, who are coming into the season, were the number 2 team on the odds board to win the World Series this year behind the Dodgers. They're 0-7 on the season right now in Atlanta. At least the Astros have won a couple games, I guess. But yeah, an OPS as a team that has Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, Yainer Diaz, all guys who are capable Major League hitters. OPS of 492 right now for the Astros. That's like pitcher level back in the day.
If you just want to have fun with the entire roster, I mean, they've got the the Astros. The OPS is the second worst OPS in baseball right now. Their batting average, though, Sean. Oh, they're only third worst in batting average.
Well, and the good news in the short term is the Twins are nearly as bad as the Astros.
Yeah.
And they've been playing the damn White Sox the last few days, who are the worst team in baseball. So
the whole thing is you can say batting average doesn't matter all you want.
Does when you
get down below 200, it still matters.
When you suck. Anything that you're really, really good or really, really bad, it matters. Yeah.
If you're below 200 in batting average, don't worry, old heads. Yeah. It's still really, really bad.
Yeah, man.
You'll find to argue that, no, it's actually just fine. But by and large, it's still really bad.
Would you be more worried right now if they were 2-4 and it was because the pitching was really bad the first 6 games? If last year the pitching was awful to start the season. If it were, which would you rather have? The 2-4 they have where the bats haven't woken up, or a 2-4 where you're one turn through the rotation and the ERA is like 5.23 or something?
Look, other than Framber's 2 bad innings yesterday at the beginning of the game, they've been really good with their starting pitching.
Yes.
And I'm okay. Like, Framber's going to have a couple games like that. It's no big deal. Anybody is. So I'm still not worried about that. I would be more worried if the pitching was bad right now, because it would be against everything that you would hope and expect from this team as constructed.
Yeah.
Especially with the 2 guys at the top. Arrighetti, we still don't know 100% until we make it through this season. But so far, so good with the pitching. The thing with the batting that scares you is that, all right, yes, Yordan hasn't been himself. That'll come around. But by and large, it's also a lot of guys that you already didn't feel great about.
Right.
And that Chas McCormick struck out 3 times yesterday.
You don't say. Yeah.
What a shock. What a shock. Mm-hmm. That's okay. You got a couple rookies out there, and we've got a rotation of unproven, unknown, and or demonstrably bad out there in right field.
Yeah. Yainer's been awful this year so far, too. Yainer and Christian Walker, at first this year, was making hard contact but just getting out, and now he's just not having competitive at bats. It just sucks to watch. It's a week. I get it. All those things. It's funny you mentioned Arrighetti. I'm on ESPN right now. I'm on the main baseball page for ESPN, and they have the article for the latest power rankings, which I don't want to click on because I don't feel like looking at it right now. But the 3 players they have in the graphic for the article are Fernando Tatis Jr., Mookie Betts, and Spencer Arrighetti. You put the stars on there to get people to click on the article, and it's Fernando Tatis Jr., Mookie Betts, and Spencer Arrighetti. That's pretty cool. Spencer, I'll take the little victories. He's on a graphic with Betts and Fernando Tatis Jr. Torpedo bats are on the way. I put it out there yesterday. I said over under of a week that the Astros will put in an order for torpedo bats. They did it later on that day.
The thing that annoys me most about all of this is that if this is indeed an advantage, and you're going to need a whole year of stats to really see just what the advantages and disadvantages of using this bat are. If it is a big advantage, the teams that were on this in the offseason are going to have a huge advantage because the players have already familiarized with themselves and are swinging these bats. The old Astros would have been on top of this. The old Astros would have been the headliner in a think piece in The Athletic about whether the Astros were ruining baseball or not by abiding by the rules. But because it's perfectly legal. It's something that's been around since 2022. Very with it. And yet the Astros seem like they're just now learning about it.
Yeah.
And hey, we'll give it a go. Like they would have already had their NASA scientists spitting out report after report after report and having conversations with players and collecting data on all this stuff. There is no way that Jeff Luhnow at some point or another didn't have a conversation. Like, there's no way that Luhnow didn't have a conversation at some point during his GM tenure about the bat, about baseball, about the baseball bat. Like, hey, I wonder the bat
if
itself and like how they might be able to tweak it or something.
Like, obviously they didn't move forward and invent a torpedo bat, and if they did, it never saw the light of day. The guy, the MIT guy who was with the Yankees and is now with the Marlins, is getting the credit for it. But Jeff Luhnow just strikes me as a guy that looks at baseball, and it's not just the lines on the field and the base paths. It's every single facet of the ballpark, the ball, the bat. There's no way the bat was discussed at some point by Luhnow, I have to believe. And I wonder too. Who knows? Maybe not. Sometimes the things that are most obvious are the things that you're most blind to. But yeah, when the stat people talk about stuff and gaining an advantage, they'll talk about getting an extra half win over the course of 3 seasons. Yes. It's really, but that if you add all of those up, those start to be, they make differences over the course of a season. Yes, they do. A half win here, a half win there. There's a lot with the bat that I've always thought was, just even in selecting the trees themselves and the various, like the hard strains of maple trees and everything. I've started work on a GMO version of a maple tree that, frankly, Sean, when it matures 30 to 40 years from now, it is going to take the league by storm. You're going to be a bat revolutionary bat guy. Yeah. My stand of maple trees will be the most heavily guarded. I'm going to guard this thing like drug lords guard their drug fields. Yeah. I'm gonna have guys in masks riding 4-wheelers all around the perimeter with machine guns strapped to their back. Touching this tree. This is Seth's tree. We're gonna dominate with my special maple trees. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. When they asked Espada about the torpedo bats, he said he'd never heard of them. Our managers should know every possible thing that could possibly give you an advantage in any way possible. Say possible again, please. He should be dismissed. Shows he is not up to snuff for the job, doesn't put the effort in. He's an empty uniform. Wow. That is a hot take right there. All right, now, no, I disagree, and this is why. This is where it would be on the analytics side of people or some people within the organization to have a system to where this stuff is funneled to people. If you go out seeking out every little potential thing or tweak or difference in the offseason, you would not get any of your actual work done. Yeah. I promise you, pro sports teams are presented with, this is an exaggeration, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was like 10 a day from various people with new technological advantages that they can help. There's always something bubbling around out there. It's separating the signal from the noise that gets really difficult. Astros, the way they used to be run, where maybe they were too analytical, maybe they did veer too much on the statistical side of things, but there was also a maniacal obsession with having an organization full of people seeking that stuff out, and then that filters into Espada. But no, this was it's very hit or miss across baseball when you talk to various managers about whether they knew about this or whether they didn't. It's been kind of almost like a grassroots kind of adoption of it by a few different teams. Yep. Text message, have we said, quote, it's a long season yet? I think I've said it twice today already. Yeah, so yes, we have on this show. All right. Yeah, no. But don't become one of those cold and frozen souls that decides to take everything with equanimity and that you'll never be affected by it. Because you know what? You're not allowed to celebrate the World Series, okay? If you haven't hyper-reacted to some losses, then you don't deserve the highs, okay? That's exactly right. All right? Yes. Exactly right. You can't have it both ways. If the lack of Cinderellas is killing the NCAA tournament, You're not allowed to watch the 4-1
Yeah.
seeds this weekend. Those
You're
are the
not
rules.
you're not gonna partake in my bag of cocaine.
That's it,
If you
man.
didn't do all the crap I had to do to earn the money to buy it.
Those are the rules, and they are unflinchingly rigid. Thank you. Anonymous executives weighing in on the Texans' offseason so far. This will be a fun little segment before we talk to the GM who's made all these decisions at 7:30 today. Nick Caserio joins us. Execanon comments up next. Stay there. But Academy Sports and Outdoors, before we get to that,
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Nick Caserio joins us in about 12 minutes or so at 7:30. So quick segment here, and then the long segment. If you're in your car right now going, why are there commercials at 7:18? This is the long segment. When Nick comes on, we go 7:30, and we sweep through the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. So Nick Caserio will join us shortly. Now, anonymous executives commenting on the offseason for teams in the AFC. And so this is presumably, I guess, peers of Nick Caserio commenting about the offseason that the Texans have had.
Yeah.
This is courtesy of The Athletic. Mike Sando does this every year.
And Sando's another one where you don't doubt that these are genuine executive quotes.
Correct.
He's
very
got a
reliable.
solid reputation for this stuff.
Definitely. Yeah. One executive says this: by changing the out, it almost appears like they're changing the styles of players that they deal with and wanting a little bit more tough, a little bit more finish, and maybe a little less athlete.
Okay, that last part was the one that got me because I don't think that they're up there in a room saying, "Okay, this is what really what we're looking for is a less athletic
suckier
football player."
Athletes." Yeah.
I don't know, man. This guy ran a 4.340. Is he really the right guy for us?
Yeah. We're more of a 4.8 team.
Yeah. No, it might change a little bit though too, like how you weight things and how you perceive upside. And at the very least, I think an element of physicality to somebody's game might be much more highly coveted depending on how Kaylee operates and everything. So, like, the ideal would be a healthy George Kittle. So, okay, we got a guy that, he's gritty as hell. He loves being physical, but he is also a freakishly good athlete.
Yeah.
As opposed to taking this is a bad comparison because they're both great players, but I think if you took, let's say George Kittle had been as healthy as Travis Kelce in his career, I think they might prefer a George Kittle to a Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Because one guy's just way more physical than the other.
Makes sense.
One guy loves to run block. One guy gives a damn about blocking.
Yes.
The other guy is just kind of,
Yep.
Yeah.
That comment feels like it was specifically about the offensive line. I know it said styles of players that they deal with. I feel like that executive, if you could go back and ask a follow-up to him, would say, when you say players, do you mean a specific position? And he would say, yeah, the offensive line. I think to me.
Yeah, because I don't think they've stopped wanting to get athletes on defense or anything.
Or at the skill positions.
Yeah. Offensive line is the position where you can most say, all right, look, the guy's not a great athlete, but he really makes up for it with these other things.
Yeah.
So that's a really good point. That guy, it feels like he was talking about the offensive line without saying
that's what I think. I think, yeah. Another executive says on the outside, you're like, whoa, what's going on?
He's saying on the outside, the offensive line, on the outside of the offensive line.
Okay. I thought he meant like outside the building.
Wait, no, you're right. There's another quote later.
Yeah,
I apologize.
let me read the quote. On the outside, you're like, whoa, what's going on? On the inside, they may have evaluated and said, this guy fits the different way we want to look and feel, that Trent Brown can do what Laramie Tunsil did.
Yeah, okay, this one annoyed me because I feel like this guy comes from a team that definitely was not looking at offensive linemen in free agency and might not even realize that Trent Brown is coming off of a torn patellar tendon.
Right.
Like, he didn't say Cam Robinson, he said Trent Brown.
And he hasn't necessarily been good in a long time.
I don't think that the Texans, I'd be very surprised if the Texans expect Trent Brown to be available in week 1.
Yeah.
They got him on a very affordable 1-year, $3 million deal. And he's a guy who's 6'8", 360 pounds, coming off a torn patellar tendon with a vast history of injuries. So I think they want to see what Nick always says, get him in the building.
Yeah.
Cam Robinson is probably that's more appropriate because Cam Robinson in a lot of ways is a Laramie Tunsil type player in that he's a better pass protector than he is a run blocker, but he's also on a very, very affordable contract.
Yep.
And I think is kind of a bridge offensive tackle, most likely. I think being here 1 year and then maybe gets a better deal elsewhere if the Texans find a good solid guy they feel good about at left tackle.
Yeah, moving forward. Another executive says this, and obviously the Tunsil trade is a big topic with the Texans. We'll talk about that with Nick Caserio shortly at 7:30 today. Tunsil is interesting. He plays on Sundays. He's going to want a brand new deal, and you really can't touch him during the week as he will not practice as much. End quote.
That sounds about right. And that's where I think it's more about that than the type of athlete or anything else from that previous quote. It's that there's so many guys that are pulling in the right direction in terms of a swarm mentality. And Tunsil was just not that guy and was never going to be that guy. And I still cannot get over this, the fact that C.J. Stroud, your young quarterback, in a podcast called Laramie Tunsil a vet.
A vet.
And his definition of a vet is a guy that's not doing nothing extra at practice. Like, that's the exact worst. That is everything that goes against what D'Amico Ryans wants in his football players. So 100%. That is a smart executive right there.
I think that executive is stating facts. Last one on the offensive line. One exec says, I'd go for toughness and grit at the guard positions and keep my franchise left tackle. So that guy's saying they shouldn't have traded Tunsil. You just need to whack the rest of the offensive line.
Well, and that's where the whole pro sports dynamic comes into it. Because when I talked to offensive linemen about Tunsil, I remember talking to Ross Tucker about this. And Ross Tucker was an offensive lineman who was totally blue-collar, journeyman, had to scrap his ass off. Like, some of the plays that would really annoy me with Laramie Tunsil, like when he would just stop playing goal line,
stand
for instance. Ross and a couple other offensive linemen would always just kind of be like, well, I mean, the tackles, that's what you get sometimes. The guys that are really good pass protectors, that's what you get. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't have to watch it every week, damn it.
Yeah, it's true.
But if you want to be a true believer, if you're trying to create a cult-like atmosphere, you really can't have any exceptions.
Nope.
You got to ostracize.
Nope. Yeah,
you got to cast out.
That's
you
it.
know.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Last one. Anonymous executives. This is on the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade. They're built to stop the pass. Oh, this executive likes the trade, by the way. They're built to stop the pass, let those rushers eat up front, and have playmakers on the back end. I respect that they have a very clearly defined team-building philosophy, especially on defense with a defensive head coach.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've been saying all along, that people can notice with their eyeballs, is that on the defensive side of the ball, that culture is right. They got the right culture there. They just got to get the right culture on the offense right now. The defense is built that way. The big chunk plays defensively are really that's the big thing they have to clean up, is the poor tackling, which goes part and parcel with a lot of those big chunk plays. Some of that's youth in the secondary, just making fewer mental errors. But the culture is right. They just got to clean a few things up.
That's the best part about the defense is it doesn't feel like they need new guys. You got the guys. You just got to they need to eliminate some of the mistakes. All right, Nick Caserio is going to join us in the next segment. We'll talk to him about the upcoming draft. How are some of the guys doing that we're intrigued by? Current Texans, how's the offseason going for some of the more pivotal dudes on this team? Fresh off of West Palm Beach, we'll talk to Nick Caserio, Texans general manager, coming up next. But Seth, you got to talk about trees right now, buddy.
Why? Ability trees, of course. Why wouldn't I talk about ability trees?
He's like, talk about the trees, man.
Try to stop me talking from ability trees.
Credit card.
Are you ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast and Caserio for the upcoming segment here. Good to be with you on a Thursday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, and if you know if that music's playing, it is can mean only one thing on this show: the walkout music for Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, welcome in. Great to talk to you as always. And now that I'm hearing that music, I think this is the first time we talked to you since you've become best friends with Triple H. Is that right?
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for having it. Yeah, no, exactly. I had the opportunity to introduce myself at the Sloan conference. He was on a panel with the Netflix chief content officer. Actually, a great discussion about how they've transitioned to live programming on Netflix. And then after, I said, look, I got to at least go up to him and say hello and introduce myself. Told him that I have walkout music when I go on the show with Payne and Pendergast in the morning. And he said, wow, that's a good choice. So we got a little kick out of that. So that was a lot of fun. So it was great to me. He thinks I'm a lunatic, but I mean, that's okay.
That's good.
There's no room for lunatics in his business. He's probably really put out by it.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised he didn't book you for a match at WrestleMania.
He actually did invite me to the next WWE event in Houston. So whether or not I actually take him up on that offer, we'll see. Okay. But he did extend the invitation. So maybe two of you can go in my place, and you'll probably have a lot more fun than I would have.
What do you do if they approach one of your players? Like, it seems like Will Anderson would probably be a good candidate. To be a part of the show. Like, what's the process there? Do you have to really do you hammer out a contract with the player, and WWE is like what he's allowed to do and not do?
The contract is don't do anything dumb. So if you want to make an appearance ringside, that's probably about the extent of the contractual discussion.
So you just push somebody or something, but no getting pushed.
Yeah. Because George Kittle's been a part of it. There's a few guys that have been a part.
There's been a few. Yeah, exactly. Let's stay away from Hell in a Cell. Don't be jumping off like Mick Foley. Can't do anything like that. So
I'm curious, Nick, and we'll get into the offseason and whatnot here in just a second. I am curious. You go into the Sloan concert, the Sloan Analytics Conference obviously seems like something that's right up your alley from a football standpoint.
Like a concert. They got groupies.
Yeah, probably.
So, kind of like that group being Real Genius.
Perfectly there.
The MIT nerds. What do you walk away from something like that with that helps you from a football standpoint as a GM?
No, it's interesting, and I think I have a really good relationship with Jess Gelman, who the CEO of Kraft Sports Group. Daryl Morey actually started the conference a number of years ago. Obviously, the Houston fans are familiar with Daryl and his time here in Houston. So more than anything, it's really a think tank, and they bring in different people from different lines of work, business, sport, entertainment, and it's just some idea generation. It's designed for the MIT students and then some other students as well. It's an opportunity for them to kind of listen and learn to some different folks in some different industries. Because of my relationship with Jess, I'm always open to just having those dialogues and discussion. The panel I was on this year, I was actually on a panel with Daryl and David Stearns, the GM of the Mets, who's done a really good job, not only his time with the Mets here in a short period of time, but Milwaukee as well. And it's just very organic. You usually have a panel, there might be a topic. And it's just you're listening for some ideas, some interesting thoughts. I thought the panel, in all seriousness, with Triple H and Bella was really interesting, how they've grown their product, it's interesting, the number of women fans that are engaged and interested in wrestling. And not to go like WWE here, but they talked about the Cena heel turn and how the response instantly on the social media, on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, it led to X number of followers, so it just got more eyeballs to sport. And in the end, it's all about entertainment, but just talked about how they've grown, how they've kind of transitioned going from USA to Netflix. And so listen to that. I listened to another panel, had two folks that were involved in private equity that are investors in businesses, in soccer. And more than anything, you're just looking for thoughts. It's no different than the league meetings here. The first night they had Caitlin Clark, Eli and Serena just talk about, I would say, their experience, some of the things that they're doing, their involvement in sport. They're investors in a multitude of different sports. Even you could look at JJ, what he's done, investing in soccer overseas. So more than anything, when you get an opportunity to just listen and be a part of groups and panels like this, maybe there's something that you take and that you can apply. There's a lot smarter people there than I am, so I just go to try to listen and learn, and out of my respect and my relationship with Jess, that's really one of the reasons that I do it.
You know, it's actually, Nick, something related that we were talking about earlier is about these torpedo bats, which I'm guessing you've heard of the torpedo bats?
Briefly, I'm not as educated as you all are on it, but
oh, yeah,
it sounds like it's a hot topic.
I've got a lathe in my shop that I'm working on my own version on. So, no, but what we were talking about was just how hard it is that there's so many things going on the analytical side of things or on the technology side of things in sports now, that one of the hardest challenges is actually just figuring out which ones you're going to use. And because I was sticking up for Espada not knowing about the torpedo bats, because it's like with a dozen things a day that's going to revolutionize the sport. And it comes down to the organization, in my opinion, to really have a system for analyzing these things. So when you're looking at the analytical side of things, and you guys have an analytics department like most teams, how do you go about that part of it? Like figuring out, all right, we've got limited time and only so many resources, and we got to be ready. We got to have an offense ready here in a couple of months. Like, how do you pick what you're going to lean into?
No, it's a great question, and I think the point that you make, Seth, the reality is things are moving fast. Things are constantly changing. Things are constantly evolving, and more than anything, you just want to make sure you have some awareness of what's going on, and then you're looking, is there something out there that there's a useful application that we can actually incorporate into some of the things that we're doing. And the reality is you can't use everything. It's a law of diminishing returns if you try to do too much. But if there's a specific, I would say, piece of technology or some information that you might be able to apply along with your process that you have in place, then you investigate it. And you see if there's a fit. There's utility, great. If there's not, then you move on to something else. But to your point, the rate of change that takes place, it happens at such a high rate of speed. So you have to be aware, you have to be cognizant, which I would say a conference like the one that I attended, it gives you kind of some insight as to some of the things that are going on. But I would say philosophically, it usually goes back to basic blocking and tackling and first principles. And then you're in the periphery that you might be able to bring into your organization that you might be able to apply. So whether that's in coaching, whether it's in scouting, whether it's in sports performance, whether it's in the medical area, I would say we've talked at different points about the medical arena. Like that's an area that's constantly changing and evolving. So from ACL, reconstruction, the surgery, the rehab associated with it. There's just a myriad of things that are out there. So I think you have to be smart and disciplined with how you approach it and just realize you can't be a part of everything. But organizationally, you're always looking for some things on the margins that maybe we can incorporate. And the reality is professional sports is as competitive as anything, so you're looking for things that potentially could provide you some competitive advantage that you might be able to incorporate and apply to your system that's currently in place.
I'm glad you mentioned the medical part of it, because Trent Brown, obviously an interesting signing, but he's coming off a patellar tendon tear. And, there's not a whole lot of data on guys coming back from patellar tendon tears. It's just not that common an injury. So what do you... has that changed at all? Are patellar tendons not as dramatic as they used to be, or is it still a huge wild card?
Injuries are always a wild card. I think you can never really predict. It's all about the athlete response rate. And so what we try to do, whether they're healthy, not healthy, is when they come in the building, it's just going to kind of get a baseline understanding of where they are. So from their weight, from their imbalance, is there an asymmetry, right leg to left leg? Is there a specific area that we can focus their training on? And I'd say you can build the training. I think where you've seen the big issues in the customization of training relative to the individual athlete. It used to be, and we were all a part of this, you walk in a weight room, you get handed a card, and everybody kind of does the same program. Well, I would say over time that's kind of changed because every athlete has different needs, Their body responds differently. What they're asked to do on the field is different, so you want to be able to train accordingly. Are there certain things that you're going to do with everybody? Yes. Are there other things that you're going to do that are specific to the athlete? And that's what I would say specific to the Texans, our return to football, our return to play group. We can focus specifically on the individual rehab for that specific player, and then once they graduate from that, then they hand them off or they get handed off, and then we incorporate back into football. We just want to make sure that they're fully mentally and physically prepared for the rigors of what they're going to endure. So I would say it still goes back to case by case. Some injuries are harder to come back by than others, but it's all about how does the athlete respond to the injury. And that goes back to the training, it goes back to the program that you could develop, and the technology that's available enables you to measure this so we can have the information and just try to make a good decision about each player and their overall health and performance.
Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, yeah, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, Nick, just to start digging into the offseason here, and we'll start with the offensive line. Seth mentioned Trent Brown there. Obviously, a lot of new faces on the offensive line. You made the trade involving Laramie Tunsil, changes with coaching. What specifically are you trying to find that was missing from last year's offensive line room?
Right to the offense. I thought we were going to transition to the Rockets and talk about their playoff berth, but no, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Congratulations to them.
Yeah.
No, there's never anything specific. I think what you try to do is after each season, you kind of take a step back, make an evaluation. All right, what happened? Is there anything that we feel that we need to do moving forward? And there's going to be change. We've talked about this on this show. Your team's going to turn over X number of % each year. So every situation, you kind of evaluate case by case. I don't think we went into the offseason and said, well, we're going to do A, B, C, and D. That's never really how it works. What you have to do is just kind of take inventory of where you are and try to take advantage of the opportunities as they present themselves. So in the Laramie situation, that was something that, we weren't certainly intent on doing or that we were motivated to do. I think when we just looked at the situation, we felt that it was the opportunity in front of us that made sense. Washington had a need, and then we consummated the trade, and ultimately we felt like that was the best decision for the Texans at that particular time. So I think you always know going in the offseason you're going to add players. There are going to be some players that go on and off the team. There are going to be some players that go on and off the roster. We made, I would say, changes offensively from Coach Caserio to Coach Popovich, so from the coordinator to the offensive line. So that's kind of step one. There's going to be personnel changes that take place. We've seen a number of changes that have taken place across the entire team, not just the offensive line. So I think the big thing that we've talked about, and D'Amico and I are focused on, is just trying on a team possible. And in the end, it's going to come down to how well we execute on Sunday. So we're a long way from that. It's April 3rd. Where we end up beginning of September, whatever the first game is, nobody really knows. But, we felt the way we're positioned right now, we have a number of players on the offensive line with varying levels of experience that have played a lot of football, including some of the players that are returning on our team. Obviously, the players that we brought on externally have played a lot of football. How it all transpires and how it all sorts itself out, TBD. So, but, we feel like we're in a decent spot right now, and I think the big thing is just being able to go out there and get the 5 best guys on the field. Bring 8 to the game, but get the 5 best guys that are out there, and hopefully we can go out there and just play good football and execute on a consistent basis. So there were times as a team, I would say, not just specific to the offensive line, as a team, did a number of really good things last year. There were other areas that, we probably could have done a little bit better. So that's where, it's a year-to-year league, and your team's going to change, and we're no different than any other team.
And D'Amico, when he's talked about the offensive line or the offense in general a couple times this offseason, he's mentioned the importance of having one voice in the offensive line room. And he's also mentioned how with Caserio and with Cole Popovich having a relationship before that they're kind of on the same page already with a lot of things. Was there an element, and I'm honestly not trying to throw any one guy under the bus here or anything, but with the offense in its entirety over the last couple of years, were there some instances where maybe you just had an offensive line coach and an offensive coordinator and perhaps a player or whomever else where they weren't filter, or they just didn't have the same common background, that it wasn't as seamless as you would hope it would be?
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for D'Amico, but, there's there's always a lot of communication that takes place. It's never one particular thing. So in the end, going back to when we made the decision, when D'Amico made the decision that he did to move on from Bobby, certainly wasn't an easy decision. So, what we're trying to do is put together what we think is the best situation or the best formula. And honestly, Seth, nobody really knows how it's going to go. Like, I can't sit here and tell you exactly how it's going to go. So I'd say the fact that Nick and Cole have some level of experience together, I mean, it always helps when anytime that you have an opportunity to work with one another. And again, it's under different systems. So there's going to be an element of we're going to have to work through some things in the off season. And that's what March and April are designed for. Coaching staff get together. How are we going to call things? How do you see things? We're going to use this terminology. Okay, when this situation comes up, we're going to handle it this way, and there's going to be some back and forth. So, again, like we've won 20 games over the last 2 years, so like a lot of the things that we were doing, couldn't have been all that bad. So, but we're just trying to figure out like, all right, what's the best thing for the Texans? What do we think we got to do moving forward? Which is where we are right now. What is that going to mean? Well, honestly, I don't have the answers. None of us have the answers. Anybody that says they have the answers is probably lying to you. So I think we'll work through it here. We'll try to have a good off season, try to get the players, let's say, in good condition. And then once we get to training camp, obviously we're going to have more information. We're going to have a better idea of where we are. And the whole goal is to just make sure that we're as prepared as we possibly can be for whoever the opponent is week 1.
Caserio joining us on Sports Radio 610. So, Nick, you get the deal done with Derek Stingley Jr. You get the deal done with Daniil Hunter to add another year to his deal. Obviously, Nico last year. Am I being presumptuous to say that you pretty much laid out the blueprint for getting an extension from the Houston Texans if you're a good football player? And if so, what is that blueprint?
Good player, good attitude. Go out there, be productive, work hard, put the team first, and you'll be rewarded. And again, it's not just those three specific players, but I think when you look at the overall composition of the team and the mindset, and D'Amico has talked about this, what are the things that we're looking for? What do we prioritize? Like those three players are pretty good examples of what a Houston Texan football player should look like or what we want it to look like. Understanding every player is different. Everyone has strengths. Everyone has areas that they can improve. But those three players in particular are three of our better players. We feel like we're pretty fortunate that we have a lot of good football players on this team, in this building. And, again, going back to what I said a little bit earlier, everything is kind of case by case. So we'll look at it. We'll have discussions. D'Amico and I talk about the team, I don't want to say every day, not every day, but it's every day. And we're just trying to make sure that we're very thoughtful and we do things with the right intentions. And, those players, they earn what they receive. We don't give out anything. Like, this isn't like, okay, come in here and we're just going to give you. You get what you earn, and the contracts are the contracts in every situation. But those players have earned what they received because of, A, their play, how they play, B, the type of people that they are, C, their work ethic, their overall mindset. I mean, Stingley was in here the day that we agreed. He was in a weight room, and we're in the offseason. We're not even in the offseason program yet, but I think when you speak to the mindset and the type of people that we want to have on this football team, we've had almost 30 players in the building since the end of the season that are training 4 or 5 times a week, and the offseason program hasn't even started, and including Stingley is one of those players. So Stingley was in there, Bullock was in there, Kamari Lassiter was in there. We've had a number. Petri's been here basically since the end of the season. So that speaks to if you show up, if you work hard, we have all the resources that you need here in the building. Like, you don't have to go anywhere else. Now, obviously, some people are more advanced in some of their training. I would say, I think there's some videos of Daniil working out. Like, Daniil's working. Like, you don't look like he does without putting in the work. So, that's the type of program that we're trying to create, and it starts at the top. And, we try to be very consistent, very committed. And honestly, it takes a certain amount of discipline because we're not afraid to say, okay, here's, we'll talk about the draft here in a minute, but there's players in a draft where we're going to move on from, or we're not going to consider them to be a part of our program. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them. It just means, you know what, they might be a better fit somewhere else, and that's okay, and that's just part of our process. Does it mean we're going to be right all the time? Absolutely not. But we're just trying to be as consistent as possible on the way and committed and disciplined to our approach because for our team, and it's something that D'Amico and I believe strongly in. So as a result, we're going to make sure we try to find those players that fit. And and understand the mindset that we want them to play with and perform on a day-to-day basis.
Nick, I have a follow-up on Jalen Petri in a second, but I'm curious, just for some perspective. You said there's 30 players in the building right now working out, and the offseason program hasn't even started yet. From your experience, what's a normal number that's in the building like that, for some perspective on that number?
Not that many.
Yeah.
And again, this is actually kind of an off week, and this week is, league meetings and, coaches are off here this week, and this is kind of an off week. But I would say just anecdotally, players who we signed in the offseason have made comments that on other teams that they've been affiliated with, that they've never really seen anything like this. Just unsolicited offering that up, which is good to hear. So it speaks to the players. It speaks to our sports performance staff. It speaks to the people that are working with the players on a day-to-day basis. I would say not that many. You'll probably get, I would say, anywhere from maybe 10 to 12 to 15 in kind of this dead period. So from basically call it February and March or whenever your season ends, everybody's kind of on their own. Typically, the offseason starts in April. Our offseason program officially starts April 21. And the first 2 weeks are just with the strength and conditioning staff. The coaches really aren't involved in that. So, again, can't speak to necessarily what goes on in other buildings. I would say even going back to our time in New England, we had a decent amount of players around, but not the volume that we have here. Influence events, A lot of people live in Houston or kind of around here. B, they want to be in the building because we have the resources available to them. And C, they understand, in order to improve, and I've talked about this, if you want to get better at football, you have to work at football. So right now, the off season, what can you do to improve? It's your strength conditioning, it's your power, it's your overall development. Rookies, as an example, Bullock and Lassiter have been here. They didn't have an off-season program. So this is really their first opportunity to train with our staff on a kind of off-season type of cadence. So the players are here. It speaks to who they are. It speaks to their willingness and want to get better. And we encourage them to be there because we have everything that they need at their fingertips. So other players, if they want to go elsewhere, that's okay. It doesn't mean they're not working, like I said. But to have that number of players in the building, it's a credit to them and really our strength and conditioning and our sports performance staff that they want to be here.
You could publish the list of guys in the building. That would be great. That would really help us with our hot takes this
We'll
offseason.
Put that on our social media.
These are the guys that want it. These are the swarmiest guys. They're in the building.
The opposite of that was Sam Montgomery at LSU.
Yes, exactly. Hey, Nick, just to follow up about Jalen, you talked about the contract extensions. Obviously, Jalen is eligible for one. He's 3 years in now, and I know how much you guys, how much you value Jalen Petri. Is he on the radar right now, possibly to be extended this offseason?
Yeah, I'd say we're the number of players, and we've talked about this. You guys kind of know how we operate. We're pretty flexible and open-minded. We don't have a finite, if, we don't get it done by September 1st and it's off the table. I think at some point, for everybody's best interest, you might say, hey, look, let's try to figure this out, over the next few weeks or whenever. We've done things in the offseason. We've done things kind of over the summer or in training camp. We've done a few during the season. So we'll maintain some flexibility. Always open to having discussions and dialogue, whether or not an agreement, comes to fruition. It's very situationally based and case by case. So, but I would say there's a number of players that you'd like to keep as many good players and good people around this building for as long as possible. And if we get to that point, great. If we don't, it doesn't necessarily mean it won't work out. It just might means it means it might happen just at a later point. Mm-hmm. So. Don't really want to comment specifically on any individual discussions with any players, but I would say always open-minded to having a dialogue with the player and their representatives and trying to figure out an agreement that everybody feels comfortable with, because the goal is for both entities and both parties to be happy with how it went. You don't want to have we're not trying to, quote-unquote, win a negotiation. Yeah. We don't believe in that. That's not how we operate. You want something where the organization wins and the player feels valued and they feel like, you've made them a priority. So, we'll work through those things. But Jalen's been a good player. It's the day he walked in the building. He's had a significant impact on our program. A player that you'd like to have around here as long as possible. So we'll kind of see how all that works itself out.
You had mentioned that Derek Stingley was in working out the day that he got that extension, and it's always I remember Tom Coughlin being over the moon when a guy who was a late round draft pick after a few years they redid his deal, and he was in there working out early in the morning before the OTAs or before the offseason program started, and the head athletic trainer told me that Coughlin was just so excited to hear that guy was in the room that morning, that he had signed his contract. But I guess the one thing that's changed since 15, 20 years ago is that now even the late round draft picks, if they've played 3 or 4 years in the league, they've made some pretty damn good money. Do you have to worry less now, maybe because you've got a good track record of Derek Stingley, he's already made $20 million in his career. If the money was going to ruin him, it would have ruined him long ago, or if that was the only thing motivating him. So is there a little bit more comfort level in giving contracts now because guys through that or through NIL have already established, that they can keep their head about them when they've got a big wad of cash in their pocket?
Well, it's interesting. Obviously, what's going on in college football is sort of changed over the last 2 to 3 years. So some players are more equipped to handle the money than others, but it works both ways, Seth. Even if you're getting paid in college, then you might think, well, everything that took place in college is going to happen here in the NFL. I would just say players are motivated. Obviously, they want to be compensated for what they do, but they also want to. If we've done a good enough job on the front end of bringing the right type of people with the right mentality and mindset into this building, then you're going to feel comfortable giving that player what he's earned, going back to what we talked about a little bit earlier. So in the end, you still have to go out there and perform, and you have a certain comfort level because in a lot of cases, you're probably financially secure for a long period of time, which all of us, whatever we do, when we invest a significant amount of time and energy, you want to be compensated accordingly, and you want to put yourself in a position, where you have a certain level of security, and there's nothing wrong with that. But by the same token, in the end, we still have to go out there. We still have a job to do. We still have to play good football, and we want to win. Because that's ultimately, when the team wins, kind of everybody wins. So, again, I'm not sure if that exactly answers your question, but I would say we're not necessarily worried about, when we reward a player with something that he's earned, that he's necessarily going to change. I would say let's go back and talk about Nico Collins. So I'd say Nico probably had his best offseason last year, and he was coming on the heels of a contract extension. So I think it's really confirmation that, okay, we think we made the right decision and re-rewarded a player because he earned the opportunity with his performance, and it's not necessarily going to change his thought process or mindset. So, if you find the right players, you find the right people with the right mentality and the right mindset, get them in the building, then keep them in the building, your team accordingly, then that's ultimately where we want to be.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us on Sports Radio 610. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Nick, the C.J. Gardner-Johnson deal, how did that come about? And in general with these deals, you've done 3 of these now where it looks like a team may be getting rid of a guy, but it turns into a trade. Joe Mixon last year and Christian Kirk and C.J. Gardner-Johnson obviously this year. Can you speak to that specific deal and just in general that kind of niche in the market that you've been able to bring in good players through?
Yeah, I think teams that know how we operate know that we'll basically listen. And people in our position, in my position, you're always having conversation. You're always talking to the equivalent on the other team, not just during free agency, but all throughout the year. Hey, what's going on? Hey, anything going on? Any players that potentially we should look at? Anything? Are you looking for anything? So there's a healthy dialogue going back and forth. I would say specific to CJ, say Howie and I have a really good relationship. We've done a lot of deals together. So, when those conversations take place, they honestly really don't take too long. Mm-hmm. But, it's a relationship business in the end, and we're not afraid to talk to anybody. So, even the situation going back to Kirk. So, James and I didn't really know each other, haven't worked together, but, we're pretty open-minded here. Like, we'll work with anybody. We'll get straight to the point, hey, and just try to have some open dialogue. And that's part of the chair in which I sit is you want to be open. You can't be, and what's the worst the thing that somebody can say. It's no. Okay, no problem. Then you move on to the next thing. So you never take it personally, but, Howie and I have always had a lot of good discussions, a lot of good dialogue. We're not afraid to do deals. We kind of go back and forth. And this one happened to work itself out the way it did. And we'll see how CJ's been a good player. He's had a positive impact on a couple of different programs. He's been really productive with his opportunities. So, that's all we care about is when a player walks in the building is just come in here, do the things that, D'Amico asks of you as a player, be a good teammate, and go out there and play good football. So, we think CJ can help us in the secondary, which is why we made the acquisition that we did.
When you talk about the trade for Christian Kirk, with trading within the division, when you've got a new GM in the division, how do you go about figuring out whether that guy's going to do business with you or not? Do you just does somebody usually say it explicitly, or is it a matter of you might approach them a couple times and they keep saying no or don't even have a discussion with you and you pick up on the signals? It feels like it could be awkward.
Yeah, I would say you never make it personal. Let's even, with Mike Borgonzi in Tennessee. So, Mike and I have a good relationship. Mike and I have had multiple conversations when he was the Chiefs. And really on the front end of it, whether or not this is just how I kind of operate. I talked to Mike, hey, Mike, congratulations, looking forward to working with you. We're open. I would say that whole notion, Seth, of, okay, if you trade in the division, look, some of it is a little bit of a myth. So, you're either going to do business with people or you're not, and you can't be afraid of what the repercussions or what the fan base might think. Oh, you can't do that because it's going to have a negative effect. Everybody just has to run their team how they see fit and just make the decisions that they feel are in their best interest. And we're going to work with each other over the course of a number of years. So maybe that person, okay, he's in Tennessee, then however many years down the road, maybe he is in the AFC West. So if you didn't handle yourself, with professionalism and courtesy and respect, like that travels with you. So it's no different than when you're dealing with agents. So this is why, this is from a personal standpoint, I try not to make anything personal or make it contentious because it's not worth it. Like I'm a pretty straight shooter, very matter of fact, kind of get to the point. I think people understand that about me, right, wrong, or indifferent. So we're not opposed to doing anything that we feel is going to help the Houston Texans, because that's ultimately the fiduciary responsibility that I have to D'Amico and to the McNair family, is to do what I think is in the best interest of the Houston Texans, not what's in the best interest of me personally. So when it comes to doing trades, we'll trade with anybody. Now, are there some people that take the opposite approach, that we're not going to trade with you because you're in their division? Yeah, that's their personal preference, their personal choice. I can't control how somebody else thinks. All we can do is just try to make the decisions that are best for the Houston Texans, and we'll work with anybody. Like, you're never going to, okay, there's our off-limit or list of agents or list of teams. Quite frankly, I think that's pretty parochial and narrow-minded to do business that way. So as long as we're in a position, that we're in, that I'm in, then, we'll be open-minded and do business and do what's best for what's best for the Texans first and foremost.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I got to ask you about the tush push, and I'm not going to ask you directly about
No, I'm
whether
happy
it
to
should or
talk
should
about it. I'm not going to look. I said something in front of the whole league as well, so nobody wanted to hear from me on it. But
well, there was one dynamic of it that I know that you're a little bit more privy to that was intriguing to me, was the fact that one of the two teams that's the best in the league at it, or at least their version of it, is the Buffalo Bills, and yet Sean McDermott was one of the guys that was against the tush push. Was that a surprise to you, or that he was against it?
I'm not going to comment about Sean. I would just say, when you look at the play in and of itself, and in the end, it's a version of a quarterback sneak, and the sneaks go back to a number of years, from how Brady runs it to how Josh Allen runs it to how Philadelphia runs it. And D'Amico and I have both commented publicly, so this isn't anything like groundbreaking information here, but you shouldn't penalize a team for good execution. And it's not like all of a sudden, like, Hurts just dropped out of the sky and is playing quarterback. So the guy's been playing quarterback for 4 years. He's got over 4,000 snaps, 600 rushes. I don't know how many times they've run the sneak. So now, all of a sudden, like, we have an issue with the play. So, again, everybody, but more than anything, what we should be doing is tip your hat to Stout and Nick for good execution. I mean, Jalen squats 6,000 pounds, so he's got good lower body strength. And when you actually look at the play, and I haven't done this, maybe we can have somebody out there in the Twitter sphere look at this, but the number of times where the player, whether it's in proximity or close to the quarterback, is actually pushed to create, additional yardage. I mean, it probably doesn't happen on every play, because by the time, the quarterback takes a snap and he's moving forward, it's more about what's going on the offensive line. So everybody has a different interpretation, but, let's just go watch the play. Whatever happens moving forward, ultimately it's out of our control. I mean, it's something I think the owners and the competition committee will vote on. But, we're going to penalize players in the NBA for the Euro step like that? We're going to make that illegal, even though so every situation. Look, if you find something that works, okay, sometimes you just have to tip your hat to good execution. And to talk about health and safety on something where there's no data that actually try to create that, and that's the rationale behind it. I think you got to be careful about that. So, again, I've probably already said too much. I'll probably get fined for some of these comments. But, that's okay.
No, I mean,
everybody in Houston will be happy about it.
Yeah, you're basically saying the league should keep operating the way it's operating. They're not going to fine you for that. I think the part with McDermott that was interesting to me was that he cites the safety concerns but doesn't, there's not data that backs up that it's a dangerous play. The only thought I had about that part of it yet is that I guess I could see as a coach looking at it, and if you think about a rugby scrum, the rugby scrum is safe if it's done the way it's supposed to be done, but it's also got potential for a lot of spinal injuries. So when there are injuries in a rugby scrum, they're pretty severe injuries, and I wonder if at least part of it is people just thinking, all right, look, this looks like a train wreck about to happen, and maybe the data isn't there yet because there's not that many, but you also just don't want to invite the first couple injuries that are notable are drastic or severe injuries.
Seth, you're the rugby expert. I'm not, so I'm not really familiar with the nuances of rugby. But, again, I would just say, I mean, this is something that, Jalen's been playing quarterback for 4 years. So I guess the 4 years prior, that thought process, wasn't an issue. So, again, health and safety of the players in our league is of the utmost importance. Nobody's going to argue with that. So I just think you always just have to look at the information, take the data, and then, just try to make good decisions. So whatever the league decides, they're going to decide. But, I mean, it's, an interesting conversation, interesting topic. I would just say when you go back and look at even how Brady converted, 90% of quarterback sneaks over the course of time. And there are a number of times, there are a number of times where, he was exposed. There was nobody on the center, and then he'd move forward. So theoretically, he was more exposed and potentially more of a safety risk than, some of these other plays. Even go back and look at whether it was a divisional round or whenever it was, when he reached the ball over the goal line on a sneak and 4th and 1, and he ends up perpendicular to the ground, and then Lewis, smacks him in midair, and, he smashes his head right on the ground. So, is that not a safety risk? So, again, I think we just have to be careful of jumping to conclusions. Ultimately, do what's in the best interest of the players, absolutely. But, I think we just got to continue to evaluate the actual play. And, I'd say there's definitely a split camp on it. But, I think you got to be careful about just making, extrapolations based on, what you think could happen. Nobody wants anything catastrophic to happen, to your point, that's for sure. But, we'll see how it goes here moving forward.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us. I want to make sure we get some draft talk in before we cut you loose.
What's that?
The draft is coming up. It's in 3 weeks, and you're going to go find us some more good players, just like you did last year. 4 picks in the top 89. How are you feeling about the way this draft is unfolding relative to the amount of draft capital you have as compared to the needs that you have right now on the team?
Yeah, there's always opportunities, so top to bottom. So there's been years where we didn't have a first or second round pick, years we didn't have a first round pick. So what we try to do is try to maximize our opportunities, try to understand a board as much as possible, top to bottom, and then across as well at the various touch points and the various grade points. So our grading system may be a little bit different than some other grading system, but I think our job between now and the end of April is to understand and know as much about each player as possible. Understand we have The coaches have evaluated a number of players, so we're going to meet next week and kind of sit with we've kind of done it kind of in a one-off situation, but sit with the staff, kind of get their evaluation of players, how they see the player, how they see the fit, how they see the role. So I would say the only thing that we, quote-unquote, need to do is draft good football players with the right mindset and the right mentality, regardless of the position that we play. So that's where our focus is. That's how we've approached it here the last 4 years. That's how we've approached it the last 2 years, specifically with D'Amico and I. And that's not going to change this year. So we're not going to all of a sudden do something different this year than we've done previous years. So no position is going to be off limits. Draft good football players, look at the grade, follow our board, follow our process, and then just get them in the building however we see fit.
Do you, I mean, obviously, I get all that. Obviously, quarterback is a little bit of a different scenario. You've got CJ. The hope is he's your quarterback for a long, long time. Is your evaluation process and the amount of time you invest in that the same in a year where for a team that already has a quarterback as it would be in a year like 2 years ago when you were looking for a quarterback? Maybe just, if for no other reason, the intel that you have on that player moving forward?
Specific, just saying, Sean, just drafting a quarterback or talking about a quarterback?
Just evaluate how much time you invest in evaluating quarterbacks, yeah.
You're still going to evaluate them because at some point, and again, we're in a different situation, right? I mean, we hope CJ is a quarterback here for 10, 15 years, whatever it is. So you're probably looking at, okay, the player behind them, right? Back, and you get a developmental player in the program. So again, but you're still going to evaluate in its entirety so we're going to know that position top to bottom as well. So understanding that there's going to be players that aren't going to be relevant. So I would say with the first, call it 3 or 4 picks, other than quarterback, like any position is probably on the table, or it is on the table. So quarterback is kind of its own entity, but you just don't eschew your evaluation and say, well, we're not going to look at that position. You still want to understand it. Who are the players? All right, they're going to fall in this particular spot or situation. Okay, this handful or however many, okay, they're probably non-factors, but this cohort over here, they may have some relevance. So you're not going to not evaluate a position just because you have one of the best quarterbacks or one of the best players at that position. I would say quarterback is kind of unique. Once you have a player that you feel good about for a long period of time, okay, that's a good thing, but you're still going to go through your process and just understand all the positions across the board.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Cena or Cody, Nick?
Oh, man. I'm going to go with Cody.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Cody. I think Cena's done a nice job of pulling off this heel turn, so we'll see how long it lasts. So I'm going to go with Cody. Okay. In the end, it's up to Triple H, so whatever the hell he decides, it's probably what's going to happen.
But you can text him now. He's your close personal friend. If you want to book WrestleMania, you can at least help book WrestleMania.
I don't think he needs any input from me, so I think he's got it all. I'm only going to muck up the process. So
are you going to watch?
I'll go with Cody.
You're going to go with Cody?
I'm going to go with Cody. Am I going to watch? We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. I'm sure I'll see some tidbits. So I'll probably watch some Rockets playoff basketball before WrestleMania.
Yeah, how about,
that's okay.
Hey, real quick on the Rockets, because you're obviously into all the sports teams from around here. I was thinking this last night, and I've thought this a lot with the Rockets. I feel like Ime Udoka and D'Amico Ryans have a lot of kindred spirit qualities. The Rockets feel like a very swarmy basketball team to me.
I would not want to mess with either one of them. So Ime's done a great job, and he did a great job in Boston. Ime is a really good coach. He's had a positive impact on the Rockets and the organization. Him and Raphael have done a really good job putting a really good team together, a number of good young players. They've played well this year to win 50 games in the NBA. I mean, that says a lot. So they put themselves in a pretty good position. The West kind of looks like it's pretty open this year, other than OKC. I mean, they clearly look like they're one of the best teams in the league. So, but they've positioned themselves really well. I'm sure the city's excited as they should be. But, great opportunity to watch some postseason basketball. I would say there is definitely a tangible difference in postseason basketball when everybody's trying to get through the regular season. But then when you get to the postseason, I mean, there's certainly an elevation in the play. But credit to them. It'll be a lot of fun to watch them play and continue to, make a push here. But they've done a really good job. He's a damn good coach. He's a really good coach.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. that it's going to happen, so you can answer freely. Okay, this is a draft question, but it's not going to happen. Okay, so don't feel like you have to be careful and not show your hand or anything.
Why don't you just talk about this on your YouTube channel?
Well, everybody should subscribe, and I know you watch all the time. So let's say Travis Hunter slides to 25 and you don't trade. You're not trading any. You're just there at 25 and you decide to draft Travis Hunter. What role does he play his rookie year?
I'm happy to talk about Hunter as a player. Yeah. He's a very uniquely skilled athlete. I would say he looks like his best position is going to be corner, but I think if you ask 32 different teams, they might have a different opinion. But like what he's done is, I mean, even going back to Charles Woodson, Woodson played on both sides of the ball, but not the volume with which Travis has played. But talk about, here's a player who essentially nobody was talking about probably 2 or 3 years ago, because he was at Jackson State, and Coach Prime did a great job of getting him there. But what he did this year, I mean, it'd be hard pressed to find another player probably in the near future that can duplicate what he's done. But I would say he looks like he's a better corner than he is a receiver. Not that he can't play receiver, but I would say he looks like corner. I mean, the way he plays the ball, tracks the ball. He's very unique. So I mean, there's
one. If you like, whoever drafts him, is that if you were to be one of the team, if you drafted him, do you go into it kind of thinking, all right, we're going to start him on one side of the ball, and then we know that do different things with him, but we got to nail one thing down first, and then maybe see how much more he can handle after that.
You probably need to have a plan. Say, look, we're going to start him here. And then as it goes, because again, even as a player, that's hard when you're volleyballing back and forth. So you got to probably start somewhere, have a foundation, and then as it evolves, I mean, we've seen players kind of be used on both sides of the ball. I mean, going back to Vrabel, in his role when he was playing on the goal line. So it happens. It hasn't happened a lot in the NFL with the volume with which Travis played, last year at Colorado. So it'll be interesting, but nonetheless, he's one of the best players in the draft. He's going to have a great career. Seems like he's a really good kid, who's worked really hard to get to this point. So he deserves all the accolades that he's receiving.
Okay, real quick on this one, because we know we got to let you go. I really, really, really like Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan. But then I look at various anonymous scout quotes, and I've got one guy saying he's better than Mason Graham, and then I've got another guy saying he's the 8th best defensive tackle in the draft. Which one of those guys is correct?
The old anonymous quote season.
Yes.
This is where we are.
We lean into this. Yeah.
Is it pretty much guaranteed that the guy who says he's the 8th best defensive tackle in the draft actually really wants to draft Kenneth Grant?
Yeah. Exactly.
This is a massive amount of BS season. That's what this is. So I would say they're both good. They're both good football players. And when you watch the Michigan defense, you're not just watching one player. They play next to each other, so you can watch them during the course of the game. They're both really good players. They both do well. They have some areas that they can certainly improve, but they're both good football players, and they're going to probably have a positive impact on whichever team drafts them next season.
All right, Nick.
Got it. I'm changing my mock draft.
Yeah. The old PNP Mockaroo just changed based on that.
Mason Graham drops to 25.
That's right.
I just heard.
That's right.
Yeah.
I have the text.
How many more hypotheticals are we going to get into?
Dude, yeah. Nick, your willingness.
The trolley is headed towards the station.
Yeah, that's right. Your willingness to talk about other sports has texts like this. Ask Nick if he's willing to help get a hockey team in Houston. No, I'm not going to ask him that. All right.
I would support that.
I know you would. Yeah, but you got to get back to work.
Can I get involved in the ownership group? Yeah. Let me focus on football here.
There you go. Nick, we always appreciate how generous you are with your time. Appreciate all the insight. And go get them at the draft in a few weeks.
Thanks, fellas. Always good to visit with you.
You too. Appreciate it. Nick Caserio, Executive Vice President and GM, joining us on the show. Those are good. That was a good couple breadcrumbs at the end there, Seth, that you threw there. The Travis Hunter and the Kenneth Grant. That was good. I like that. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to some of the things Nick had to say. There is one thing in particular people are texting and they're like, okay, well, clearly this is what's going to happen with something Nick had to say. Yeah, we'll get to that and a whole lot more from what we talked about with Nick coming up next.
Oh, boy, Trajan Wealth. That's what comes up next. If you're
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks to Nick Caserio for joining us on the show. Very generous with his time. We appreciate that as always. Your question about the tush push to him, Seth, has led people on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line to point out that the NFL, the report is that there are 16 teams that are willing to vote yes on banning the tush push.
On banning it, yeah.
Yeah, they need 24. If the people who want to ban it, you have to have 24 votes to change a rule. So they need 8 more teams to flip.
Yeah.
The texters are saying, doesn't sound like the Texans are going to be one of those 8 teams, if Nick Caserio has anything to say about it.
No, it is. That doesn't surprise me. I think that, not to dig too much into the New England history or anything, but there is an element of, man, if there's nothing that's obviously more dangerous about it, and it's just you're playing football, if anything, it's a throwback to old school football in a lot of ways, then what's the harm in that if you're better at it, if a team is better at it, and because the Eagles are better at it, one of the things that angers me the most about it is that Mark Murphy, the Packers president, had said at one point that the play doesn't involve any skill. We're like, well, what the hell are you talking about? You're at the highest level of the sport, and there's a team that's better at it than everybody else. There's obviously skill involved in it, including the physical skill of the quarterback being strong as hell, the actual offensive line skill.
Yeah.
It feels it's one of the dumbest things I've heard from a football executive in a long time, is to act like in any kind of competitive situation there's anything where there's no skill involved.
That's a total slap in the face.
He probably thinks that there's no skill in the shot put either.
Right.
You're like, oh, even a ball. There's no skill involved in that. Like, oh, you stop it, you dullard.
It's a slap in the face to the other 10 guys on the field with Jalen Hurts. You know, now, is there a lot of fine motor skill involved with it? No. You know, a lot of hand-eye coordination? No. But there is a lot of doing stuff that not a lot of other human beings are capable of doing.
Like, does it shock anybody that the team that has a quarterback who's probably got the strongest legs at that position in the NFL and an offensive line that has been one of the best offensive lines in the league consistently year after year with a really good offensive line coach, that they're good at that? And that, yeah, it involves a certain amount of individual skill to do that.
That's the big thing. If it's something every team could do well and get a first down, and you don't like the aesthetics of it, because the league does that all the time. You know, like, oh, look, by and large, scoring is down. So we're going to make a rule that encourages more offense among the 32 teams.
Yeah.
If it was something, but the fact of the matter is, there are numbers out there that show how poor teams are at executing QB sneaks in general, short yardage plays in general, and specifically that play. Buffalo proved in the playoffs against Kansas City there is a way to stop the tush push.
Yeah,
they stopped it 4 times in that game or whatever it was. You know,
and that was a team, that Chiefs defense. I mean, the week before, the Texans had kind of, in the second half there, the offensive line, when they were running the ball, the Texans' offensive line was getting really good movement against that Chiefs defensive line.
They were, yep.
It was actually one of the more encouraging things of an otherwise dismal day.
We had a few people on the text page, the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, tagging us during our conversation with Nick to ask if he knows who CJ's agent is. That's an homage.
So that's a reference for those of you who don't know, yeah.
Jerry
Jones claims that he doesn't know David Mulligetta's name,
the
agent for Micah Parsons, and that as a GM of an NFL team, he thinks that's just fine. That's the way the Cowboys are operating.
Yeah. We'll talk about that in the next segment. We've got a few owners that are a little sideways right now with the way they're doing business. So Nick Caserio just joined us on the show. We asked him about the offensive line, and we did not get any quotes that would indicate toxicity in the offensive line room. You know, sounds like
he didn't. I mean,
the big thing that I came away with on the offensive line talk, Seth, is that Nick's contention is they weren't seeking out to trade Laramie Tunsil. Like, they didn't put Laramie Tunsil on eBay and take a bunch of offers. That this was a very specific thing where Washington had a need. They may not have even initiated it with Washington. But this wasn't a situation where they were actively shopping Laramie Tunsil, according to Nick.
Yeah, and that's what I guess I should have asked a follow-up on that, exactly who initiated it. But Nick doesn't usually give an answer to something as specific as that.
Right.
I don't know how actively they were shopping him or not, but it was something that made a lot of sense, and it didn't seem like they thought. It doesn't sound like there was a lot of hand-wringing about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Yeah, I know. I still you don't see good teams, and the Texans are a good team, necessarily do what they're doing with their offensive line in an offseason like this.
The biggest thing about Tunsil at this point is that he's now on his third team. I mean, there's some guys get traded, and offensive tackles, when they're slam dunk, hey, don't let go of this guy because that's such an important position. Two teams now have said, like, you know what, we'll just go ahead and let him go. The Dolphins got a hell of a trade compensation for Laramie Tunsil, and the Texans got fair compensation. But it's like when guys start getting traded regularly, there's smoke there, and you wonder, all right, why exactly? He's not the ideal. He's not the kind of guy that 100% we're never going to let go of him.
Yeah, and to be clear, I like what they're doing. You know, I don't think they're done yet. I think I think they're going to draft an offensive lineman or two, but I am totally for what they're doing. The day that Laramie Tunsil trade popped up on my TV screen, I needed to see what the draft capital was. I didn't want them just dumping Laramie Tunsil, and they didn't. They got a second and a third and a fourth and a seventh for Laramie and a fourth. That's decent draft capital back. My gut reaction when I saw that trade was, okay, now the Texans can finally start implementing the attitude in that room that we've seen really throughout certainly the defense, and I would say the rest of the team for the most part.
You know, the one thing I was interested in the discussion about Trent Brown. I asked about Trent Brown's patellar tendon tear. And Nick said, there's a lot of testing they do just to figure out whether, what the strength difference is between the two legs, the healthy leg and the injured leg and all that, to see whether a guy can come back. And the pertinent part of that as it relates to the draft is that Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, also tore his patellar tendon last year. And I guess my big question would still be, all right, when you have Trent Brown in the building, you can run all kinds of medical tests and then monitor him afterwards and really get a feel for just where he is after you sign him to the contract. With the draft prospects, I don't think the testing is going to be as extensive. Now, maybe it will be, and maybe Trent Brown will open up everything to the teams about just exactly where he is. But I think it's a lot harder to get a good feel for a guy coming off of a patellar tendon tear when he's not in the building for a long duration of time. So I just really lean against drafting a guy who's got a patellar tendon tear in the first round. I just don't know if that's the project I want.
What was your reaction when he said that there are 30 guys in the building working out now and the offseason program hasn't started yet? As a former player, is that like what did you see when you were a player in terms of guys being in the building during the offseason?
I don't know. Well, the offseason program used to start earlier.
Okay.
So I'm along the lines of like, well, yeah, that's how it should be, but it's not like that at a lot of places. So it's a good sign.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's a good sign.
Yeah.
I guess I'm more geared towards like, how come not everybody is in there? Like, who are the guys that aren't?
Yeah. Because you got 50.
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, they had 30 guys. They're going to win a championship this year. It's cool. It's a good sign.
Yeah. I was just wondering if that number, resonated with you at all compared to what you'd seen as a player, or maybe you were in a different era when that didn't matter as much, or whatever the case may be. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's good. I mean, it's easier in the southern city. It's easier in the southern teams to get more guys.
Where guys are living there.
Houston's a city where a lot of ex-NFL players end up settling down and everything. It's a lot harder to get 30 guys in Minnesota or some of those other places.
He kind of mentioned that. He said, a lot of guys live in town here, so that, he did mention that.
I mean, no, it's a good sign. It's good to see and hear. I'd attach a lot more significance to there's only 3 guys working out.
Yeah.
Then I'd be nervous about that.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I guess you know what it is? I guess it's not a surprise to me just because I think they've done a pretty good job of trying to get guys who are kind of football nerdy
that do
about
that,
things.
yeah.
Like guys that are just kind of obsessed with it.
Yeah. Do y'all think if the Texans' plan on offense totally backfires with the offensive line, that it'll hurt our chances to re-sign C.J. Stroud from him maybe not having faith in the defense-first process that the Texans – it would be perceived as a defense-first process that they have.
Oh, yeah. Well, we still don't know exactly what the plan is at offensive line.
Right.
I think draft has not yet occurred, and the trade window is open, for 6 more months until the season begins. So I guess backfiring is an interesting word because are they going to be worse than last year? Highly unlikely. You could try to be worse than last year, and it's highly unlikely.
Well, backfiring the chances of getting CJ to sign an extension, they're saying. That CJ.
Backfiring the chance.
Yeah.
It could. Yeah.
His agent has requested a trade for a quarterback with the Texans before.
Yeah, if CJ stands back there and gets shellacked constantly at the highest rate in the league again this year, then he might be a little less. That's very potential. Yeah,
could. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we'll be joined by Brendan Haywood, former NBA center, CBS college basketball analyst. We'll talk about the Final Four. Cougs. We're a couple days away from the Cougs in San Antonio for the Final Four. Up next. Examples of owner incompetence around the league have been abounding in the last 24 to 48 hours. How bad are these? We've got 3 of them coming up next. But first,
monthly.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We've got a few examples here of NFL owners doing, or at least NFL executives. I don't know if it's the owner of the Bengals. A woman by the name of Katie Blackburn, who's an executive with the Bengals, had some comments in an article, I believe in The Athletic, kind of just devaluing Trey Hendrickson and saying, sometimes you need to be happy with what you're being offered. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but Trey Hendrickson, the NFL leader in sacks this past season, defensive end, been a real good signing for the Bengals. He was with the Saints his first few years in the league, signed in free agency with the Bengals. That's been an excellent signing for them these last few years. But they're slow playing him, certainly compared to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, who they just signed. And Trey Hendrickson was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and said, the communication with the Bengals has been poor during the last few weeks.
Communication has been poor over the last couple months. That's something that I hold in high regard. They have not communicated with my agent directly. It's been something that's been a little bit frustrating, the business of it. We don't have any desires of being highest paid or first in line. We try to be as patient as possible, but when you have things like OTAs coming and guys like Sam Hubbard, who's a tremendous captain for our team last year, that leaves a vacancy for that, and I'm excited to fill that. But how do we reach that before we get there? And those are the things that matter when you're talking about a Super Bowl. It's in the little things and the little details.
Trey Hendrickson's 29 years old, turns 30 during the season, I think, right, Seth? You and I looked that up this morning, I think. So I
think he turns 31 during the
30.
season.
That's right. He's 30. He turns 31. I was thinking of somebody else. So he's an older player, but still obviously highly productive. He led the league in sacks last year. I hear that, and that sounds like to me like, hey, I've been really cool about this. Please stop taking advantage of my good nature. I don't want to be the highest paid. I don't need to be the first in line. I do need you to talk to my agent during this time, though. That would be now. He's under contract also. We should point that out. He's got a year left on his deal. He's trying to get an extension with a year left on his deal and get some guaranteed money and some security out of all this.
Yeah, I know the part of the non-communication with the agent, I guess, is interesting, and that's where it feels a little bit like Jerry Jones in his comments the other day. Like, if you're going to go out and speak publicly, at least be having some kind of discourse with the agent to where you feel like, all right, we're having a good faith conversation, negotiation, or whatever. It just feels like the Bengals being the Bengals. The Bengals have changed their ways in a lot of ways, but they also do some things that are incredibly tone deaf and stupid, and this is in line with that. You don't have to say anything about a player or whether he should or should not accept anything publicly. That's right. And usually the team are like the more adults on that side of the equation.
Yes.
It's players and their agents sometimes that pop off and start to agitate. As the adults in the room, you're supposed to, or at least what a lot of teams do, is they just flat out don't comment on it.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, it just breaks with the mold of how a lot of other genuinely respected organizations operate.
Well, and the team was celebrating these T. Higgins and Jamar Chase simultaneous contracts like it was this huge deal, and it is a big deal. The videos of the two of them racing their Lamborghinis around, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, that would be what would get me. Like, all right, these guys are racing their Lamborghinis around celebrating their new deals. And meanwhile, the team's not calling me or my agent right now. At least Jerry was talking to Micah about it. Nobody from the Bengals is in touch with Trey Hendrickson right now. So
that's the part about the Bengals executive saying what she said. I mean, it just it sounded like she was talking about a child. It was low grade degrading the way that she said it. I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at.
Yeah,
I think some of it is on him to be happy at some point. Do we have a philosophical discussion about like how to achieve happiness?
Well, and I don't. Is she the one negotiating the deal? Like, if I were the one working that actually works directly with the agents and the players to get deals done, and you got somebody from an ivory tower chiming in about he should be happy, I just don't know what Katie Blackburn's role is in the organization. I do know that quote should not have been uttered publicly, in my opinion. about Trey Hendrickson.
She's the executive vice president. So
okay, of office
I mean, that's
supplies,
like a Mike. Would that be like Mike Toman coming out and saying something like this? Or,
yeah, he's team president. So that's what I wonder.
I don't know how the Bengals, and I know the way they operate is that they try to have as few actual employees as possible.
Yeah.
So her role as executive vice president might basically just be that she's operating. They keep her at a salary of a vice president instead of. So I have no idea. Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two, owner idiocy. We know, as Seth just mentioned, that Jerry Jones in an interview said that I don't even know Micah Parsons' agent's name. Don't even know who he is. His name is David Mulligetta. He's a very prominent agent. Florio, of course, jumped into this feet first, all in. Texted Mulligetta to get a thought on this, and Mulligetta texted Florio back and said this. And I admire David Mulligetta. He took the high road. He said, I agree with Jerry. It's never been about me. The only person that matters here is Micah, and at the end of the day, our goal is for Micah to be able to do for generations of Parsons what Jerry has done for generations of Joneses. So, good job taking the high road, but bad job giving us some content to kind of keep this thing going between you two.
There's one thing I worry about when guys start talking about taking care of their future generations. It's that, there's a really good chance once you have a boatload of money, you got to be really careful and you got to manage that. There's a good chance your grandchildren are going to be the kind of people that you despise. If you you really want to take care of all the future generations, you don't want to be in these trust fund kids that are perpetually perturbed about how they should have more, or they're clamoring for position within the trust and estate and everything.
Yeah.
So just take care of your kids. Your grandkids can do for themselves.
Slow down on that, Mulligetta. Yes.
Yeah. You gotta. It's tough. Now the third generation you pull off. The fourth generation. That's where you lose all control.
Yeah.
That's where all of a sudden, your great grandchild is out there, making a name for themselves for their sex tapes or whatever.
Yeah,
more so than anything that you.
Right. There's a big gap in what you think is acceptable versus what they think is acceptable.
Generational wealth is so overrated.
Yeah.
It just take care of your kids, but you got to raise them right and everything, and then screw the rest of them.
Good call.
Yeah. What are you hoping for? Oh no, I want my great-great-great-great-grandchildren to not have to work.
Well,
they'll be miserable, I promise you.
Good segue into the last one here in owner idiocy. The Jets, forget about Woody Johnson's grandkids. His kids are the worst.
Well, Woody Johnson is one of the grandkids of the Johnson and Joe. Whatever he is, it turns in what he is because his grandparents had generational wealth.
It's a great call. How about this for a quote from Woody Johnson? Of course, the Jets just signed Justin Fields to be their starting quarterback this year. Justin Fields, who has lost the starting job on 2 teams in the last couple of years, is now the Jets starting quarterback. Woody Johnson said this, quote, I think Justin Fields is going to be a total winner for us. I've been impressed with him since his college days. It was he or Trevor Lawrence, meaning back in the 2021 draft. Like, those are the big two. And I think he's going to be really good, end quote. Dude, this is some revisionist history here. You're saying it was him or Trevor Lawrence back in 2021. You had the second pick, your team did, and you took Zach Wilson.
It was him? What the hell?
It was him or Trevor Lawrence. What are you talking about? You had the second pick in the draft, and you passed on him.
Oh,
you picked Zach Wilson that year.
My God, he's just got to shut up. The other thing about Woody Johnson that was hilarious was him claiming that the NFL player survey where they grade the owners was basically he questioned how accurate or how scientific it was.
It was bogus. He used the word bogus,
and he said that this is what you have to know. Unlike that one anonymous players poll of the top 100 players, where we're not sure how many guys actually, very few guys say they've ever filled it out, they put this survey out to everybody in the league.
Yeah.
There's 1,500 plus respondents.
Yeah.
I'd love to know who the owners that he was grousing about were. I'm guessing it was the Cardinals and whichever other teams are perennially
everybody
the
at
worst.
the bottom, probably. Yeah. Texans finished 7th, I believe, in that poll, so that's good. All right, Brendan Haywood, former NBA center, current CBS college basketball analyst. He was covering the games in Denver for CBS with Brad Nessler. We got the Final Four coming up. We got the Cougs in. What are Brendan Haywood's thoughts on Cougs versus Duke on Saturday? We'll get to that coming up next.
Well, Karam in.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. And
good job getting my name right.
Yeah, thank you. Today is Thursday. It's Big Thursday. Can you give me another ding for that, please?
I got to reach over to the bell.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Needy.
Big time. All right, sounds like, okay, good. We got him on the hotline as we welcome you back in. Of course, Cougs.
Good job, Ben.
Cougs, yes, good job, Ben. Cougs in the Final Four in San Antonio this weekend. They'll be taking on the Duke Blue Devils, 7:49 tip. You can hear all the games this weekend on Sports Radio 610, so we're excited about that. And joining us right now to help break down that matchup, Auburn and Florida, obviously this weekend as well. He was an NBA center for over a decade, of course, a North Carolina Tar Heel back in the late 90s and early 2000s, and today he is a college basketball analyst for CBS. Brendan Haywood joining us right now on Sports Radio 610. Brendan, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, good to talk to you. You're a Tar Heel. The Cougs are playing Duke, so you're basically a Coug this weekend, right?
Yes, I am. I'm definitely rooting for the Houston Cougars, the fighting Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah, the fighting Kelvin Sampson. So this is a team that kind of gets it done a little bit differently than the standard college basketball team these days, Brendan. In this day and age of NIL and the portal and everything else, the way Kelvin Sampson's put together an older team, can you speak to that a little bit and just the uniqueness of this and what he's accomplishing with this program, especially now that they bumped up to the Big 12?
Yeah, listen, when you talk about getting it done with older guys, and that's going to be more of a wave I think more coaches are going to try to do with the transfer portal and things of that nature. When you got a guy that he's transferring in, he's a little bit older, he's a little bit more mature, he's been through it. You don't have to teach him nearly much. I think Coach Sampson has really embodied that, taken advantage of that. And then he gets certain type of guys. You got to love to play defense if you're going to be part of Houston's program. He requires that. There's a certain level of toughness. You know, like he wants his guys to be tough. And when you watch Houston play, you see physicality, toughness, defensive intensity every single year. The names change, but the style stays the same, and they're going to need that style if they're taking on, if they're going to be able to beat these Duke Blue Devils, because this Duke team is incredible.
Yeah, Brendan, that's an interesting thing about Kelvin is that one thing that's been fun this college basketball season is Sean and I, and Sean's been able to find just an incredible number of college basketball coaches flipping out in press conferences. And it seems like almost every single time it's got something to do with them whining and complaining about kids these days, that NIL is ruining this or ruining that, or these guys aren't tough or whatever. And then meanwhile, I feel kind of lucky because Kelvin Sampson will get testy in a press conference, but it's never about kids these days because the guys he has on his team respond to a pretty old school style of coaching. How hard is it to find those guys and to recruit them and keep them compared to maybe the way a lot of other coaches are going about it?
Well, first off, there's a lot of coaches complaining because their jobs got harder.
Mm-hmm.
So what? You pay a lot of money. So what? Get off the post. This kid wants to he wants to transfer, fine. You can leave at any time. We knew that Will Wade was leaving before his team, and his team was still playing in the NCAA tournament. Like, I don't like that. I hate the double standard that a lot of these coaches have. Oh, they don't want players to do this, or they don't want, but then they want to be able to do whatever they want to do. Listen, the game is different. You can't walk in there with the name on the front of the jersey anymore and think the kid's going to go crazy. It's not that. They understand that now you have to pay guys a little bit. You have to pay guys. You have to make sure that they're compensated. There's different ways that you have to coach certain guys. And yes, the game is changing. And we've seen a lot of the older guard retire, get out the way, and I'm cool with that. And Kelvin Sampson, to his credit, has done a great job doing it his way, and he gets guys that respond to his coaching. He does a great job of developing a defensive culture and just an overall culture at Houston. Like, just look at how far the facilities have come from when Kelvin Sampson first got there to now. Like, dog, like he just has totally upgraded that program, and I love the fact that he isn't out here sitting around crashing out in press conferences like some of these guys crying over spilled milk. Toughen up.
Brendan Haywood joining us on Sports Radio 610. Covers college basketball for CBS, of course, former NBA center joining us here on the show. Along those lines, and Brendan, we'll get into the matchups here themselves in just a second, but as long as you're talking about that, we've seen this, the way this tournament has played out, and it's the four number one. People are pointing to NIL and the portal as a reason for that. I'm curious your thoughts. I mean, you made 2 Final Fours at North Carolina. One of them, you were a 1 seed on a team with Vince Carter and Antoine Jamison. The other, you were an 8 seed that people didn't expect to get there. As someone who's been on both sides of the Cinderella thing, so to speak, where do you come out on the argument that the lack of Cinderellas is negatively affecting the March Madness product?
I think people that think the lack of Cinderellas is negatively affecting March Madness don't pay attention to the numbers. Cinderella stories are always good, but when you look at the Final Four numbers, the proof is in the pudding. The fans don't want to see Cinderellas in the Final Four. They want the teams and the names that they know. They want the Carolinas, the Dukes, the UCLAs, like the Florida. They want these teams. Michigan State. Listen, this is great. We're about to see great basketball being played. Mm-hmm. Now, there might not be as many Cinderella runs because obviously the smaller schools, they're getting their really good players poached from them. And so that's going to make it a little bit tougher on the Cinderellas. This is also a 1-year sample size, so let's not overreact and say Cinderella is dead. We don't know that for a fact. But it's going to be a little bit tougher on the smaller schools because you look at a team like Yale, well, the guy Danny Wolf that played at Michigan, he came from Yale. Yale's a totally different ball club if he's there. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe that team can make a run, but now he's at a bigger school. And so we're going to see a lot of things. We've seen a lot of that throughout the course of college basketball. One thing we have to look at, and it is going to be tougher on Cinderellas, but that doesn't mean the product isn't good. I think this is one of the better Final Fours we've had. We got 4 number 1 seeds. They're all incredible, and I can't wait to watch this Final Four.
Speaking with Brendan Haywood, Brendan, if you're coaching Houston, if you're Kelvin Sampson, what's your game plan versus this Duke team?
Do what we do. Because what we do is the way that they play is the best way to beat Duke. We don't want to get into a track meet with these guys. They have better athletes. We want to slow it down. We want to make the game ugly and play defensive. We want this game played in the 60s. We want it to be just like the Purdue game. We want it to be 62-60. Mm-hmm. You want that game played at that type of pace, physical hand-to-hand combat. We're going to pressure these guys. You got to pressure Cooper Flagg. Pressure them. You got to pressure Conklin. You got to get up into their space, make them uncomfortable. And Houston is probably the best team in the Final Four at making people uncomfortable. And that's how you win the game. You want it to come down to a 1 to 2 possession game. Duke hasn't played in a lot of close games this year. You get that game in the 60s. 70s is the highest it can go. And you want it to be a 1 or 2 possession game, but hopefully you can make the play.
We're talking to Brendan Haywood, covers college basketball for CBS, former NBA center. Hey, Brendan, you played against some really good Duke teams back in the late 90s and early 2000s. You look at a lot of the rankings through the rank of all-time basketball teams, and those 99 Duke teams and the 2001 Duke teams are among the best ever. This Duke team is on that list as well on some of those computer rankings. In your opinion, how good is this Duke team compared to some of the ones you played against back in the day?
Oh, I mean, this Duke team is incredible. They're top 5 in offensive efficiency and defensive efficiency. Yeah. Their best player is going to be number 1 in the draft, but he gets after it defensively. Mm-hmm. He does everything well, man. On a night where he's not shooting the ball well, you look up there and be like, well, he was 3 for 14, but he had 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. And he was guarding our best player all game long. Like, this is an incredible team. You have 3 lottery picks, all competing at the defensive level, making sure they're able to win games in multitudes of ways. This Duke team is just as good as any Duke team that's ever come through Duke, in my opinion.
Brendan, okay, so you as a Tar Heel have a unique perspective on this. Sean and I do a little fun. It's a fun segment called 5 Reasons I Hate You that we'll do about opponents' teams. And we've never done one for Duke before. And right now the problem is we've got too many
I got more than 5.
Okay, good. Oh, good. I was hoping to get one out of you, but I was like, okay, we got all the standard ones from various people. Give us a few from a unique perspective of a guy who played for UNC, exactly some reasons to hate Duke.
Okay, first up, from my perspective, first and foremost, reason I hate Duke, number 1, Grant Hill's been unruly in the group chat this year. I need him to go to sleep. I'm tired of him texting the group chat talking crazy. I need him to get out of here. Reason number 2 why I hate the Duke Blue Devils. I don't like their fan base. Never have, never will. Always thought they were arrogant. Reason number 3, I played way back in the day against Shane Battier, and I thought that he embodied that arrogance that I talked about with the fan base. So every time I see Duke play, I just see Shane Battier's face. Great guy, just never liked him in that space. He's a very good person. I'll say that again, very good person. Never liked him in that space. Other reasons why not to like Duke. You know what? Never liked Coach K. Never liked him. Listen, I know he's not there anymore, but I don't even want the ghost of Coach K's spirit in this tournament to feel good about where Duke is right now. I like the way that Carolina sent him off to retirement a few years ago. My last reason not to like Duke is simply I don't like that shade of blue. Okay, the light shade of blue is the blue that you need. That dark blue, get that out of here. Okay, we don't need any of that. All right, you need that light blue in your life, okay?
That's really, that resonates with Houston. Yeah. That resonates with Houston, yeah.
Big time. Hey, Brendan, we've only got you for about 30 more seconds. That was outstanding, by the way. Hopefully this is not the last time we talk to you. Who's cutting down the nets in San Antonio this weekend?
Are we talking about my heart, or are we talking about who I would bet on?
Give us both.
Okay. If I'm betting, I bet Duke. Okay, they got the best team, the best players. They all play on. But if I'm going with my heart, I'd say Florida.
Okay.
I'd say Florida.
Florida. All right.
That's why I had winning it on my bracket.
On your bracket. There you go. Yeah.
On my bracket. I got Florida.
You'd be excommunicated from Tar Heel Nation if you put Duke in the champion spot on your bracket, right?
Nah, I'll never do that.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't do that.
I'll never. I don't care how good they could have 15 pros. I'll always pick somebody to upset.
Hey, Brendan's appearance is brought to you by BetOnline, betonline.ag. Kind enough to give us Brendan Haywood here today. Hey, Brendan, we know we're up against it here. We'll cut you loose. That was a great conversation, man. Really enjoyed it. Keep up the great work, and hopefully we talk again down the road. Talk some Rockets basketball maybe or something down the road.
Hey, Rockets got something special going on, I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, appreciate that. All right, Brendan, we'll talk to you later, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Take it easy. Yep.
Boy, he embraced that challenge. That was awesome.
He did.
I was hoping to get one out of him, and I thought there might be some hemming and hawing. But he went right into it. That was great.
Seth has a rundown open, so Seth and I can see each other typing things in the doc, and I saw Seth said, give us 1 of 5 reasons to hate Duke. I'm like, this is going to be really good, because if you're a Tar Heel, you should be able to give at least, if he true Tar Heel did what he did, which is push us up against the hard out that we have with him at 9-13. Which he did, yeah.
So Grant Hill, unruly in the group chat. He doesn't like their fan base.
Yeah.
Shane Battier embodies the fan base. We're a little dicey there because he did good things for the Rockets, and yet it sounds like he said this to Shane Battier's face multiple times.
He said he's a good guy. A good person.
Never liked Coach K.
Didn't say Coach K was a good person. he caveated Shane Battier, but he said never liked Coach K. The ghost of Coach K's spirit. That's great.
And he doesn't like the dark blue. Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. That's good. Good job, Brendan Haywood.
The Tar Heel blue is very close to Columbia blue and the old Houston H-Town blue and everything else.
Man.
So there we go.
Yep.
I do like, man, and I liked him just saying basically quit whining, college coaches. I mean, it is true. Kelvin Sampson would be the guy that you would think first, like, oh boy, guy like that, it's going to be hard in NIL. But he doesn't waste time whining about NIL or anything else like that. He just goes out and recruits players that are going to respond to his style of coaching, and it's pretty cool. It's The same. I always tell high school coaches when a high school coach starts bitching about kids these days.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, okay, well, there's other coaches out there who are coaching the same kids who have better records than you.
That's exactly right.
So maybe quit bitching about the kids and start coaching the kids better.
Yep. Yeah. It really is interesting, this confluence here in town that we've got going on right now of the Texans and the Rockets, and I'll throw the Cougs in there about how important it is to their program. I'll call the pro teams a program for purposes of this conversation. Finding the right kind of guys that respond to, in the case of the Texans, respond to D'Amico Ryan's coaching and desire for that swarm mentality. With the Rockets, and I think it's really cool with the Rockets to see like Jalen Green in the post-game press conference last night, not the press conference, but it was the press conference in the locker room, talk about the importance of Ime Udoka changing his game around, and kind of being he called him the head of the snake. Like without him, we're just a bunch of talented guys, but with him, we've got this focus now. And now with Kelvin Sampson, and that might be the hardest of the three because it's 18-year-old kids you're talking about, and going, okay, is this kid seems to be wired this way. Now all of a sudden Kelvin Sampson's getting guys who are getting their first crack at money now,
Yeah.
And does it do they still follow his coaching tenets and things like that when he gets in there?
And that's a lot of that is just being able to actually talk to kids and understand maybe and get a feel for how they're wired.
Yes.
But it's like qualifying your prospects in sales. Like you
100%.
you don't want to make a sale where you know that the person's got a really good chance of second guessing themselves and returning it the next day.
Yes.
Like you gotta for the really good salespeople, more goes into it than just making the sale right there.
Yeah.
They want to be sure there's somebody who's going to keep coming back. All that. I think for good coaches, especially now, the ability to figure that kind of stuff out matters way more than a lot of the rest of it.
Yeah.
The flip side of it would be when the Longhorns went through that period where, hey, they had a bunch of roots all the time, and yet you couldn't translate it into actual success on the football field, or they were 5-star recruits that didn't even end up being good college players. There's just you gotta know what you're actually looking for above and beyond just the superficial stuff.
No doubt. I saw an interview. I can't remember if it popped up on Twitter or my YouTube, but it was Kelvin Sampson was at a coaching clinic talking to a bunch of high school and college coaches, and he said that if you're trying to establish culture, if you're a passive-aggressive person, you will fail. Every passive-aggressive coach that he's seen in their management style fails in establishing a culture. You have to be comfortable having really uncomfortable, clear conversations with players.
Yeah. The problem with passive-aggressiveness is that the message usually isn't heard to the people that need it the most because they're so blind to that.
Yeah.
Like they're just so clueless that there's a lot of things about coaches, the way they communicate to an entire team, where like it's all the people hearing the message are the people that actually don't need the message, and the people that I always like usually from a football player's perspective. Is like the whole defense is getting reamed out basically because one guy's a jackass, and the guy who's a jackass is barely awake as the rant is going
Correct.
on. Where everybody else in the team is like, oh, I feel awful about myself. I'm the worst person alive. Oh, are we really that bad?
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was fun. So he just basically did our whole segment for us tomorrow. We'll come up with 5 more. It's Duke, as Brendan Haywood pointed out. Only 5? We can come up with more. Oh my God!
Cooper Flagg just making basically what's the key to victory? Make Cooper Flagg. I hope he puts up 35 shots.
Yeah.
Have it to be that kind of day.
Yes.
Where all of a sudden you force him into a situation where he feels like he wants to be the hero, except that you're still shutting him down while he's doing that.
I can't wait, man. It's going to be a fun game on Saturday. All right, up next, Cal McNair talked to the media at the league meetings this week. Well, let's take a listen. Said the Texans are pretty close. We'll take inventory. Are they pretty close to getting to where the Texans want to go? That is coming up next. But let's get you guys some Liqueur 43 in your hands, shall we? Buy Liqueur.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You can text the show 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We had Nick Caserio on earlier. I'm guessing you'll be hearing parts of that interview on the station throughout the rest of the day. Today, you can listen to that interview on the Odyssey app, on our podcast, the Rewind feature, however it is you want to listen to it. Subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast. Be one of the legions of fans that subscribe to it right now.
Yeah, we do well online for a couple of old guys.
We do. Not too bad. Not too bad.
So, I mean, we do. We're not radio guys. We're live streamers. That's it. Everybody knows that.
Everybody.
Who happen to put our live stream out on the radio as well.
That's right. So Cal McNair and Hannah McNair met with the media in West Palm Beach this week at the league meetings. And here's what Cal McNair had to say about the state of the Texans right now, where the team is. They're looking to take another step.
Well, we want to win every game we go out. So we haven't quite done that yet. And only one team has. But so this year compared to the year before coming off the playoff loss, we felt we were a little bit of ways. This year coming off the playoff loss, we felt we were pretty darn close. So I'm sure in the offseason the moves are making and at the draft, and there'll be some more moves here all through training camp right up to the season, and then even in the season. I think we're looking to take another step and excited to see what happens.
The pundits would tell you, the odds makers would tell you, the Texans, in the eyes of the odds makers, are further away now than they were this time a year ago. Yes.
No, that's good. That's the most objective way to look at it.
Yeah, I guess if you look at any Super Bowl odds board, the Texans are still favored significantly to win the AFC South, but I think the rest of the NFL looks at the AFC South like it's a group of 5 conference right now compared to the other divisions. They're anywhere from like 11th through 15th on any given odds board to win the Super Bowl. This time last year, keep in mind, this is the anniversary today of the Stephon Diggs trade. A year ago today, the Texans traded for Stephon Diggs, and that, I think, combined with Danielle Hunter signing with the team a couple weeks before that, shot the Texans to the moon on the odds board. Power rankings, odds board, top 5 everywhere for the Texans. They are not viewed the same now by that group of people as they were a year ago. Cal McNair says they feel they're closer now than they were a year ago. Where are you with where the Texans are right now as to compare to a year ago?
I think if I just were to break it down by talent on the roster, I think they're closer now than they were then. I think that the defense is just, it's a fundamentally good defense. They have to clean some things up to be a genuine. If they clean a couple things up, they could be a genuinely great defense. But I trust them. I think last year there was a lot of enthusiasm about the promise the offense had shown going from 2023 into 2024. I was consistent with this throughout last offseason.
Yep.
I was not as convinced that the offense was going to be awesome because they hadn't been a good offense and a promising offense. I was excited about the potential for it, but the big question was really whether or not Bobby Slowick was a good offensive coordinator, and he didn't prove that he was last year. So I think talent-wise, the additions they made in 2024 on defense were good ones, and they made sense. I think the addition of Joe Mixon was a good one. But really, the biggest question is Nick Caley a better offensive coordinator than Bobby Slowick? And we just have no way of knowing that. So I think that I feel better and more solid about certain parts of the team, but Nick Caley is as much of an unknown right now as Bobby Slowick was. So I'd put it at a wash as far as whether they're in a better position or not to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, than they were last year. I think, look, obviously the people that had them touted that high up this time a year ago were wrong. They were not that team. I think they can be wrong this year too, and maybe ranking them a little bit too low. To me, it's like, okay, if they're right about the offensive line, and being right about the offensive line doesn't mean that they go from being the 29th best offensive line to the third best offensive line.
Yeah.
Being right about the offensive line and what the tenor was in that room, and having an offensive line that plays and feels like they genuinely care snap to snap. There were so many snaps last year where you had guys, few of whom are not in the building anymore, just like you point out, stop during plays, just look like they uninterested in blocking
just
on
stand
screens.
Around, yeah,
stand around. If they have guys that really care and are just as in its totality are average, like if you can go from 29th to 17th or 16th as an offensive line, then I think you do get back to where this team was maybe viewed at, back in that neighborhood last year.
Well, and the whole thing about the offense in total, not just the offensive line, is that it was glaringly obviously on the offensive line. But the thing that was driving me insane more and more as the year went along was it was every position group making bad decisions or at times just looking like they didn't know what they were doing. And those screens, as much as they were awful at running screens, you got to remember on a lot of those screens, it was the receivers who didn't know who they were supposed to be blocking.
Yes.
At various moments in the run game and the pass game, it was the tight ends who didn't know what they were doing. And when the offensive coordinator gets up week after week saying about how we have to execute, when people in every position group are not executing properly, that's the offensive coordinator. It's so much less about the actual play calling as executing the plays that you call correctly. And that is on the offensive coordinator. It's not, you don't separate play calling from execution and say, nope, the play call is the responsibility of the offensive coordinator and the execution is the responsibility of the players. Ultimately, the offensive coordinator is responsible for all of that, and they didn't know what the hell they were doing in any given week. So if Caley is a competent offensive coordinator execution, and I don't care as much about the play calling as I care about the execution.
Yeah.
They're just, you can do it, you can run whichever scheme or philosophy you want. If you run the plays correctly, you got a much better chance than having a brilliant play call that people aren't executing properly.
If you're a sales manager and you got a group of salespeople that by and large are not selling, the sales manager gets fired. And the sales manager in this case is Bobby Slowick. Now, you fire a few of the salespeople as well. Like and I guess firing the salespeople would be getting rid of Laramie Tunsil and getting rid of Kenyon Green and cutting Shaq Mason. Just wholesale changes. I feel good. Like they are going to be elite on one side of the football. The floor for this team, I think, is decently high. Like this team, barring anything, barring C.J. Stroud getting abducted by aliens, I think the floor on this team is pretty high considering you get 6 games inside the division. It's not a great division. You've got a defense that is talented and isn't too top-heavy. You're pretty good at all 3 levels of the defense, particularly at edge rusher and in the secondary, so you're going to force a lot of turnovers. That defense and your quarterback are going to go win you 8 or 9 games, even if you're not a very good football team.
Yeah, the defense and their ability to force turnovers, which, that can kind of ebb and flow, but recovering the fumbles is the trickier one. There's just some random luck involved with that. But I think they're going to continue to get a lot of interceptions. Really, defensively, they got to stop letting up so many big plays.
Yes.
They do a lot of really good stuff for 95% of the snaps, but then they let up a huge play and kind of dash it all against the Reds. One huge area of improvement that would turn them into a genuinely elite defense. And I think a lot of that was really a lot of that was youth in the secondary as much as it was anything else. So theoretically that should get better, but sometimes guys don't get smarter as they get older.
How nervous do you think the people are that are organizing the draft party that Nick Caserio is going to trade out of the first round before the draft? Or even worse, at the draft? You got everybody there already?
Yeah. I'm guessing they've got a plan for it. Maybe they've got like a little. Maybe if they should do something like a giveaway if they do trade out, like a free T-shirt or something. If Caserio trades out.
Yeah, trade out insurance. You know, like something to compensate them if they do. Yeah, because that. I mean, if he gets a Godfather, you know, some team wants to trade back into the first round to get Jackson Dart, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, like a team. You see that sometimes teams getting back into the first round to draft a quarterback. Lamar Jackson was one of those guys. You know, the Baltimore Ravens traded up to 32, so you get that extra fifth-year option on him. He gets a Godfather offer for like the 25th pick in the draft, and they trade out, and there's 8,000 people at Discovery Green waiting on the pick.
I'll give him maybe like a gift certificate for free hot dog and a drink or something.
You got to give him something, right? Don't you? You got to
game.
give him like a something at the team store or something like that.
I don't want to say they got to do it. I don't want to get my hands in their business or anything.
That's
but
true.
It might be a nice gesture.
Be a nice gesture. Good way to put it. Yeah. I think about that a lot.
Some kind of limited apparel or something.
Yeah, something, or a T-shirt that says "I was there when Nick screwed the draft party." You know, something.
Somebody over at this moment being like, "You sons of bitches."
No, hey, you got to plan for these things, all right? I'm guessing they are.
Yeah, I'm just helping. That's just what I would do personally.
Yeah,
you know,
you do what you want. All right, another member.
I run my pro football team my way. You guys can run yours your way.
Yeah, another member of the 610 staff said yesterday that they could whoop Seth's ass in a boxing match.
Seemed pretty damn confident about it, too.
It
wasn't just that. It was almost like I was the first person that they would pick to fight in a boxing match.
Very energetic, emphatic statement that they could do this. We'll let you hear that. And what did the listeners to that show think of that proclamation? We've got that for you coming up next.
Look, you don't want to.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so this happens from time to time on shows. There's some sort of combative boxing element, some topic, MMA, whatever it may be, and whatever it is, it eventually steers around to, okay, who among us here are coworkers? Whose ass could I whoop? Who would win a boxing tournament amongst the Sports Radio 610 employees, personalities, on-air crew?
Right.
That happened on Area 45 last night.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani got into this discussion, and they were on this for about 3 or 4 minutes. The clip is too long to play unto itself, except for that we're about to play here for purposes of Payne and Pendergast. My name never even came up, which I just assumed that means that everybody would whoop my ass, which is probably true. Yeah. So
but Bijani treated this thing like he was in a prison movie.
Oh my God!
And decided he was going to go in and take on the biggest, strongest dude in the joint.
Yes.
Right off the bat with confidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's what it sounded like.
I say this with all due respect. I would whoop Seth's ass. Let's go right now. Like Sunday, boxing ring, baseball field, put the football player out there, put the wannabe out there, and let's go at it. I would whoop Seth's ass, and I would not listen to him try to talk me out of it.
Okay, that was the other thing that I should mention, because I listened to the whole long segment of this, is that what I came away with was a couple of things. One, Sean Bijani thinks that Clint Stoerner could just roll through the entire staff.
Yes, true. Yeah, he put Clint up there. Yeah, like there was no chance.
Like a tank going through the Champs-Élysées back in World War II. And then the second thing was that he thought that you would be more inclined to talk the person out of it who was challenging you. In other words, your response to Sean wanting to box you would be like, "Hey, we don't need to solve this with violence. I don't think you want to do this," that kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like I think he's mistaken my kindness for weakness. I think I've gotten too laid back over these last few years.
Yeah, man.
I think because I'm a more calm, cool, and collected guy than I used to. He's forgotten something. But the other part of that too is, even if I were as psychotic as I used to be, when it comes to boxing, no. I respect the sweet science. Yeah. I'm not going to go out there and be flailing around like some idiot brawler that's going to wear myself out after 30 seconds. Right. Listen, would I win a boxing match versus an actual boxer, some middleweight? No. Not a guy that actually knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't know something about Sean Bijani's pugilistic skills or something. Mm-hmm. Maybe he was a Golden Gloves champion back in the day. Maybe. I've never heard of it.
Me neither. Yeah.
Bijani is wiry. He's very athletic and all of that. But look, I've got a reach. I don't think he'd land a punch. I would use my reach advantage to its full. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he's been training with Customato and he's going to employ a peekaboo style where he gets up inside me like Tyson did.
Tyson?
He closes the distance. He dodges and closes the distance super quickly and then gets up underneath me. So I've got the reach advantage. Yeah. He's not even going to get close to me.
Right.
I've got the power advantage, which isn't just about, remember, the absolute overall power, but it's when a guy is so much shorter than you and you have that height advantage, it's a lot easier to just rain down blows from above, which I would do liberally.
You have the high ground all the time on him.
Yeah, I got the angle of attack on him.
Yeah.
I'm going to use the clinch. If he thinks he's just going to bob and weave through however many rounds we play, no, I'm going to wear his ass out with clinching. I got fun to see how much I can, get away with
like
that.
The tie-ups where they get in there and just kind of
You just kind of lean into him, really make him feel the weight.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out any advantage that he would possibly have, and I don't see where it is.
This is what I wonder about him too. Is like Sean looks like somebody who's in good shape. He's very slender, but sometimes guys are just naturally that shape, and they haven't done the cardio for a long time. But
he also does he does a lot of outdoor work. And
that's true. There's fences and things like that. Yeah, he's probably in good shape.
But that's where the clinch helps you though too. Yeah. I can tell you this just from wrestling because my brother wrestled in college. he was stuck between weight classes. He kept growing, and he couldn't wrestle 190 anymore, so he had to wrestle 275. So he would eat all day long to try to weigh 225, 230. And he was in better shape. Like, he'd go out and run a mile, 3 minutes faster than any of those 275-pound guys. After a 275-pound guy leans on you for a full match, it wears on you,
Yes. Yep.
So, I don't, the dismissiveness with which he issued the challenge, that's the thing that bothered me the most.
Not win, whoop your ass.
Whoop my ass.
Whoop your
He
ass.
wouldn't land a punch. He'd be punching my forearms the entire bout, Sean. That's where he would land his punches.
No, I have
Are the judges awarding points for landing punches on my forearms?
You're a
now?
minus 750 favorite in the book of Pendergast. Don't
Doing this listening on the stream is not a good boxing position, but I've got a microphone in my way.
That's right.
So, yeah. Plus, this is what he doesn't understand either. If he did land a punch, I've got an incredibly strong chin. I've played, do you know how many concussions I've played through?
Right.
The blows to the head I've taken in my life.
Yeah.
It doesn't faze me a bit. I might let him have 7 shots right off the bat.
I want to play the audio of the text page from their show, and I will. But the text coming into our show, I don't know. Someone says IDK. I don't know. Seth has a crazy side to him. He might just snap. That's very funny to me. Release the beast, Seth, someone says.
Plus, he's got to understand, too. Now, Patrick kept making the point that I hit people for a living, and, how could you go against somebody that hits people for a living? I don't know if it's a direct correlation in terms of just the whole, because it's obviously it's a different type of. But the big thing about playing defensive line is you've got to be really good with your hands.
Yes.
And the way I made up for not being all that great of an athlete as a defensive lineman was I was very, very good with my hands.
Oh, man.
So, like, when you're punching me, trust me, the exact same thing has been done to me by guys who are 6'6" and punch offensive linemen who punch professionally for a living.
Right.
I can see it coming. You're not gonna blind me with a jab that I just thought was coming out of nowhere.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Seth, didn't you get knocked out by a parking arm?
Didn't get knocked out. Bloodied, but I kept going.
He kept going.
I went and got my burrito.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then came back.
I got hit by the parking arm in the Greenway Plaza parking garage. But I walked into that Chipotle with a bloody face and said, "Damn it."
And then went back.
Give me my burrito.
Walked back and beat the piss out of that parking arm. Here's what it sounded like on Area 45 last night. People responding to Sean Bijani's proclamation that he could whoop Seth Payne's ass in a boxing match.
What does this guy say? He goes, does Sean even know Seth? He's an animal when it comes to physical competition.
Can't believe you don't know these things.
From the 281. Yes. 20 years ago, he was. Absolutely. From the 346, shut your mouth, whip Seth's ass.
Shut your mouth.
Let's see, we got one from the 713. Don't let the anger management fool you. Seth's farm boy ass would cook you. I don't care how long ago he left the farm, but farm toys, and I would imagine he meant farm boys, fight different. And I just
he
say
beat you in a spelling contest too.
I just say to all of that, SAWFT, soft, whoop your ass. No, that'll be fun.
All right.
It'll be fun.
It'll be fun.
So this thing's happening.
It's happening.
Apparently.
Well, he was saying in the long cut, like, or it might have been even the short cut we just played, like, get the boxing ring out, put it in the middle of a baseball field, and let's go do this somewhere.
I feel like he's been training. I feel like Bijani's been going and doing. He's been taking lessons or something.
Training or no? But how
Yeah.
trained would he have to be for you to feel like he could possibly beat you?
The biggest thing is, just from doing, like, if you've never done a charity boxing fight or anything, you don't really, or if you never actually boxed or anything, you don't appreciate how physically grueling
It's
it is.
cardio, man. It is.
That would be the big, if he could make it go a long time and then just avoid getting thumped and everything, there's a chance I might actually die on my feet out there. The endurance would be, he would definitely have, as long as he could keep it from getting in close, he'd have an advantage there. If it went the full, 3 to 5 rounds, however long we did.
Yeah. Okay. once that go die energy hits Seth, PC is going to need a new co-host.
It would be. I'd get somewhere in the second round. I'd decide like, no, this sucks. This is too much work, and I'd just go for it. And I'd figure like, all right, I'm either going to destroy him right now, but then if he withstood that barrage, then he'd have a really good chance because I wouldn't be able to lift my arms afterwards.
You're winning on the text page like at a 10-1 clip right now. There are a couple people saying Sean would win, but the best is how descriptive the people are that are picking you. If that fight happens, Seth might wind up in prison.
Clint would be a tough one because I don't have as big a size advantage over Clint, and then Clint's been working out pretty hard.
He's in better shape now than he was a year ago, yeah.
And he's obviously a very good athlete, so I don't know how it translates to boxing or anything. But like if we gave everybody 6 months to actually train, then Clint would make me the most nervous. Yeah.
6 months ain't gonna do it for me. You could be several. However many there are in, I'm the equivalent of the 16 seed. Someone said on the text page, John Lopez, we welcome John Lopez and Reggie Attitool in. They are in the loop. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, baby. Someone said on the text page that you used to box. Is
that
that true? Okay.
I did. I'm a Hispanic from the barrio in San Antonio. It's
All right.
kind of a birthright.
Oh, crap.
Okay. It's kind of a birthright. I boxed.
I'm not fighting Lopez.
No, it's been 40 years, but I did box in the silver gloves, which is the juniors.
Okay.
And then 1 year in the golden gloves.
How'd you do?
Okay, I got a story.
Okay, let's go.
In the golden gloves, I was 9-0 in my first 9 fights.
Okay.
And then you can Google this. I fought a kid by the name of Mike Ayala.
Yeah?
Beat the hell out of me. Like, I didn't go down. That's my badge of honor.
Oh, you're like Rocky Balboa.
The old Homer Simpson?
He beat me to a pulp. I should have gone down in the first round.
You
did you have
I
had the face
the gear? You had the gear on your face, yeah.
And Mike Ayala went on to win the Bantamweight World Championship.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so you had good reason.
Made sense that he whooped your ass.
Dude,
He's Tony Ayala's brother. Tony Ayala Jr., remember him?
Yeah.
That's his big brother. His big brother was Mike Ayala. Just beat me to a pulp. But I was 9-0 at one point.
But that's where, without maybe Bijani's got more of a background than I know about. Because the guys that are like the genuinely good boxers, Lopez, as you know, like an amateur dude like me versus somebody that really knows what they're doing.
Yes.
No, I'm not fighting that guy.
Yes.
Those are the guys that tap you 3 times before you even realize you're in a fight.
And I, obviously all through high school, I played bad football and I wrestled a little bit. There is nothing like boxing in terms of exhaustion.
Boxing stamina is insane.
There is nothing. I would be like just laying on the floor.
Yes.
Like there's nothing like it.
Mike Ayala has a Wikipedia page.
Oh, yeah, he was a world champion.
Is Lopez on there?
Yeah. No, there's no Lopez on here. Yeah, it just says the only thing it says about his amateur career is he won the 1973 National Golden Gloves Flyweight Championship.
Yeah, that guy.
Is that your weight class?
I was up. It was these were like preliminary. You could fight, up or down.
Okay, and he won the National 1974 AAU Bantamweight Championship.
Yeah, that guy.
Went on to a pro career to much acclaim.
Yeah.
So along those lines, what is the question of the day today?
What athlete would you or could you take?
In a fight?
Yes. And, of course, in order to make this as realistic, because, I want to leave room for the people that want to be utterly not realistic. That's where Bijani is coming from.
Or definitely want to take. You'd be scrapping.
Right. But I'm also, like, I immediately was in the place where I'm thinking what former athletes.
Okay.
Like, I'm just going to abandon shame. I'm just going to take down some old cat that I have beef with, and I'm trying to figure out what's the right dude to have beef with that I would take down. But I feel like just however you want to play
Can it be a sliding scale? I don't think there's a single athlete that I could beat. Could it be somebody in sports that I could...
Sure. Oh, I love that.
Oh, that's
because I'll find Coach K.
We just changed the question.
Coach K will be a grease spot by the time I'm done with him.
I love
Coach K's on my
Coach
list.
K, is he? Yeah, I would love to just get in the ring with Coach K and just splatter his brains all over the mat.
He's on
Yeah, I like this. Yes, the anger.
Yeah, I might have to go. I might go to the Final Four this weekend now. I bet he'll be there. Go find him, tap him on the shoulder, and just blast him in the face. Yeah.
I've got unfinished business with Taylor Lewan. I think that's the one. Yeah.
You like him
I told
now,
Taylor
though.
Lewan, I met him at training camp this year, and I told him how much I hated him when he was a player.
Mm-hmm.
I just got right out there with it. I was like, I used to talk a lot of smack about you. Hated you. And he's like, yeah, you got to, man. I never played against against him. I never played against him. I was as a sports radio host.
Yes,
but he played for the Titans, and we had a good laugh about it.
Yeah, he took that as a compliment. I guarantee you. He's a heel.
Oh yeah,
how about Show and Jim Nance?
Oh yeah,
that's a good one.
That's a solid one.
That's a solid fight.
How are we handicapping that?
Show and Jim Nance.
Show's got a nasty side to him.
He's got a nasty side to him. But if does Jim Nance run 5Ks or anything like that at his age? Do we know?
No, I know he puts up portraits of himself.
Yeah, Jim Nance. Is he the one that don't eat vegetables?
No, that was
that's Al Michaels.
That's Al Michaels.
Al Michaels doesn't eat vegetables.
Apologies. All play-by-plays look alike. I'm
He's
sorry.
never eaten a vegetable in his life.
Yeah.
Al Michaels?
No, never.
Yeah.
Really?
He takes pride in this.
Okay. Well, look. Yeah. Scoreboard. He's still around doing his job at a decent level. That's interesting.
That makes me mad sometimes. Because
Yes.
obviously there's things that in theory you should do to protect your health, and then there's so many anomalies of somebody that's like, I ate exclusively red meat.
Probably smoked 2 packs a day back in the day.
85 years of age.
Is that what he is?
No, I don't know.
He's 80.
He's got to be 80, right?
He's 80.
He called the Miracle on Ice back in 1980.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand for 30-something-year-old, like, once I get past 60, I have a hard time.
They're all the same.
Boy, I am breaking down this
Ages.
show versus Jim Nance fight. Nance clearly has the reach.
But he's not a tough guy.
He's not a tough guy. No, Show wins the nastiness battle like tenfold.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm asking, does Nance run 5Ks? Does he need to run 5Ks to win the cardio battle with Ron the Show Hughley? I don't know that he does.
Yeah.
All right.
I do love that you guys kept it to that boxing, because when I heard the audio, Bijani, I didn't go to the boxing place, and I was like, I feel like you have to go street fight, but also he died.
Boxing is Bijani's only chance to beat Seth.
Okay.
His only chance.
Right, yeah. That's why I have the utmost respect for actual boxers. I mean, it's incredibly. But yeah, a street fight. That's a whole different deal.
Yeah, but I was like, if Sean is willing to go dirty, because I do know that your body has taken some knocks playing the car crash sport, that maybe he just goes, I'm hitting you in the eyes. I'm hitting all your weak spots that you've obviously dealt with. Like I'm wondering if that's the way that you have to play.
He's got
this.
a diagram of Seth on his wall where Seth looks like the guy from Operation, the Wacky Doctor's game. All of Seth's injuries. Yeah. The big red nose. Yeah, that'd be cool.
No, honestly, almost every fight I've ever been in is ended with me like holding somebody down to the ground and like until they just calm the hell down.
Yeah, stop it.
I'm way too afraid of getting arrested to ever just beat somebody to a pulp.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
But I also have the humility because I had an older brother. I got my butt whooped a lot.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm not one of these guys that claims I've never lost a fight or anything. Every time you hear, who does this? Marky Mark. Marky Mark claims that he was in thousands of fights and never lost a fight.
Yeah.
Like you didn't grow up in South Boston and get in fights every day and win every fight you were in. So you either didn't get in that many fights or you're lying about never losing a fight.
Where I just remind Seth as we sign off, he didn't say he'd win. He said he would whoop your ass.
He said whip my ass.
Whoop your ass.
And that's why I feel like Cataldi has problems coming up.
Okay.
I feel like Cataldi might go down, fellas.
The takes.
I feel like Cataldi might go down.
Take-a-mania tomorrow. Reggie, you're a genius.
The text line's a genius.
That's all right. That's how you're a genius to utilize the text line.
Yes.
All right. We are done. Seth, antibodies to you. Get in the gym. Go start working that speed bag.
Antibodies and raining down overhand rights to you.
Have a steak and a beer. You don't need to worry.
There you go. All right. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I'm so glad nobody's questioning or like threatening to fight me. Like, I mean, I would get into
You've got the
it,
cardio on everybody.
I don't think so.
Maybe not Sean.
I got a decent amount of cardio, but I don't think I've had the shot at cardio on everyone. But yeah, I mean, this is a nice group of guys that I feel like have a decent amount of strength all the way across. I'm not trying to fight these fellas. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. What is it, Thursday?
It is Thursday.
Man, what a week it's been. All right. Let's get going. You got John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. I don't remember if we said it a second time, but appreciation for what was a fantastic D&M Auto Leasing crosstalk, because that was very fun.
That was crosstalk brought to you by
Brother, I got you. And that'll come back around when we get to our question of the day later. But I want to start with what I think needs to be celebratory tones. Of course, shout out to Payne and Pendergast also for having Nick Caserio on this morning. We'll revisit some of that audio. I thought that was it's always good when we get a chance to hear from the general manager, especially with those fine fellas. But I got to start with a notable thing that happened last night, which was the Rockets reach 50 wins, the first time they've done that since the 18-19 season. Mm-hmm. And more importantly, they break a 5-year drought of getting to the playoffs. And it was a time, brother. It was a time, as you guys well know. And I kind of wanted to, like, in appreciating the way – yeah, I was like, that is an understatement. I understand, Sean.
I have to go down to the boss's office. I can't wait to listen to this segment later on.
Okay.
I'm very excited about
All right. Well, look at you overselling like what I hope I could deliver in that way.
Odyssey Rewind.
Very good. That's always available to you on the Odyssey app. I want to revisit the way that we got back to the playoffs. Like, how did the Rockets get back to the playoffs? Because if you'll remember – the last playoff berth that they had was 2020. That was bubble champ. That was bubble playoffs. That was James Harden, Russell Westbrook. In fact, at that point, they had gotten to the point where Westbrook was your center. Yeah. Remember, like in the February of that year of 2020, they were getting to the place where they were trying to, get the change the different dynamic and make it work with Westbrook. And so he was basically playing. It was a weird time.
Yeah.
You go to the bubble, and then you lose in the second round to the eventual champion Los Angeles Lakers 4-1, right? Mm-hmm. So that was the last time you were in the playoffs. Now from here, and of course you can always get involved with the program. 713-572-4610. As always, it's a collaborative effort. Let us know the things that you recall from this period of the path and the way fighting your way back to the playoffs. So I begin here, Lopez. You lose that, and then after 4 seasons as the head coach, Mike D'Antoni steps down, right, coming out of the bubble because no extension was reached the year prior, and the writing was on the wall. And then
it was talked about all year.
Yeah. And then Steven Silas becomes the head coach of this team, right? So you start there. Like, what do you recall about that moment, that time period?
Well, okay, so Daryl Morey was a factor in here.
Yes, Daryl Morey stepped down for quote-unquote personal reasons.
Yeah.
Tillman Fertitta had assured Morey that his job was safe 2 days after the playoff loss, but still he steps down. Quote from Tillman Fertitta, he had always said, I'm not going to be here forever. At some point, I might want to go back to the East Coast, which you eventually did. Yeah. I didn't think it was going to happen. I knew this was that year, but Daryl's been here almost 15 years. I was surprised, but I remember the previous conversations. He reminded me that a few times. So now Daryl Morey, who in Daryl we trust, right? Like that was where you were. Now your organization has lost the coach and the rudder of the organization in Daryl Morey, but they felt good. They immediately just say, we're going to let EVP of basketball ops, Rafael Stone, take over. And there were some questions like, what is Rafael Stone? Like, what are his bona fides? And he gets to navigate you now through this time period.
All right, so here's what is really, really interesting to me about that time. And Rockets fans will remember it. Daryl Morey, really, mostly Daryl Morey, they got too close to James Harden, too close to the team. They got kind of full of themselves. Like they were he was very smart. He had a lot of success, but he had never really gotten, very far in the postseason in terms of what was promised. I think he got too close.
He got far. He had done the musical chairs of all the partners for James Harden. You had the, Dwight Howard, you had the Chris Paul, you tried all sorts of different iterations, and you got relatively close, obviously, going back to that Warriors Western Conference final.
That's the one. But in 15 years, I think they'd only gotten to that 1-2 conference finals and had never gotten to a championship.
Correct.
In 15 years. It was very unnerving that Daryl Morey was kind of running the show more than anybody else, and it was just like absolute time for him to move on. Like it was just I'll use this word because we've heard it from the Texans. It was kind of a toxic environment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go into kind of the wasteland as some people are already getting involved on some of these places. I'll definitely make sure that I stop down as we follow this path.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Tad Brown was the president.
That's right.
Tad Brown and Daryl Morey kind of ran the whole show, and I like both these guys. I'm just telling you what was the case. They kind of thought they reinvented basketball. Tad Brown and Daryl Morey were the ones that said, no, we actually won that game.
Yes.
That famous, I know the scoreboard said otherwise, but we actually won that game. That's what the vibe was. like, come on, man.
Analytics conference all-star Daryl Morey.
Yes. You lost the game. So it was very kind of toxic in there. And I don't think Tillman Fertitta and Daryl Morey and Tad Brown ever really got along. So the writing was on the wall. It was toxic in there.
All right. Well, here we go into the mystic in a way, to quote Van Morrison, because we're done with the Russell Westbrook experience. Clearly, you had to change your entire basketball philosophy in order to try and make it work, and ultimately you came up short. So Russell Westbrook, bye. Welcome in John Wall. You remember John Wall years?
Barely.
Yeah. You traded for John Wall and a 2023 first round pick, and then you start the season that year. And I mean, James Harden, he actually in the offseason, he had demanded trades and he arrived late to training camp. You remember that?
Yeah.
And then he stumbles at the start of the season, and after a 3-6 start, he is traded to Brooklyn. And this is where Rafael Stone starts to make his imprint on the team. Obviously, after, James Harden forces your hand.
Yeah.
And this is we were talking about this yesterday. I don't think he'll ever be absolutely held up as a legend of this team, even though he did some incredible things in his 8 seasons here. I don't think he won an MVP for Pete's sake, but I don't think he'll ever be held up as a legend, in large part because of the shenanigans that he pulled to get his way out. But the Rockets receive Victor Oladipo. You're gonna hear that name more. Dante Exum, Rodions Kurucs, and then a glut of draft ammo, namely 3 Brooklyn first-round picks and 4 Brooklyn swaps, right? And obviously, this is where we start to see the value and the ways in which you're going to bet against Brooklyn, and try and find your value to get yourself. So that is a major point where you have James Harden coming in and, the fat suit, quote-unquote, and him just not being in that right space. But this is where you're really into the space where you're like, all right, we're rebooting.
Yeah.
All right. The 2020-2021 season goes, and you are dead last in the West, 17-55. Remember, you are trying to do this as the core. Victor Oladipo, John Wall, Christian Wood. That was who you were looking at.
Christian Wood
as your core in that instance, right? And
John Wall wasn't playing really very much that year.
No, I think he
didn't play at all the next year.
40 games in that season.
Yeah.
And then in January of 2021, I was trying to remember. Do you recall how Kevin Porter Jr. makes his way onto this team? Because there was a point in time where he was foundational. I had completely forgotten how he got there.
How did he get here?
Remember, he was a Cleveland Cavalier in that season. And in January, reportedly, he threw food around in the locker room upon discovering that his old locker had been given away to Taurean Prince, who had come in a trade, right? And he was – so you bring in Kevin Porter Jr., soon thereafter for basically nothing, a protected second-round pick. You got him for the low, and you were like, hey, we're going to take this low-cost flyer on a dude who has some talent, but has some anger.
Brother threw soup on somebody, man.
He did. That's right.
Was it Damon Jones?
I don't know. See, you might be mixing two stories because I was trying to see about this because I remember there was a story about J.R. Smith.
Oh yeah, that's what that was. That's what that was.
Which is hilarious. And I think that was around the locker room. So there you go. KPJ's on the team. Not a great season. We now head to the 2021 NBA draft, where number 2 overall, the Rockets select Jalen Green. This is where Jalen Green enters your life. You also trade 2 future first-round picks for the number 16 pick, where you select. Have you heard of a Turkish league MVP? His name was Alperen Şengün. You know anything about this guy?
And a young kid. And then
he was MVP at 18.
Yeah.
Right? And so this is where you start to see the foundation being laid for this return to the playoffs. You get these 2 young guys, and it's like, oh, okay, these guys are talented.
Yeah.
Although Alperen Şengün, I don't think Jalen Green was obviously that one. It felt like, okay, this is going to be the guy that you rest your laurels on going forward. Alperen Şengün was just kind of
played like a European player, an old school, not the current iteration, but an old school European player. Not as nasty as you want. More offensive-minded, etc.
All right, so you get those guys. Also, Usman Garuba with pick 23, Josh Christopher 24, also selected. 2021-22 season. Rockets go 20-62, just shy of an expected 21-61. They had the worst defensive rating and worst offensive rating. Like this was, or 19th best offensive rating. This was a low point. Remember on January 1st, 2022, right? So the first day of that, calendar year. Christian Wood was benched and refused to check in with after Steven Silas looked to actually go to him in the second half. And in that same game, KPJ, I don't know if he had violated team rules or whatever, but he had gotten sat down, and John Lucas talked to him pretty sternly.
Yeah, they got into it.
At halftime, KPJ said, bump this, took his ball, and left the game, did not return to the bench in the second half. That was where you were as a team during that time period. And they both were suspended after the weekend on the Monday after that. All right, so that was the 21-22 season. So you go to the 22 draft. And this is where you select with the 3rd overall pick out of Auburn, Jabari Smith Jr. And remember, this felt like this was a late change because Jabari Smith Jr. had been mocked a whole bunch to the Magic at number 1.
Yeah.
And it was like draft day thereabouts where all of a sudden it's like, actually,
that was Banchero?
Paolo Banchero was probably going to go 1.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, OKC was in love with Chet Holmgren, and that brought Jabari Smith Jr. to you at number 3.
Okay, so let's pause right here for a second. You talk about that was the low point. That was about as low as you can get because the Steven Silas factor, the no control, young players that you didn't really know what they, all 3 of those guys had big question marks, especially Şengün and Jalen Green, and you're wondering, about just the makeup of this squad, like the leadership of this squad.
Yes, but you're bringing in talent. Jabari number 3, and then don't forget that is the same draft in which at number 17, and he still wears it to this day, obviously in reminder of it, Tari Eason is taken out of LSU. That is the first of the Brooklyn selections that you're making. So that is Brooklyn's pick that you used to get Tari Eason, one of the Terror Twins, as they were referred to earlier. Ty Washington was also selected in that draft, if you remember. And in that's
a Rockets legend right there.
There you go.
Man.
And
everybody loves Ty.
They love a diminutive. I feel like in sports, there's 2 things that, like, especially American sports watchers love. We love a diminutive athlete, so we like a small guy, and we love a portly athlete.
And a white shooter.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Garrison Matthews, baby.
Shout out to 5 threes last night.
Yes. To Reed Shepherd.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Which that was fun to see. We'll talk more about that. All right, so that year, so this is where I need a little bit of audio because I believe I got this. December 31st of that year. I don't know why. The turn of the league year, or the turn of the calendar always pops up for the Rockets in this time period. December 31st, New Year's Eve. Eric Gordon was asked if he was seeing the improvement that he thought he'd see from this group. This was his response.
Are you seeing the improvement that you thought you would see when the season started?
There's no improvement.
There's no improvement. Like, veteran player Eric Gordon, and I know some people are like, yo, he's trying to get his way out of here, but veteran player Eric Gordon, who
is not controversial.
No,
like
he is not.
By any stretch. Yeah.
Flatly.
Nah, that brother was tired.
Yeah.
I bet. Because it's like you have all this young talent and you're hoping that eventually and
no improvement.
There's none. There's nothing.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, Raphael Stone was on very thin ground, at least from the outside looking in. And very thin ground.
I mean, by accounts, like Tillman Fertitta got to a point where he wanted to pull the plug on this rebuild thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm out of here. They stayed the course, including this. February 6th of 2023, after a 20-point loss to Sacramento at home, Steven Silas gets up on the podium. And yes, there's probably a number of these.
This is my favorite. We had fun with this in real time.
So good.
Here is Steven Silas decrying the effort of his team.
They're not giving the effort on the defensive end. They're not getting after it like they're supposed to. They're not getting into their man and fighting over and helping each other. They're not doing what they're supposed to do.
And then he's out of there, right? Like that. Again,
they're not getting the effort.
You were in a terrible place.
He's like playing make believe. He's playing dress up, and we talked about it then, Figgy. It's like, hey, you guys, I'm mad. You guys, this is not acceptable. It was so bad.
I felt bad for him too because he wasn't coming in there to coach a rebuilding team like that.
Yeah,
remember,
yeah.
he was there to coach Harden,
and then all of a sudden Harden's out of here, and this is an entirely different team. So there you go. Like, you have that. Now, you did have a really good game on March. Jabari Smith Jr. hit a game-winning three. That you see. Okay, there's some opportunities for some here. Steven Silas is fired April 8th of that year. Then you get a few weeks later, Ime Udoka hired. 2023 draft, number 4 overall. Amen Thompson is drafted. Cam Whitmore is drafted, number 20. Then you get an improvement year. July 1st of that, the offseason, before you head in, Fred VanVleet comes in, and now you're dealing with something else. Raphael Stone's talking about the summer being important, that it's their time to spend, and then July 8th, another week, Ty, Usman Garuba, Josh Christopher, KJ Martin all go out, bring in Dylan Brooks, and you get rid of PJ, or, he is accused of like choking his girlfriend. You're starting to turn the corner, and then you end up 41-41. You just miss out on the play-in last season, and now here you are after trading Victor Oladipo and a second rounder for Steven Adams late last season. You end up in this year where you trade some of your Brooklyn picks, you bring in the Phoenix picks. Now you have that, and you select Reed Sheppard number 3 overall. And with all of that this season, all of these players that you've acquired, these young talented, and then with Ime building up this team. After having a 19-game improvement last year, you see an even bigger improvement, at least a 9-game improvement right now to a 50-win season, and you're going back to the playoffs.
And the reason this is so significant is I don't think people are truly appreciating 50 wins and at least a top 6 seed, maybe a top 2 seed so quickly, because just 2 years ago, man, this was a bleep show.
Yes.
I mean, it was the Browns. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. Coach that couldn't coach defense, playing dress up. Players that were, you didn't know what they were. General manager maybe on the way out, or certainly no trust. And now look at them, 50 wins and counting, and they could be the number 2 seed.
Yeah, and they're sitting there. They've solidified their playoffs, and yeah, you're right. They could be the number 2 seed. They got a 3-game lead on the 3 seed with just a few games left to go. They're back in action tomorrow against the Thunder. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, salute to the Rockets for reaching this accomplishment. They set out to make the playoffs, and they've done that and more at this point. All right, coming up next, let's jump into a little bit of what happened with Payne and Pendergast earlier. They talked to Nick, and he shed a little light on the offensive line project. Let's get into that next.
All right, let's talk about Mill Creek Homes of Texas. And I'm talking about, you want to build a home, you have a dream.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And on Sports Radio 610 all day long, it's been it's always fun to chill with us, and especially when you get a day like today where Nick Caserio joins the program.
Mm-hmm.
Always good when he gets to sit down and talk to Sean and Seth, and they always get into some really interesting things, especially at a time like this where you're 3 weeks away from the NFL draft, and you get a little bit of an insight into what free agency has looked like and what the draft might look like. And in talking to the fellas, Nick Caserio, I think he shed a little bit of light on this offensive line project, of course, in large part because the questions. And this was Nick Caserio earlier today with those fellas. I think it was 7:30 when he was on. And Sean asked him, what change were you looking for in the offensive line room? Obviously talking about kind of the moves that they made, namely sending Laramie Tunsil out, and just kind of what was the objective there?
No, there's never anything specific. I think what you try to do is after each season, you kind of take a step back, make an evaluation. All right, what happened? Is there anything that we feel that we need to do moving forward? And there's going to be change. We've talked about this on this show. Your team's going to turn over X number of percent each year. So every situation, you kind of evaluate case by case. I don't think we went to the offseason and said, well, we're going to do A, B, C, and D. That's never really how it works. What you have to do is just kind of take inventory of where you are and try to take advantage of the opportunities as they present themselves. So in the Laramie situation, that was something that, we weren't certainly intent on doing or that we were motivated to do. I think when we just looked at the situation, we felt that it was the opportunity in front of us that made sense. Washington had a need, and then we consummated the trade, and ultimately we felt like that was the best decision for the Texans at that particular time. So I think you always know going in the offseason you're going to add players. There are going to be some players that go on and off the team. There are going to be some players that go on and off the roster. We made, I would say, changes offensively from Coach Cayley to Coach Popovich, so from the coordinator to the offensive line. So that's kind of step one. There's going to be personnel changes that take place. We've seen a number of changes that have taken place. So I think the big thing that we've talked about and D'Amico and I are focused on is just trying to carry as much competition on the team as possible. And in the end, it's going to come down to how well we execute on Sundays. So we're a long way from that. It's April 3rd. Where we end up beginning of September, whatever the first game is, nobody really knows. But, we felt the way we're positioned right now, we have a number of players on the offensive line with varying levels of experience that have played a lot of football, including some of the players that are returning on our team. Obviously, the players that we brought on externally have played a lot of football. How it all transpires and how it all sorts itself out, TBD. So, but, we feel like we're in a decent spot right now, and I think the big thing is just being able to go out there and get the 5 best guys on the field, bring 8 to the game, but get the 5 best guys that are out there, and hopefully we can go out there and just play good football and execute on a consistent basis. So there were times as a team, I would say not just specific to the offensive line, as a team, did a number of really good things last year. There were other areas that, we probably could have done a little bit better. So that's where, it's a year-to-year league, and your team's going to change, and we're no different than any other team.
All right, so you ever listen to somebody talking on an interview and you actually talk out loud yourself? Because when I was listening to the first part of this, I went, what? Literally said, what?
And talking about the opportunity.
He's not talking about Austin Deculus. He's talking about Laramie Tunsil.
Right.
That's what got me. Like, I get his concept, and I'm not, look.
There's no I in team.
Okay, no, look, let me be very, very clear. I understand the reason that Laramie Tunsil, but it wasn't like, hey, we saw an opportunity. No. How many times have we heard Nick Caserio say, we want to get the best players we can to be Houston Texans?
Mm-hmm.
Laramie Tunsil, for all the other stuff that was a factor in them moving on for him, might have been the best player on the team, depending on how you feel about a couple of other guys.
Sure.
Right? But he was in the top 3, top 4.
Definitely the highest paid.
Definitely the highest paid. So when he said, "Yeah, we saw an opportunity. The Commanders needed a tackle, and we made the decision," I'm like, "What?" If he's talking about Austin Deculus, maybe I misheard. If he's talking about Austin Deculus, I'm in.
No, I can confirm he was talking about Laremy Tunsil.
Do you feel like the opportunity was getting that 3rd and 2nd round pick?
I know.
For Laremy, again, how many times have we heard? Look, it's a little bit of criticism of his answer. Yes, I'm going to tell you that up front. I get why they did it, so I don't want to separate that. But the reason they did it is because what he said later. He said, "We want to get the best 5 guys. We want to get the best 5 guys with the new coordinator,
but there's
the new
something
offensive line coach."
But again, I don't think that you absolutely needed to make this move at this particular moment. If you're just going best 5 guys, right?
Exactly.
We know cap considerations came into this, and when he talks about opportunity, that's probably a large part of it is an opportunity to move on from that particular cap hit from that player. But then, if you're going back to best 5 guys. Laremy Tunsil, at least pass blocking wise, is there. So you would have to acknowledge that there's something else within that.
That's the point,
right? Like there's something else within that. That does not.
We had an opportunity. We had an opportunity.
Right. That does not fully speak to the idea of whoever initiated. Which honestly, we didn't get to the bottom of there. I know Seth said that he wished he would have followed up with that, which would have been really cool. But only God knows if Nick would have given you that. But let's say when you say we had an opportunity, it does make me seem like the Commanders maybe initiated like, hey, is this something that we could get? If that's the case, imagine Nick Caserio again. Like, all right, well, they're thinking about trading for this guy. All right, yeah, we can maybe get commensurate value from that. That does not seem like the way that you go about a player that you feel is
when the window's open.
Yes, when the window is open, that you feel like is instrumental to what you're doing.
All due respect, Austin Deculus, or Nick Broker or something. This was Laremy Tunsil. So clearly he's being very tactful about the reasons, and I get that, but it did make me go, that's weird.
But I did find it interesting that at a certain point he kind of turns to. Like after kind of laying that out when it comes to the actual Laremy Tunsil, but the idea and the question was kind of what is the change that you're looking for? And he started talking about Nick Caley as the offensive line, as the coordinator, and Cole Popovich as the offensive line coach. And it very much leans back to the notion that they are putting a lot of this on the scheme and the ability to get for your coordinator and your coaching to get execution out of that position. And it seems like, you obviously talks about competition. We've heard all of that conversation. But it does seem like he is making it very explicit. They just believe that this was not, this was a Bobby Slowick do, and that they feel like if your technique is better, they can get a different assortment of 5 guys to get this to work without having the incredibly high-level play of Laremy Tunsil. And that's quite a gamble to make.
To say the least. And again, I think I said it yesterday, if they do get 5 guys that all have question marks to some degree to play at a very high level, build a freaking statue because that would be incredible. Technique matters that much, for them. If it works, build a statue because that would be incredible.
Yeah.
These 5 guys. Now they're going to add, obviously, but these 5 guys.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that when you look at these 5 guys, I think, or in the possibility of adding, a young talented player in the draft or what have you, it's still like there's a lot of, I envision it almost like a parlay, right? Like, does this bet hit? Does this bet hit? There's a lot of bets.
Hit.
There's a lot of bets, including first time offensive coordinator and and Cole Popovich stepping up into that space as offensive line coach. Although there's a level of I guess comfortability that they have having worked together in the past. It does then, but highlight that they really are leaning fully into that as the notion, as we are just going to be able to coach it up better.
Clearly, and he said it. D'Amico said it.
I'm still having I'm having trouble getting to the place that absolutely works for you.
Yeah.
All right, but there was a lot more. He spent an hour talking to Payne and Pendergast. We'll circle back around to more of that here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, where Sean Bijani. Last night, quite a take saying that he could take Seth when it comes to a boxing match. And to that end, our question of the day, get involved, 713-572-4610. What athlete or what person in sports could you or would you scrap with? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Your new vehicle is just about
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, the question of the day, what person in sports could you or would you scrap with? 713-572-4610, inspired by Bijani having quite a take last night. Before we get there, on the Jim Allen of the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
From the 713, do you really think the O-line can get worse? We were just talking about the offensive line project and Nick Caserio shedding a little bit of light into kind of their thought process, at least specifically speaking on it, because we had not heard them specifically speak on it. We kind of pontificate. And I'll throw the question to you. Do you think the offensive line can get worse? Because for me, I'm like, I don't know that it can get worse, but that doesn't inherently mean that it's better, and then also by what degree, because that can't be the bar is just any level better than what you had last year, and you're perfectly fine.
I think if we're being fair, I don't think this is going to happen. But I think if we're being fair, it can get worse.
It can absolutely get worse.
It can get worse.
Because at least, I know it was bad last season, but at least Laramie Tunsil kind of did his part on the pass protection.
You didn't have to worry about him.
Yeah, like
at
just
least other than the false starts.
Yeah, like start and got beat a couple times, but it could easily be worse on that left tackle spot.
We got to be honest here. It can get worse
if they're not cohesive. In the pass protection, because then you don't have at least you had the one guy that you could feel like he's going to do what he's supposed to do.
Now we're optimistic. We're hopeful, but there's a lot of unknowns. Coordinator and offensive line coach to begin with.
Yeah, and I guess we don't have enough of a. Well, I guess you have a little bit of background on Cole Popovich, at least in the ways in which his history, but it remains to be seen what he's going to do to kind of get these guys on the level. I think one of the tough things is, for me, I keep looking at the vets that you have, and I want to give them their credit where, okay, they were not particularly great, but they weren't all atrocious. You know what I mean? Like you didn't go and get like the worst guys. Now you didn't go and get dudes that instill, at least in me personally, great confidence that you're definitely going to come. Like all of them, we've talked about this. All of them come with some level of question of what level of player are you going to get? Because Cam Robinson on the left side for the left tackle, he has been really good, but he had the time in Minnesota last year. Laken Tomlinson, that offensive line in Seattle allowed a lot of pressure. Obviously, Geno Smith was dealing with a similar level of pressure as what we were talking about here with CJ, right? You know the issues that you have in some ways with at right tackle with Blake Fisher, with Titus Howard if he's playing right tackle or what have you. Like those things are still there, and you need to address all those. And then you took away what was at least very, very much in an ability to pass block, Laramie Tunsil, and you're just hoping that mentality shifts, which is possible, but we don't, and hoping that translates to actually getting better blocking. Like I guess you're right, there is a possibility. I don't know. Probability is just the tough part. Like what is the probable outcome that you get?
And we're just optimistic. We're hopeful.
I don't know. I don't know that you can set that for certain.
Yeah.
All right. Question of the day. What athlete could you or would you scrap with? This is Sean Bijani, co-host along with PC of Area 45. You catch them 7 to 11 right here on Sports Radio 610. And I'm so interested in what brought him to this place. Obviously, there's a little bit of a baby bull fight going on, promotion going on in Katy this weekend.
Yeah.
But he decided to come out strong in saying that he could take on his Sports Radio 610 coworker here.
I say this with all due respect. I would whoop Seth's ass. Let's go right now. Like Sunday, boxing ring, baseball field, put the football player out there, Put the wannabe out there and let's go at it.
Wannabe?
I would whoop Seth's ass, and I would not listen to him try to talk me out of it.
Well, that's a bold statement there, Sean.
I do love starting with all due respect. There.
Yes,
it's always very
all
fun.
due respect. You get the most respect or disrespect.
I love it.
He started with all due respect and said, "I will whoop his ass."
No, that's the thing I can't get beyond that because I've been trying to find what the circumstances were. Obviously, he's talking about like boxing, where you know there's the gentlemanly rules of boxing, and then you can point him up or what have you. He doesn't have the reach, nor does he have. I don't think he has the particular.
He's strong, but he doesn't have that strength.
That's comparable defensive tackle in the National Football League, Seth Payne.
Yeah.
I honestly was wondering if he was thinking like, "Hey, just all out scrap." Where I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to take advantage of your beaten and bruised body. I'm going to play unfair. And even then, I was like, I'm having a hard time getting here, dog. I am.
Look, Sean is a terrific athlete. I mean, I know that. I've seen him, in action. He's an athlete. He's put together well. He's tough. All that stuff. Seth would squish him like a grape. He would squish him like a grape. Absolutely. All due respect.
With all due respect, of course. And with all due respect, who would you scrap with? And would is probably part of it.
Person in sports.
Person in sports.
So I can't say Amy Adams Strunk for obvious reasons.
Yeah, that'd be a bad look.
But I would
scrap with her if you want.
I'd be Hannah's corner man. If Hannah scrapped with her, I'd be.
He's doing the thing where I'm going to get my sister to fight you. I'm going to get my cousin to fight you.
I'd be her corner man. I'd give her all the little tips and the Aaron Rodgers. For sure.
Good answer.
Aaron Rodgers.
Just hate his face.
And I would beat him, too. And I'm not trying to brag or anything. I think he's just all talk.
Are you for real?
Oh, yeah.
Now, these people you hate that you can you feel like you can scrap with? Okay.
You could.
You hate.
Some people just want to.
I thought you just somebody you could just beat. Like them or not.
Well, there's that. I mean, however you want to answer it. However you want to answer it. But Aaron Rodgers, he's the guy like, hold me back. Hold me back.
The 1-2 factor matters here, though.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was trying to think about, like at 6'10", who would I? And I don't know if there's a lot of guys I want. I know the ones that I definitely wouldn't, and I'm surprised that Sean went right to one of those and Seth, and then Clint is the other one. Because Clint struck me as a man that in his past has gotten his jollies off of getting into fights.
I wouldn't mess with Clint.
Nah, he would slide you across the bar.
Yeah, no, Clint has experience, I'm guessing. Don't want to put your business out there. I'm guessing he has some experience. He's got that Baytown tough dude in him. Yeah. I'm sure he's been in a few scraps, and he's probably in the best shape of anybody here. Like strength.
I can see it.
He does cardio. I would not mess. I would. If I had to set the odds, it might be a pick 'em between him and Seth.
So you're not going for any of those. You went with the owner of the Titans.
Yeah, but again, that's probably a bad look.
Fair. Okay. So what is the better look?
Aaron Rodgers. I want to say Jack Easterby, but I'd probably be arrested because I'd just wail on that dude.
Oh, you wouldn't find the place to
let them get off him.
He got a little size to him though, right?
He's a wussy.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be ugly, and I'd probably get arrested.
In that instance, you would have some righteous indignation there, right?
Yes,
because of what that time period was. I mean, we were just talking about the Rockets, the dip that they've gone through in order to find themselves 50+ wins on the other side. The dip that the Texans went through, fighting through those years.
I'd be fighting for my city.
That's a whole different level.
Now, if you lose, you got to move out the city, man.
I would not.
If you come out on top, you got to get out of here.
I would not lose.
I appreciate this one coming in from the 832. Justin Tucker.
Okay. Okay. Justin Tucker's.
Is that because he's a kicker that you all? Because I'm like, imagine if you're upset at Justin Tucker, you'd want to put Deshaun Watson on there, wouldn't you? But I just wonder how many people are like, oh, still in the athletic prime, not sure I want to actually take that fight.
Well, seeing them up close, it's kind of like, oh, he got some size.
Big dude.
Big dude. I like dudes. Yeah, he's a big dude. How about our guy T-Mail? Mike Fires.
Yeah, T-Mail is, and I respect it. I respect it because I think he understands the differences that happen there, but he's like, line it up.
He said he'd lure him in with cheese because he's a rat.
That's right. Nah, I mean, there's good reason to be upset there because, I mean, I don't know. There's a. I have to say this in the right way. I do think that there is a lot more kind of nefarious behavior that happens in all these sports as you try and toe the line. And obviously the Rockets were over the line in that, or Astros were over the line in that particular instance. But there's a lot of nefarious behavior that happens, but it's what you can prove, right, in a court of law. Unless you get someone out here telling. And Mike Fryer's out here telling. So I could absolutely see how huge Astros fan Tyler Milner was like, why are you out here snitching, dog?
So I'm thinking, and this is, let me be clear, like, I don't want to fight anybody. I like everybody.
Yes.
No, but you want to fight this.
If not, no, and this is no hate or anything. Like, I'm just looking for somebody, like, if somebody said, you got to fight some type of athlete, get in the ring with, because I'm short.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to fight no Nico Collins or nothing like that. I ain't trying. But the one person I think I could probably squabble with a little bit.
Yeah.
I could squabble with Tank Dell.
Okay.
I feel like I have a chance.
I see where this is coming from.
We're around the same height.
Yeah.
I'm a little heavier, like not the good heavy either. Like he work out, but I weigh more than Tank Dell.
I thought we had put that instance behind you of him.
I made it
that's
clear.
right. There's beef.
No.
I don't know if it's beef, but
no, it's not. No, I made it clear.
I know.
I'm good with everybody. I could probably squabble with Tank Dell a little bit. I don't know how long it'll last, but
but you'd be in it.
Yeah. No, I won't be afraid of nothing like that. And then the other one. This would be hard for me to squabble with him, but Jose Altuve.
Okay.
Oh, just because of size?
Just size.
You're just handicapping on.
You heard that saying, fight somebody your own size?
Yeah, you're going.
I'm looking for people my own size.
I in a way riding with Vernon Maxwell just because like I remember I just remember how the Utah Jazz got in my way. I'm trying to decide like because I'm trying to. I feel like I would want to fight Malone just as he's older, but I feel like that would go so poorly for me, even though he has gotten older. So I'm like, can I put Jerry Sloan on here? Like, can I find just like I'm whooping you, but
Jerry Sloan.
That's right. Actually, Jerry Sloan's still with us.
Nope.
Well, all right. So now I have to fight. Now I have. Yes, so apologies on that, I guess. I didn't really have beef with Jerry Sloan particularly. I was just trying to find a Utah connection that I felt like I could handle.
Yeah.
So I guess I have to circle back around. Yeah, Karl Malone. I despise that guy. I despise like what he stands for.
I wouldn't want to mess with. I want to mess with.
I know.
In the ring with Karl Malone, man.
I know, but I feel like it's on the principle.
That's 6'8", 6'9", 6'10".
That guy comes from. He's got some background.
Yeah,
too.
It's the principle of the matter. It is the principle of the matter.
Well, if it's the principle of the matter.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
But I don't feel the same level of anger. It's not the same want to.
Honestly, I think I could probably, and this guy's taller, don't get me wrong, but I could probably take Steven Silas.
Okay.
I feel like Steven Silas, you heard him
negotiate with you.
You heard him. They're not doing their
You guys, they're not playing defense, guys.
I could probably take him up, like, on some, take him by the legs, take him up and slam him. I could probably do something like that.
Referee Tony Brothers comes in. Bill O'Brien just off the D-Hop trade alone, they said. Fair enough.
Bill O'Brien, I slap Bill O'Brien. I wouldn't even fight. I'd just give him a nice little
disrespect.
Little, get off the block type of slap.
And then 2A1 asked, they asked which 6'10" host would win a boxing tournament. And I don't know. It feels like you're probably leaning in the guys who were former athletes. It's probably Clint or Seth.
Yes.
I feel like those are the places that no need to make this more difficult.
Man, boxing is so hard.
Than it already is.
So hard, man.
Joe Kelly high on the fight list.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Sally says Nick Wright.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
She's holding a grudge.
He was talking real reckless last year.
He probably gettable, too.
Oh, yeah, he's gettable.
He's gettable.
Oh, he would just try to talk you out of it.
And hey, from the 409, we got one of your female listeners here. Tell Hannah I will get Amy for her. All right.
Okay.
There we go.
I'll be your corner man.
There we go.
I'll be your corner man.
Right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get back to some football as we'll go around the NFL. The NFL's tweaked the definition of a hip drop tackle. Will that lead to more penalties actually being called as opposed to what we saw last year? We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. Still, you guys understand what's
play here. An Odyssey. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Right before we do that, people were getting into their bags, seeing if they could get a little Sean Bijani and challenge various people in sports to a scrap. Jamie on the YouTube said, can I let dogs loose on Michael Vick? Michael Vick,
come on now.
He's laid himself prostrate before the country and tried to rehabilitate in a way that I don't think very many people do. I feel like y'all need to let Michael Vick live a little bit. Someone said they wanted to fight Mark Daignault, the OKC coach. Just don't like something about him. And then popping up, little round 2 for Cortland Finnegan, Scott Foster.
Oh yeah,
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, he especially with the beef that he had with Chris Paul, especially while he was here, and then Brandon Cooks came up just there, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't know if I anticipated that, but I get where you're coming from. All right, let's go around the NFL now, and I teased this. The NFL, obviously, at the league meetings, they're doing all sorts of various things. One of the things that apparently they've done is they've tweaked the definition of a hip drop tackle. But within this kind of release, they said that they're tracking about 1 hip drop tackle per game and a one-time loss injury approximately every single week, which
too much.
Like that's clearly the reason out of there, right? So that's the chief administrator of football operations, Don Aponte, is saying that. So the rule tweak now says as such, if a situation where a player grabs the runner with one or both hands, because it used to be with both hands, one or both hands, wraps the runner up, and unweights himself by swiveling and dropping his hips and or lower body, landing on or trapping the runner's legs at or below the knee. So, like, it's a really minor tweak, and it's still in the same place, but there's a number of those plays that you see that don't get called, and it's very frustrating. Especially because the penalties that are there, 15-yard penalties, we know.
Yeah.
But the league still expects more fines than penalties.
That's the thing.
Like that. What are we doing here?
No, that you hit it right on the head because, okay, so you expect more fines and after the fact. That doesn't make Joe Mixon's ankle better.
No, Aponte said when we implemented the rule last year, we talked about it being primarily handled during the post-game process and not necessarily a flag on the field.
That's dumb.
Then why did you put the flag on the field portion of it in if you did not anticipate it to do that? And then I think the bigger question that's there to be asked is, what kind of deterrent do you actually think you're going to have?
The penalty would be it.
With the fine as opposed to like the on-field penalty. Because I feel like the fine limits itself to maybe hurting the player who actually had the penalty. And yes, maybe then that causes them change. Or maybe they feel like this is a budget that I can undertake and that that's not an immediate deterrent that, again, as you said, does not help Joe Mixon's. But on top of that, I think an on-field deterrent makes it so that it's no longer just the player's responsibility to try and keep this. Everybody on the team does not want to be penalized. And so everybody on the team, including the infrastructure, whether it's the ownership or the general manager or the coaches, or everybody has an incentive now to try and stop these tackles from happening as opposed to just an individual fine or what have you.
No, you're absolutely right. As much as we kind of like, oh, come on, put a dress on them whenever referees are, over officiating hits on the quarterback, it does work. The flag is a deterrent to a lot of guys as they approach a quarterback, being very aware of how they're hitting that guy or letting up or whatever. Without the flag during the game, I don't see how it's going to change a whole lot. In terms of hip drop tackles, they'll take the fine, or they'll argue it or whatever. No, a lot of times you're like, oh, don't throw the flag just so casually here. This is one where it truly needs to be thrown because it'll be a deterrent.
At least you would hope so. Like even if it wasn't, that feels like the best opportunity you're trying to deter this if you actually speak on this. You were kind of making joking allusions to this yesterday, the idea of, but you guys care about player safety.
Yeah.
Sometimes it does feel a little incongruent, the ways that the NFL goes about the measures that they're supposedly putting in place to make things safer. Yeah. And this is one that obviously locally we have a particular gripe about, but it's reasonable, right? Like, why do you think that the penalties are going to continue to work, especially after you acknowledge yourself hey, this is an issue, changing the chain within the rule, I don't think is what's going to stop this from being a weekly occurrence of seeing a hip drop tackle.
And they said it. Someone's getting hurt every week. They said it. Someone's getting hurt every week.
Right, and and even further than that, which obviously the injury matters a great deal. I'm not trying to sidestep that, but that you're seeing at least one hip drop tackle a game. So, like, why do we think that? In fact, it also feels like that would be a not a smart way of going about, like, hey, we're just expecting to find somebody every game.
That's so silly.
With every game that you officiate every week, we're likely to throw a fine out there. I feel like there's probably going to need to be more deterrent than that. And I mean, we can even get to a larger discussion of how much, like, what type of things actually serve as deterrents when it comes to penalties. But at least when it comes to the NFL, it seems like an actual flag on the field is a much better deterrent than finding somebody in the aftermath, even though I'm sure that will allow them, that allows the league to get a better look at it and maybe really assess it. It feels like that penalty on the field is also the penalty on the field would work better in my mind, even if you're erring on the side of caution and maybe over penalizing the defense, which, to be fair,
but that's what I'm saying.
Defense is super penalized at this point.
But use the example of what they're doing at quarterback. We get frustrated with that. We get frustrated that they so casually throw the flag. But you know what? It does deter players from doing it. You need to do the same thing with the hip drop.
Yeah, they're comfortable with going that far to make sure that quarterbacks are protected. Why not these other players offensively? Because it does hurt you, especially if you're trying to push for an 18-game season. Don't let the things that are also going to take some of your star players off the field still exist when you're adding more game to your players. So I don't know. I'm like, the NFL continues to have some of these push and pulls, and hopefully they learn from this and they actually are going to put a little bit of emphasis with their players to try and get that. All right, some other things that are happening. Are you in on Hard Knocks?
I've been in on it, and except the last 3 or 4 years, because it's been so produced. I had the chance to see some of it from behind the scenes and talk to some people. Like I was in on it early, big time, but then I've realized that they set up a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, and I know they've tried to do some of the different things. The Hard Knocks in season, and they doing it as a full division to try and make it a little bit more interesting. I've had a little bit of a hard time even sticking with it.
Yeah,
but when it comes down to Hard Knocks, they've opened up the criteria to make more teams eligible, because obviously this has been something that, even though there is a level of like editorial control on what it looks like on the back end, these teams don't want to have these cameras in their facilities watching all of their processes. And so, it's supposed to be a volunteer, but it doesn't really work all that well. So they opened up the criteria for the teams that they could select. So it used to be that teams with a first-year head coach could be eliminated from the pool. That's been taken away, right? Teams that were featured on Hard Knocks in season were supposed to be kind of taken away from the ability of doing it in the offseason, right? This training camp. That's been taken away. And teams featured on Hard Knocks over the last 8 years, that's also been taken away. So who's eligible for Hard Knocks training camp this summer?
Kind of everybody.
Basically everybody. The Texans also in there. Would you want to see the Texans on Hard Knocks?
No, I wouldn't. It would be. I mean, I would be all in just because it's the Texans. But I don't need that in my life right now for the Texans. I was thinking, like, who would I want, and who would be maybe most likely? I think. I mean, the Browns are always in there, but the Browns aren't on the list. So that would be interesting, but they're not on the list of the teams that could be eligible. At least the one that I saw.
Are you in on? I mean, Giants are on the list here.
That would be one.
Because the quarterback room. Although I do wonder, it does seem like, especially with the training camp, when maybe with these changes, they're also going to change the way that they can produce this a little bit. Feels like when they get into training camp, it's a little bit harder to get some of the stars. They try and hinge the narrative arc on some of like the players along the periphery, right? Some of the guys that are battling for their spot to try and kind of build that will
try
they
to build
won't
the
they.
storyline.
Build those stakes. But sometimes you're like, I want to see what's happening with some of these star players, or some of these bigger players, and seeing what that quarterback room with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and possibly Shedeur Sanders, like seeing that. I think that would be deeply interesting.
They're going to mess around, focus on, was it Tommy DeVito?
Tommy DeVito. My bad. I didn't mean to leave him out of the room.
He's going to have a whole segment, a whole episode.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Steelers. depending on what Aaron Rodgers does too.
Yeah, but you didn't.
But even if he doesn't go there,
you didn't get enough with the Jets where he was hamming it up and smiling at the camera when they had
Tomlin and the rest of the quarterback room and all. Commanders could be in play.
Yeah, the Commanders is a good look.
They could be
up and coming franchise and young teams. I think that would be a really fun thing to get a feel for, like what Jaden Daniels is like, kind of general routine is, and I mean, get to see Laremy Tunsil again.
That's right, Laremy Tunsil.
That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found they did the in season with the AFC North. You got a decent amount of Mike Tomlin. I found that very insightful. So I'd be interested in seeing him back in that space.
I thought I seen something where they was trying to do a hard knocks with Bill Belichick in North Carolina.
They canceled that, didn't they?
Oh, did they?
He
said,
said,
it happened very quickly there.
He said, no, you're not. Pretty much that's what happened.
I ain't gonna lie. I would have been all in on that.
Yeah.
I would have checked that out.
Yeah, they backed out of that one.
I wonder what they. This might be too much, but trying to dip into like college if they do like some type of.
I would love that. Yeah, I would love that.
I mean, I feel like even if it's not Hard Knocks, because obviously that's NFL media, someone's going to get into this space, right? I mean, you've already had Last Chance U, which is a little bit different level of things, but
I love that show.
Netflix doing all of these documentaries, and I mean, just all these streamers having so much money for trying to get content.
Yeah.
It seems like, and Drive to Survive, all these things happening in these various sports spaces of these documentaries. It feels like it's only a matter of time, if it hasn't already happened. To be fair, like there's so many of these types of things out there that it's hard to keep track of them. I'd be surprised if we haven't already had some program do a little bit of
they do in-house stuff.
You kind of see like with Colorado and Deion Sanders doing little stuff
but
like
that. But that's all in-house. I'd like for an outside.
But if it was like Hard Knocks, Deion Sanders, like I think a lot of people be into it.
All access. Yeah.
All right, so I found this to be really interesting if, looking at some kind of ownership around the league. So the Browns obviously gave Myles Garrett a huge contract. We're talking $40 million average annual value. It's one of those things that you look over and you go, hey, defensive lineman that you're looking to pay. Hello, Will Anderson Jr. That's going to factor in for Will. But I'm thankful that once you get to that place, right, once you get to that space of handing him his money, I have no concerns about what that looks like because it seems like the Browns might. The Browns, Jimmy Haslam, owner of the Cleveland Browns, apparently told reporters that the front office has challenged Myles Garrett to, quote, become a real leader of the team, starting with his practice habits and actions, according to Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot. And going further, Jason Lloyd of The Athletic had reported after Myles Garrett got his extension that it is well known within the Browns organization that Garrett is frequently late to the facility and skips mandatory team activities on multiple occasions.
So that you mentioned that before the show, and it was just I was shocked by that because that's nothing I've ever heard about Myles Garrett would tie in with that.
No,
at all, nothing. And I remember him from college, obviously, and I've never heard anything like that. To me, that's an insult, man. Become a real leader of the team.
Yeah,
that's a shot.
And before I'd seen that other reporting, which apparently happened like weeks ago, because again, this came out when Myles Garrett had gotten his extension. I was like, that seems completely antithetical to the picture of the player that we've been served in NFL media. But apparently, at the very least, like it's understood that there's some of these spaces in wiggle room that, understandably, you would allow to happen with a player of his magnitude.
Sure, and
so,
you paid him. Like you paid him with 40
after a while. It took him a while to get to that place when they were trying to get him to
You
there.
just paid him $40 million a year and said, kind of want him to be a real leader. What is going on?
I don't know.
I wonder if that was like I don't want to say a slap in the face or anything like that, but kind of like we want you to be a real leader this time. Kind of like a little disrespect thing for.
No, it is a
trying to put this.
thing.
They're trying to do that on purpose.
It's a challenge. I think. Yeah. I mean, that's what you should expect your players to be held to that standard, especially when they're paid a lot. And yes, you're right. Jay Hoover on the YouTube page. That sounds like what the Texans would have liked Tunsil to be.
100%.
Right? Yeah. Like challenging 100%. You to be a different level of yourself if you're going to be a captain and carry this cost on our salary cap.
But they moved on from him. The Browns signed him. Then said that.
And I think they're still within that space where they feel like he can answer that call.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, Nick Caserio said that, they've kind of batted away the idea of like, I guess, whatever toxic, and toxic is kind of a it's a word that carries a lot of baggage, right? It's very loaded.
It's a flashpoint.
But, I think it speaks to the idea of, hey, being that leader in a lot of different, being about your money, right? We talk about C.J. Stroud on a podcast talking about him being a vet as if to say he's not doing above a certain expectation.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what be a true leader insofar as you go above and beyond. Be a J.J. Watt in some ways. And I think that's interesting to that's a great point of like comparing it to like the Tunsil thing and where you eventually move on from.
Yeah. Now to be fair, the offensive line wasn't really that good. So, it's kind of like we trying to get this offensive line better. At least I guess the Browns' defensive line was okay. It wasn't like that was the struggling part of the team.
Yeah.
They had a little more issues going on. So I can see why they kept them.
Yeah.
But it speaks to the way that the Texans, like their mentality, their MO is in such a place where they're like, these are the kind of guys that we want. And I know that again, Caserio is not going to speak specifically to that being the way that they're handling it, but it does seem like they don't want to have to challenge you to be a leader. They want you to kind of
want people that's swarming already.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly. And shout out to the team, continue to build a swarmy team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. The Houston Chronicle just put out an interesting piece. The Texans are seeking a new location for their headquarters, according to Cal and Hannah McNair. Let's get into that and also how Cal and Hannah McNair on Texas All Access next.
All right, let's talk about ability trees and getting your trees taken care of. Your home, your
think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on Sports Radio 610. You know what? I'll do this. We were just talking about Cal and Hannah McNair making it known that they're interested and they're looking for the land and the facilities to be able to move their headquarters, their team headquarters and facilities out of NRG Stadium elsewhere. I found this interesting that came in on the text line. They said they were a season ticket holder, and they've got 8 seats. They've had them since the building opened. And for the years that Cal McNair let Jack Easterby and B.O.B. ruin the franchise and trade away great players, they felt like an idiot paying those prices during those years where Cal was cutting his teeth to try and figure things out. And I absolutely understand that. And I'm interested for anybody that feels like that. Like, where are you now with the organization and how they're handling things? Because it does feel like which I think they do deserve a level of respect for us, because ownership doesn't always turn a corner. It feels like once you find a level of decision on this is the quality of ownership that we believe it to be, they don't always get better. And it feels like it has gotten better here.
No, it has. And let's be very, very honest here. Cal has evolved a lot. And I think a big part of that is Hannah. Hannah's been very, very good for this organization. And very, very good for Cal. But I don't want to shortchange Cal either, because he's evolved.
Yeah, you were like, hey, he got him a wife that got him straight.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. But she's been very good for him.
She's been all right.
Professionally, and business-wise. But he's done a lot himself. I think he's just more comfortable.
Yeah.
And just kind of put a bow on that whole discussion, of what I think could be happening, over there. You have to realize, one of the reasons and this is what we're talking about off air as well, so we might as well bring it on air. I give the Texans a lot of grace for having that wandering eye, because they have to deal with the county on everything, not just what are you going to do with the Astrodome, the big things, but like everyday maintenance. I mean, have you ever tried to get this is not a very good comparison, but like we've all dealt with like the tax appraisal, on our house.
I thought you were going to go with like when you're renting.
Or renting.
Right?
Yes. You got to make this call, and then they got to call someone.
You got to call the landlord if you want to put a picture up.
That's probably a better example. But like you have to wait in line, and then, we'll get back to you. And, we got to talk to the committee, and we got to do that. They do that at the very highest deal with the county on everything.
Is that similar to having it like a HOA?
Very much so. HOA,
except the HOA is like you need to make sure to cut your grass. In this instance, it's like, hey, can y'all come through and can fix this?
Yeah, y'all not allowed to do this.
No, there would be a lot,
and it's all Bud Adams' fault.
Well, of course, and Amy, but
no, sincerely, it's Bud. When they left, and Brooks Cabina wrote a really interesting piece about this. Like when the Oilers left to Nashville. When the county was getting ready to build NRG or then Reliant, they were like, all right, but we are going to situate this in a way where y'all not going, we're not letting y'all have this.
I mean, can you add, like, the water goes out on your apartment, right? Or your house and you're renting. That's bad enough. Imagine a 75,000 seat stadium.
Yeah.
And you got everyday maintenance. How many hoops you got to jump through?
Yeah.
Nah, man, I give them a lot of grace. Go ahead and move the facility somewhere else. Put the screws on the county to get the renovation or rebuild or whatever. Normally, I'd be kind of on the other side, like, oh boy,
and I mean,
another billionaire asking for something. No.
And hopefully, do this in service of the fans, right? You take all those facilities out, and now can you be more fan facing? Especially again, the people that are texting in talking about the astronomical rise in tickets or whatever. It feels like, hey, the team is getting better, but where is also that full focus on if I'm paying for it, my experience? And it seems like the Texans are trying to meet that. So I do give them that level of credit. All right, some things that are popping. All right, I'm going to go to the positives. The Rockets get a big-time victory where it feels like the game itself did not matter as much to me. And was I alone and kind of like, because there were some things, the good things that happened in that game. Don't get me wrong. Steven Adams didn't even play, even though he was feeling all right, just because you could handle that business very easily.
Well, let me refer you to my number one note on the Rockets game last night. Paint by numbers. That was a paint by numbers win. You know,
some of the numbers, 143 and 105 was the victory. That was the winning number. Another number, 50, that got you to officially 50 wins, your first 50-win season in over 6 years. And then some of the other numbers that were happening here. How about a number 5? That is the number of three-pointers that Reed Shepherd made. And it's good to see any instance where he gets an opportunity to shine, because that's another young talent that you've added over this time period. Jalen Green had a solid game, 22 points in 28 minutes on efficient shooting as well. Alpi was solid in his game as well. Jabari was really good in his minutes, brought down a whole 14 rebounds with Alperen Sengun, so they combined for 28 boards. The only bad thing that I can point to in this game, Dylan Brooks picked up another technical, so he will be suspended.
Be out. Yeah.
Not could. Yeah, no,
well,
it is could.
They have to review it, I guess, today. We'll find out today.
Right. If there's a
review the technical.
If his appeal, right, he'll appeal the technical. If it goes through, then it'll be rescinded, and he would still have 15. If that 16th holds up,
he gone.
And especially for the Oklahoma City Thunder on Friday.
Right.
But hey, I mean, because this is the stretch, the last few games of the season where you're playing tough teams. 5
games to glory. That's what it is. It's 5 games to glory right now. They play the Oklahoma City Thunder, as you pointed out, and then the 4 teams behind them. They play.
Is it really all 4?
Yeah. They play the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then the 4 teams directly behind them, including, obviously the
Golden State, Clippers, Los Angeles, Denver. Not the 4 teams, but they
4
are
of the
4
5
teams
behind them.
Yes, 100%.
4 of the 5 behind them, but they face 4 teams directly behind them in the standings. So you get it done, and that was a paint by numbers win. In other words, you did exactly what you did. You just went step by step by step. Boom, you win the game. Now you got to prove something.
Yeah.
Now you got to prove something.
That's what the final stretch will be. That's what the playoffs will be. And then after the playoffs, whatever the results are, Shams Charania putting in some possibilities for the Rockets, as he reported yesterday. I believe this is on Pat McAfee. There's mutual interest in trading for Kevin Durant by 5 teams: the New York Knicks, San Antonio Spurs, Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, and Houston Rockets. And the Houston Rockets make sense. Like, they have the best odds or the best shot of all these teams, right? In your opinion?
I would say Rockets, maybe Timberwolves. I mean, hell, maybe Spurs. If you got, Wemby coming back,
and all that.
They've got some good. I mean, Castle's going to be Rookie of the Year, right?
It does feel like that. It sure does.
So that'd be fun to watch.
That'd be wild to watch.
I would hate it.
Two skinny dudes just dominating from the outside. 7 foot plus skinny dudes, or 6'9", I guess, but whatever Durant says.
We're not listening to that. If you rock with Synergy, it's like a kind of a metric stat house, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. When it talks about fit with various teams, the teams mentioned, the Knicks Heat got a C+, the Timberwolves a B+, the Rockets an A+ fit.
Yeah, I think it's Rockets and Timberwolves would be my first 2 choices. And by the way, he's going to one of those 5 teams. When they say mutual interest, that means Kevin Durant said these 5 teams.
Man, it feels what a time, man! What a time to have turned this thing around. 50+ because they still have an opportunity to add some more wins here. What an incredible season it's been. Salute to all the people involved there, and a different level of salute. 10-time All-Star, 3-time Olympic gold medalist, NCAA champion, and Rockets legend. All right, that's a little much. Carmelo Anthony is going to be inducted into the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame.
Very, very happy for Melo. His Rockets. His Rockets.
I'll miss most. What I miss most is him
practicing.
Yeah, there's that. There's also him trying to get on that low post or get to that that short corner and do all them jabs and drive everybody else up a wall. Hey, shoot a 3. Yeah. Stop shooting these mid-range
Stop shooting these 2s.
But yeah, I mean, he deserves it. Like, I don't think that there's any other way to cut it. And I do appreciate like him being in that space to where I hate it, especially with his tenure in the Rockets. You saw that on the downturn of his career. And I do hate when you have a player of a certain caliber where it feels like you're starting to miss out on how great they were because of the latter parts of it. So salute to him.
This ties back to our first conversation at the top of the show here. Daryl Morey, for all the glorious things that he did, boy, he fell in love with someone.
Was a obsessed with.
He tried to get him 3 times.
Yes, he was.
He tried to
obsessed.
acquire him 3 times. Finally got him, and then it was a bleep show. But for a guy that's all about the numbers and metrics and data and all, he would fall in love with some dude like Chris Paul.
Yeah,
Chris Paul, he was talking about Chris Paul 5 years before they got him. He was, and then Melo.
Wait, do you don't
legitimately?
But I'm saying, like, you don't feel like Kevin Durant is in that space because somebody else was like, Rockets don't need a broken down Durant. Yeah, I mean he's gonna be dealing with another. This is a sprain though, like an ankle sprain, which is more.
But he's
typical.
not like Melo coming to the Rockets,
or even as great as Chris Paul was here. There was the same questions.
Yeah,
and his hammy went on him twice.
Yeah.
I mean, the injury is a concern for Kevin Durant a little bit.
Sure.
But I would take that risk.
Astros fall again. Framber Valdez, I was about to say uncharacteristically.
Is Framber an ace?
All right. Uncharacteristically, well, it's not even fair to say uncharacteristically. He couldn't keep the ball down early on, and he got hit fairly hard.
It was about control.
Yeah, it was about control early. 5 runs allowed in the first 2 innings. That was enough to get it done. Astros did find a little bit of offense, stranded some runners in the 5th, but they found a little bit of offense in the game, which I found to be encouraging in some ways, and maybe that's just how down bad I am. It's just there was an inning where they put a crooked number up, and I was like, oh, cool, awesome, a little bit of offense.
I haven't seen one of those in a while. Is it contrary to say that I called them the Houston Mendozas?
Yes, even though that's where they are. Because
8 players that have been in the regular lineup, are batting 200 or fewer.
No, and you're right in that. But I think that makes me feel like this is such an oddity.
Yeah.
But also, and I don't remember who I saw on social media actually tweeting about this. Do you remember the start of the 2019 season where the bats were very cold?
Yeah.
Like, this has happened, and for a decent amount of time. Like, I hate to do it because we know about that feeling. We know about its early guy, but this can kind of happen in baseball. You're going to have those ebbs and flows. It just kind of is weird that you started all at once right off the jump with that. I think that there's still, I still feel confident in quite a few of these hitters to see that they get it right. And even if I don't feel great about that, maybe just maybe. These torpedo bats can come and help it, baby.
They're on the way, man. They are on the way.
Torpedo bats gonna get us right, fellas.
I've got a confession about that coming up in about 20 minutes. But look, if it helps you mentally, let's go.
That's a great point because obviously
if it helps you mentally, let's go.
There's the physics of getting more lumber on the particular part of the bat where you're going to make contact and all the
forget the physics.
But that's a great point. Like there's probably a large part of this that is indeed mental. I mean, hitting in general is going to be largely mental. If that ends up being the panacea where it's like, yo, I got Michael's magic stuff, right? Like all of a sudden. If that gets the hitting going, that's enough. Are you at all concerned that the hitting doesn't get going in part just because they're playing in cold weather tonight or today? Against the though,
it was 30 degrees this morning in Minneapolis. I looked.
Why do they have an outdoor stadium?
Surprising.
Why do they have an outdoor stadium?
I don't know.
Like, why is that?
I do not know.
So yeah, I don't know if that'll bode well for like extra base or not even extra base. It's for home runs, with that cold weather. But hopefully, at least there could be some hits and definitely some runs needed. In this one, as the Astros will take on the Twins today. Hunter Brown on the mound for your boys. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return to Nick Caserio talking to the fellas of Payne and Pendergast. I thought there was some really interesting stuff also, including do we now have a blueprint for what it takes to get an extension or a contract from the Texans? We'll talk about that more next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is going to be a
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so I can really tell that Figgy has been listening to The Doors and such. Because you're in that vibe. You're in that mode today is on a Thursday.
And little Jimi Hendrix. Don't think I missed on that Rolling Stones last segment.
Yeah.
Like, you're definitely in that vibe, right?
I've been in heavy, man.
I can see it. I can feel it. All right. Appreciate you bringing that type of energy in the loop on this Thursday. All right. Payne and Pendergast sat down and talked with Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Houston Texans, as they are wont to do. They do that periodically. And, of course, no better time than 3 weeks before the NFL draft to kind of get into what Nick Caserio has been doing, but then also like coming out of, I guess free agency in a way. I'm not saying that it's, in theory, it's not done. Things can still be done. However, a majority of what has happened seems to kind of have transpired. And as we've seen this team kind of come together, I thought this was an interesting question to ask of Nick Caserio. This is cut 2 here, Figgy. Did you lay the blueprint for getting a new deal with Houston? Obviously, you see Derek Stingley get his money, got paid very well. And Daniil Hunter gets that extension, the 1-year extension that we had kind of heard that he wanted. Is there now a blueprint, and if so, what is it?
Good player, good attitude. Go out there, be productive, work hard, put the team first, and you'll be rewarded. And again, it's not just those 3 specific players, but I think when you look at the overall composition of the team and the mindset, and D'Amico has talked about this, what are the things that we're looking for? What do we prioritize? Like, those 3 players are pretty good examples of what a Houston Texan football player should look like, or what we want it to look like. Understanding every player is different. Everyone has strengths. Everyone has areas that they can improve. But those 3 players in particular are 3 of our better. We feel we're pretty fortunate that we have a lot of good football players on this team, in this building. And again, going back to what I said a little bit earlier, everything is kind of case by case. So we'll look at it. We'll have discussions. D'Amico and I talk about the team, I don't want to say every day, not every day, but it's every day. And we're just trying to make sure that we're very thoughtful and we do things with the right intentions. And, those players, they earn what they receive. We don't give out anything. Like, this isn't like, okay, come in here and we're just going to give you get what you earn. And the contracts are the contracts, and every situation is going to be a little bit different. But those players have earned what they received.
All right. Well, let's stop there for a second. I think that hits kind of the meat of the issue, the heart of the issue. He starts by getting immediately into, like, just these dudes earn it, right? He obviously talks about that. But, like, yeah, man, it's great dudes. Like, he gets into, like, the mentality, basically, to overuse this word once more, the swarm. And it seems like this, again, falls in line with what has been a leaning in even harder in this organization into the right kind of guy, and the mentality matters in the way that they're building this team.
And when you can sign them, and he hadn't talked about that just yet, but being able to sign them now and work the numbers in a favorable way. And this is the point where I always say, they'll figure out the cap as they move forward, because every team can, even contrary to what a lot of people say. I mean, even the Saints. But yes, they're in a place right now where if they can get up, the sooner the better, for a number of reasons, to sign them. And then the other thing, you can't downplay, like, mentality always matters in the NFL. Guys that fit who you are, your culture, all that. But man, it really seems to matter a lot here. Like these guys are Miko guys, they're Nick Caserio guys. And I think, they don't give them the money, as he said, but boy, it sure helps when you're the right kind of guy for their system.
Yeah, but I do kind of appreciate that they're like, we're doing the sorting out and the weeding out on the front end. I think Seth at a later point kind of asked about, with the new era of college football and NIL and just having money more readily accessible to these players. More of these guys have had money in their hand, and he was basically trying to ask, like, does that make it easier on you to kind of make the decision to give people big money? Because, like, in the past, general managers, decision makers would have to consider, if I give this person some money, are they going to wild out? Are they going to lose their love for football? Are they going to lose their drive?
Yeah.
And I got the question, but ultimately it seemed like Nick leaned back and was like, basically said, we do that on the front end. Like, we want a guy. It's evident to see and they're not going to have guys on this team that don't have that passion on the front end that you don't know about, so that you don't have to worry about that on the back end, so that you can just come through and give an advantageous deal to a guy if they've produced in your organization, because then you know on the front end that they do that, right? That they live that way, that they operate in such a way.
Yeah, and as a side note, this is what he just said there about super talented players that they want to keep around is a window into the world of the Laramie Tunsil thing, because Laramie Tunsil was not Swarm. And he's, like you said, we were fortunate to have a lot of really good players. Well, they're -1 now, because I think both those things you can bounce off of each other. Laramie Tunsil's a hell of a player. Forget the warts and the mistakes. He's a hell of a player, but he wasn't quite the D'Amico guy, the offensive room guy, all that stuff.
And maybe as they've developed this, does that mean that they just were going to get to a place where they did not want to continue to pay that if you don't have that level of Swarm, again, to use that level of
exactly
work ethic or what have you. What immediately came to mind for me, and I know Sean eventually asked the question, was Jalen Petri, because that's been an extension that I've been thinking a lot about. Is you see, you're paying a good amount of dudes, right? And you know that there's more to come, including what it will be a very lucrative quarterback contract for C.J. Stroud once you get there. And I was wondering, where does the line get drawn when it comes down to it? How do you feel about a Jalen Petri extension on the potential of the horizon? Because I know people will bring up, what he doesn't do, which is he's not great in coverage. And you can talk about the injury potential, but what he does do is he embodies that philosophy that D'Amico Ryans wants to a T. He is a physical player. He is a local guy. He buys in, and like you've seen the way that he bought in with a position change and everything. And I do wonder, are you in a place where whatever that comes with, paying him that second contract in order to kind of keep going, understanding that you're paying a lot of dues on that, particularly on that defense?
Not yet. I think the one thing that he doesn't have, you mentioned all the things that he has, and I completely agree with you. Petri has all those qualities, except he doesn't have all the pelts on the wall yet. He was a net negative year before last, just year before last, and D'Amico was here. He was miscast a little bit, so I think that they want to see a little more or get him at a real value. One of those two things is I think what they're looking at with Petri.
Would something like $7 a year work for you?
7 is right in line with where he probably is right now, right?
I think so. I know at one point,
another good year or an even better year, then we're talking a higher price.
Yeah, and it's weird because and I know Texans commenter has kind of done a little bit of a deep dive on this, on what that pay could look like, because it's hard to then use the market value to determine, because how do you look at him? Do you look at him as a safety, kind of in that nickel, as a slot cornerback? Are you looking at linebackers to try and help determine what that pay is? And that's not the easiest thing in the world, but I even still come back to, they seem to kind of base this off of what kind of dude you are and how you perform in that way. And just coming off of last year with the way that he fits, the mentality, you would think so. So you know what? Let's ask Nick Caserio. Nick, what are you thinking on a Jalen Petri extension?
Yeah, I'd say we're having conversations with a number of players, and yes, you guys kind of know how we operate. We're pretty flexible and open-minded. We don't have a finite, if, we don't get it done by September 1st and it's off the table. I think at some point, for everybody's best interest, you might say, hey, look, let's try to figure this out, over the next few weeks or whenever. We've done things in the offseason. We've done things kind of over the summer or in training camp. We've done a few during the season. So we'll maintain some flexibility. Always open to having discussions and dialogue, whether or not an agreement, comes to fruition. It's very situationally based and case by case. So, but I would say there's a number of players that you'd like to keep as many good players and good people around this building for as long as possible. And if we get to that point, great. If we don't, it doesn't necessarily mean it won't work out. It just might means it might happen just at a later point. So, don't really want to comment specifically on any individual discussions with any players, but I would say always open-minded to having a dialogue with the player and their representatives and trying to figure out an agreement that everybody feels comfortable with, because the goal is for both entities and both parties to be happy with how it went. You don't want to have, we're not trying to quote unquote win a negotiation. Yeah. We don't believe in that. That's not how we operate. You want something where the organization wins and the player feels valued and they feel like, you made them a priority. So, we'll work through those things. But Jalen's been a good player. It's the day he walked in the building. He's had a significant impact on our program. That's the type of player that you'd like to have around. So we'll kind of see how all that works itself out.
Man, he's talking exactly about Jalen Petri. Like, well, maybe, show us a little more. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying too. Like, just show us a little more. We value you. We love you. We like your attitude. Just show us a little more. That's what it sounds like.
But I think if he shows you more, I think that also
be more expensive.
Raises the price.
Yeah.
And 832. One thing I didn't like about Rick Smith, the shutdown talks thing. But I do think that setting deadlines, whether arbitrary like that or not, I think it does matter though in helping you, dictate your timelines and also like manage costs, right? Yeah. We're in a different way, right?
Yeah, but Rick Smith, that's the one thing that drove me nuts about him. Well, we don't negotiate during the season.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Everyone else does.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Everyone else does.
Nah, that was like a standard. We was like, man, come on, man.
Yeah. No, the actual boundaries and borderlines that he set, I'm not feeling. But like, I think I do understand.
Yeah, there are deadlines. You want to get things done.
Because, we can look at, the likes of Jerry Jones, who we always will point to and laugh at because he's waiting forever to get deals done. Because that drives the cost up. And I understand that, like, that's not exactly what's happening here, but especially as you're continuing to pay dudes. And I love the fact that Nick Caserio and his organization is in a place where they're like, we're not trying to win the deal. And I think in saying that, we're not trying to, like, come up and get over on these players because you want the players to feel appreciated. But at the same time, it's a salary cap sport for a reason.
Exactly.
And I do wonder at what point do you get to a place where you've paid so much in the top end where you have to lean very, very heavily on the draft. Talking about that this offseason at the league meetings this week about how like the F them picks, like it was what was really necessary for them was getting those kind of those late round picks to really hit in order to kind of bring back, bring some talent in there to make, work around the big ticket items that they had paid.
Yeah, it was just kind of funny to me. He goes, I'm not going to talk about Jalen Petri specifically. And then everything he said sounded like he was talking about Jalen Petri specifically.
For sure.
Yeah.
So I'm still looking at that space. But ultimately, like I think they're operating in a way that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I don't have many complaints when it comes to this organization where they're operating. I just keep looking at the offensive line. And even then, like I get how they get to this place. I do wonder, though, how, like, you make the Laramie Tunsil move without necessarily having something in your back pocket.
Right.
Like I still do wonder how you get to that place. But by and large, this offseason has been, if you were to give a grade, what would you give it? Because I think this
I would say B-. The offensive line is just the only thing holding him back right now.
I was in that space. I was going to give him a straight B and trying to find a little bit more optimism, especially because I know my skepticism is probably more unique. But yeah, man, like I think that you can give them a lot of credit here, and I do love that you're continuing to build a organization. Even in that, where I'm like, I don't know how many guys you could pay and how long you can wait to kind of not necessarily get the best deal, although they have gotten some good deals, like the Stingley thing, or what have you. I still feel like they're handling this well, and they're building. They're continuing to build a great culture where you have guys that want to come in the offseason and work out together, and they want to feel like an entire unit. You're here on Sports Radio 610. A note worth taking note of, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it. Some offseason dates have been released by the Texans. OTA offseason workouts will happen in May, like late May, a few days, May 28th to the 30th, and then early June as well. So we're seeing the offseason come
getting closer.
Come together. We're getting there.
It's happening.
Mandatory minicamp is June 10th and 11th. So we're starting to get to that space where football is not quite around the corner, but we're starting to see it. You can kind of see it a little bit over the hill. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're at the time where we typically do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do that next.
Seth's got the scouting report.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
College basketball tournament time is here. Pro basketball is headed towards the playoffs, and guess what's on the horizon as well? Baseball. And that means it's time for Prize Picks. Really, all year long is time for Prize Picks, but this is such a great time of year to get on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app, where all you're doing is picking more or less on 2 to 6 player stat per combining a baseball lineup with a basketball lineup. You can do that this time of year on Prize Picks. And when you download the Prize Picks app and use my code
and you can hear their duel with Duke wherever you're at. Just tune in to Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports. Sometimes, whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, people, you fine people. So, are you familiar with the name Gracie Hunt?
I am, actually.
Gracie Hunt. If you don't know, she is an heiress to the Hunt fortune. I
appreciate all the enunciation that you're doing right now.
The heiress?
No, just making sure that you say Hunt.
Hunt.
Correctly. Because that can get you in trouble.
Fortune, yes. Thank you. I didn't even think of that, but now I am. So
don't mess it up.
I gotta watch my
silence the H.
Watch myself here. Gracie Hunt. Happy birthday to Gracie Hunt. She just turned 26. 26.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a billionaire heiress.
Correct.
Also the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's right.
And so she posted on her birthday 26 tips for a successful life.
Okay.
She's 26.
Yeah, I was like, it's always weird. It's always tough when you are young trying to give people advice. Because I feel like anybody older than you looking at you like you don't know a damn.
All I needed was one. Be a billionaire heiress.
What was the tips though?
I got a few for you.
Okay.
I got it. The confession is like, I'm gonna go ahead and pass on your advice. I'm gonna go ahead and pass on your advice.
I guess you want.
She was born into the Hunt family. She's 26.
What is that, third generation money at this point?
At least third, right?
Yeah.
There's ketchup everywhere in her house. You know, there's she's got all kinds of. She's got the Chiefs.
I don't know if that's the flex that it sounds like. You got ketchup all over your house.
How about this one? Those red ketchup jerseys are soon going to be hers. Of the Kansas. She's going to own the Chiefs. And she gave 26 tips for a successful life. Let me throw a couple of these out there. Keep in mind, she's 26.
Correct.
One of them, Figgy, eat the rainbow.
What does that mean? Like have Skittles?
Eat the rainbow.
Wait, did she actually like expand on this, or did she just write that?
That was like thing number 19. Eat the rainbow.
Oh, she ran out.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Eat the rainbow is insane.
That's the secret. That's a tip for a successful life. You want to know another one?
I guess.
I've never heard this before. Timing is everything.
Sure.
That's true.
You can't knock on that. She's not wrong.
Is that not true?
She learned that in her grizzled 26-year life and trying to figure some things out. Yeah.
Be sure to reset to nature's frequency.
Oh, those are just buzzwords.
That's a little too much in the sticks for me.
And of course,
no pun intended.
Yeah, I got the feeling of like amethyst crystals and stuff. I was like, nah, I don't like this. That quote just asked me what my sign is. I don't like it.
And then this one to end it: choose your hard.
I've heard that one before.
Well, I've heard all of them except for eat the rainbow's frequency.
Well, that's 2 of the 4.
But I roll. I was going to say I something. I roll. She's 26 and a billionaire heiress. And she's posting to almost 1 million followers, by the way.
And she got 1 million followers?
780,000, I think.
She must look good.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna explain. I was like, yes.
She probably look good.
She is a conventionally attractive young woman.
The answer is yes.
That's right.
Come on, man.
I mean, 26 years going great. Clearly she's doing something right, Lopez.
Maybe take her advice, and maybe you could be a billionaire.
I'm going to eat the rainbow as soon as I finish the show today.
Yeah, and the Hunt money is oil and gas money, but I did like the image of Lopez. Just like they got ketchup all over the house. They just got bottles all over the house. Lopez, the 832 wants more of these because they're trying to be a billionaire. So they're writing these down. So if you could just sprinkle in.
Her name is Gracie Hunt.
That's why. Yeah, exactly, Lopez. Now you'll never be a 26-year-old heiress.
Well, I was really counting on that. Was
that the retirement plan so you can become a 26-year-old heiress?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I learned about myself because I gotta admit, I learned about myself that I'm messy in a way that I did not anticipate. So these algorithms, man, they get you.
Oh yeah.
And I've tried very much to not dig into those because they're a time suck or what have you. And so Instagram Reels have gotten me. And one of the things that's gotten me recently is these second date radio segments. So like there's a radio show where they would do these segments where their listeners could email in if they'd gone on a first date and they just hadn't heard back from the person. They could email the radio station. The radio station would call the person and ask them why they hadn't called them back. And like that sounds like, all right, yeah, I'm sure that's a radio segment that works or whatever. My Instagram keeps popping them up, and my dumb self keeps listening all the way through.
You're in now.
I've been hooked.
Yeah, you're in.
Like
now.
This is the type of thing that I would like to. I'd like to believe myself above, but I'm not. I'm messy enough to where I want to find out why Leslie didn't call back Jeff after they had a fantastic date at the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do I care about this? And I don't have a good answer, but I still do. That's it. Like I just have to confess. I've realized that this is something that catches my attention, and I'm not happy about it, but it does.
We get sucked into this stuff so much.
Yeah.
I mean, so much.
It's funny, too, because, like, all it takes for you is to watch one thing, and that stuff keep popping up on your timeline, man. Like, I ran across a fight. It was a fight outside.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of checking it out. Nah, my timeline's number fights. Just random-ass fights. I'm like, all right, I ain't that messy.
Yeah.
I want to keep watching all these fights.
I got into you familiar with Grizzy? The one that's kind of a watchdog?
No.
Oh, you got to. Oh, she's huge. She has all kinds of like police scanner things. She goes to some of these things.
Is this a dog or a person?
It's a woman. Grizzy. I'm all in on that. You figure you'd love it.
So she's basically like storm chasing, but like for.
But she's good.
With
Like
the
she
scanner?
solves stuff and she catches people.
This man.
Yeah.
All right.
Look it up. You'll be in.
No, that's the point. I don't want more of these.
Is that like that hood news?
That's it. It's Grizzy.
Grizzy hood news?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
Don't want more of these.
And they be catching the little like the fights at the stoplights.
But bigger stuff too. Like remember when that convict was loose up in Huntsville and they were searching for him? Grizzy was all over that. She helped him catch him.
You sure? Or
Yeah.
did they okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Shout out to Grizzy, I guess. Who I'm not gonna check in on you. I'm gonna be honest.
These are my confessions.
I don't know how I should feel about this, man. I meant to bring it up yesterday, but it stayed on my mind. So yesterday, me, Reggie, and T-Mill went out to Kirby Ice House for steak night. And this time I decided to make a tweet. I texted a couple people like, hey, because the last time we went, everybody was like, hey, I like steak. Oh, where my invite?
Yeah.
And all this other stuff. So this time I decided to text a couple people. Some people couldn't make it and all that stuff. So shout out to my man Sean Pendergast. I texted him. And this was on Tuesday. So this is why I text him. I text him, yo, me and Reg doing steak night at Kirby tomorrow around 6 p.m. Now this was Tuesday. I said we will be there tomorrow. Around 6 p.m. if you want to join. He said Astros game tonight.
Yeah.
Which would have been Tuesday.
Yeah. Please hit me next time. So I'm like, damn, what's today's date?
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, it's okay, man. We will be there tomorrow.
Right.
I said tomorrow again. Tomorrow. No pressure. I'll let you know next time. He said, thanks again. Have fun. So I'm like, damn, is he gonna be a little hungover or something?
Right.
Like,
That's a big plan.
yeah. So I'm thinking like, dang, I guess maybe he misunderstood. Maybe thought I was talking about that night, which was Tuesday and not Wednesday. But then I think Reggie said, I guess he kind of misunderstood. He thought it was Tuesday.
It seems like it. It seems like it, but now that's thrown. I think it's thrown both of us off.
Yeah, that was my confession. That kind of threw my week off a little bit because I was already off Tuesday because I was reading to the kids, And so that threw me off. And then when Sean said that, I'm like, damn, what is today's date? So now today I'm sitting here thinking it's Friday.
Yeah.
So I'm all thrown off, man. But that little piece right there kind of threw me off a little bit because I'm like, did I say today or tonight?
Yeah.
And I made sure I said tomorrow, and he was just like, "Nope, I'll be at the game tonight."
Okay.
So I'm like,
what day is it?
I'm like, what is going on?
Today is Thursday, by the way. I've checked a couple of times because it does feel kind of Friday-like.
Yeah, it does. It does. It absolutely does.
These are my confessions.
I think the Torpedo Bats are going to break the Astros out of their slump. And
Okay.
Let me explain. Baseball players are among the weirdest athletes in sports.
Agreed.
They're just, it's a long season. It's such a mental game. They do some very bizarre things sometimes, in terms of trying to break out out of a slump, maybe whether it's working on some little mechanical, tiny little thing or whatever it may be, slump busters, all kinds of bizarre things. The Torpedo Bats, and by the way, they're coming to Houston. They won't be on the road trip here. They won't have them on the road trip to Minneapolis, but they're going to be back. And Joe Espada said he expects them back by the homestand.
I also wonder when they implement them because the bats come in.
Well, they're
going to
probably use them in the cage a little bit.
Yeah, use them in the cage. BP. I don't know that you're immediately like, all right, take them to the plate. Let's go.
There might be some. But I'm telling you, baseball is such a mental game, and these guys are willing to try just about anything. I fully expect once they get used to it, 3, maybe 4 guys using the Torpedo Bats. And because it's such a mental thing, even though it may not be the bat, I think we're going to see the Astros bats start to heat up because of that.
I sure hope so.
Yeah. It's not the bat.
These are my confessions.
You say it's not the bat?
But the bats are going to help them between the ears.
Yeah, you got. Look, it's a largely mental game.
Yeah.
And in that same vein, I think there's a double Astros confession for me.
Mm-hmm.
One, Luis Garcia has been shut down. They said it's inflammation again. So this is the third time that's happened. I finally reached where you guys were, where I'm like, all right, I don't believe anymore. I do not believe anymore. But at the same time, lineup for today has come out versus the Twins, and guess who's in center field?
Who would that be?
Chas McCormick.
How about that?
I think that's I
He's
got
the
it.
second leading hitter
That's
among
his spot.
the regulars.
I got
I think that's his spot.
I think that's his spot. I
It
think
might
he
be.
didn't take him the spot.
Yeah.
I think he's the center. It's 3 straight games out of a total of what would now be 7.
6, 7, yeah.
I don't know that I could I really shouldn't extrapolate, but it does feel like Jake Myers had started out, all right, and then very quickly Chaz was really worked in center, and it might just be because of the paltry hitting that you've gotten.
Yeah, again.
He's been the least. He's been not the least, but he's been less paltry.
It's Altuve and then him among the regulars.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much, and that's tough. But
you're riding that hot hand of like a 256 batting.
That's right.
Or whatever.
That's right. Look at that. 281 said they'd rather the Astros get a bunch of ladies to break the slump than switch to the Torpedo Bats.
Hey, you can do both.
I don't know how various players' wives and significant others would feel about that particular, or maybe those are the ladies that we're speaking of. I guess I was the one assuming bad things. But I'm in that place where I'm like, yep, white boy Chaz, welcome to center field, dog.
Yeah, man.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and much appreciation to the Men's Clinic for presenting that. Our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, about time for buy or sell on a Thursday. What are we buying what these various people in sports are selling? We'll do it next.
All right, I got to tell you guys, I'm having a lot of fun on Underdog. I really am. I didn't even do well yesterday. Watching your guys, Underdog, one of the leading sports apps, and you can play right here. You can win up to 1,000 times your money with Underdog and create your entries with whether it's baseball picks, which is happening today, and that's what I'm doing today. I'm not doing baseball today. I'm doing basketball today for just any amount that you have. I'm doing a little Steph Curry higher than 25.5 points. Luka higher than 28.5 points. That's going to be a big game, must-watch game today. But you can do it, and even better, you have a great promo code right here. Download the Underdog app. Sign up now using the promo code OG610. That's me, OG610, and you can unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. You got to join in the fun. It is fun. I'm having a blast doing this. with the promo code OG610. Claim your special offer today. Get up to $1,000 in bonus cash with Underdog.
Must be 18 and over, 19 and over in Alabama and Nebraska.
with John Leggiatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. On the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line, someone said, ask the Yankees how well the torpedo bats work. They've lost 2 in a row. I did.
Hey, I'd take 2 in a row.
I was all right. No, that's losses.
Yeah.
But I do also, I was thinking about that where you look at, it's possible that just it was the Brewer series because they had a whole bunch of runs, but I mean, a lot of those were also Aaron Judge, who is not using the torpedo bat, just being really good, Aaron Judge. So I do wonder how much of this is actually a torpedo bat. But yeah, as long as the mentals aspect works in it, I do wonder if that helps. All right, enough of that. It's a Thursday, 12:40. Let's do a little buy or sell.
Let's do a little buy or sell. Let's start with the Houston Texans and D'Amico Ryans. Are you buying or are you selling? Earlier this week, D'Amico Ryans said, quote, it was tough to trade Laramie. and the O-line room was not toxic.
I'm buying that, especially on the tough to trade Laramie, because I think when that happened, I vividly remember I was in line to get my car washed, and I saw it on my phone. I think I texted you guys.
You did, yeah.
And I was like, "Yo," because in my mind, you don't make a move of that caliber if you don't have something in your back pocket that you're willing to run out. It feels like we've gotten to the place where they made that move, and then they were like, "All right, so now what do we do afterwards?" And that would make it tough. Like, I imagine you make that move and you look up and you go, all right, so where do we go from here? Because we just traded a really good left tackle, even if there are all these other things that we talked about. If he's not necessarily exhibiting the full swarm that you would hope at that cost and all those types of things, right? I think that you would have some. Ooh, what does the world look like? It's like quitting a job that you know, maybe there's some quirks, as all jobs do, but quitting a job and not having one lined up, that's tough. No matter what the job is. And so I think that would definitely be tough.
Yeah, I'm buying it too, man. I don't think it's an easy thing to trade your best left tackle or the best left tackle, top 5 left tackle in the game. So I think that was a tough decision.
In a weird way, I'm selling it for the same reason that Reggie gave that he's buying it. And that is, that day and the next day, I said about Nick Caserio, he always has another plan in place. He always has got 2 steps ahead of you. And it may well have been ultimately Cam Robinson and Trent Brown and what he has. But to do that, I mean, none of these guys are dumb. They know how good they know how good Laramie Tunsil is as a pass blocker. So I think it wasn't that tough for. I think they made the decision, we're going to have to move on. And we'll figure it out. They had their plan in place, but you know, kind of the same thing you said, but for a different reason. Like, I think they ultimately decided this is not going to work. And it might have been for another reason, too. It might have been, we don't want to have him hold out next year. And, you know, because Laramie is with his contracts and such. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing or it was wrong. I just don't think it was as tough as D'Amico said.
Yeah, and I mean, depending on what you want to use as toxic there, I think we've really circled in on the idea that it just wasn't swarmy enough, right? Like, you could point to various different ways where, this is not falling into what is. We've recognized the offense was not as swarmy as the defense. We're going to make sure that we whip everything into shape here. Like, the competition and everything will get us to this place where that relentless mindset and that special work ethic will show through on this team in all facets, not just D'Amico's domain of defense. Which there was a little alliteration there. My bad. I didn't even think about that.
Good on you. Jerkson Profar said, quote, "I never would knowingly take a banned substance." Before you answer, I do want to mention, because I looked it up this morning, the only way to take HCG is what he took, is by injection. The only way you can take it is by injection, and it's known as a masking agent.
So he got popped not for the thing that that he did, but it's like, all right, we know that you hiding something. I don't know exactly what you're hiding, but we know where you're hiding it, so you're going to get this 80 game. Anyways, I'm selling it. I'm selling it. If for no other reason, then never, dog. Because I can actually understand how some players get to the place where they do the calculus and they go, it's worth trying to cheat. Right? Maybe you throw me out of here or what have you, but for the time being, I might not be able to stick up here. And Jerkson Profar at one point was one of the top prospects, he was the top prospect in baseball. And it really ain't panning out in that same way. And all of a sudden, you get to a little bit older, and maybe not all of a sudden, because he's found a level of like consistency. But then he has a really good season with the Padres, and all of a sudden he's in the money. Yeah, that don't sound like somebody that did a little bit of a cost-benefit analysis and said, let's see if we can hit for a lick.
You have to open the container and inject yourself. I don't know why I pushed my stomach. But anywhere, you have to inject yourself.
Well, I mean, I think there is something to be said for, I don't know that these guys are like, oh, man, I tripped and fell into some whatever the case. I think that oftentimes the excuse is like, I trusted somebody who told me that this was a thing.
He said he would never knowingly do it.
And so, but we've had this happen enough where it's like, all right, dog, I feel like there's instances and ways in which you probably need to check and clear. And again, I still come back to, I bet you could look up and see that a dude did the calculus and said this is worth the risk, and he just happened to hit snake eyes here.
I feel like he probably found somebody he trusts, and the guy said, "Trust me, bro." You want to be good? Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, I'll trust you. Don't tell me anything what you're putting into my body.
But even when you say that,
Hey, technically, he don't know. He don't know.
You know, it ain't
hey,
great.
do you want to win? Do you want to be great?
Plausible.
Don't ask no questions.
You're buying it?
Hey, dog, this is just vitamins. It's just IV vitamins, bro.
Yes.
Don't even worry about
just
that.
Take this shot.
That's like somebody told me one day, hey, you want to make $10,000? Yeah, all right, just drive me here. Don't ask no more questions.
Oh, wow. How long ago was that? I want to check the statute of limitations.
That was a minute ago.
Okay, good.
I'll tell you about it later.
I was like, please don't say that on there if that was within a certain number of years.
I'll tell you about that later. But
I'd have said no so fast. I said no so fast. No.
Yeah,
it's not
but
worth it.
I'm selling it. I'm selling it. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, me too. All right, here's another one, baseball related. You mentioned tripping. Freddie Freeman. He's still out, I think, right? Injured ankle? I think he's still out. Either way, he said he injured his ankle, quote, in a mishap entering the shower.
I buy this.
I love these. I love true and what's not.
I buy this. I damn near slipped in the shower 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like the lip of my shower is a little bit tall. It's like obviously it has the basin or what have you.
Mm.
And I hit the mess out of my shin. I felt so bad. And I very vividly recall the fact that can happen to any of us, right? And especially if you're a macho man or whatever. I'm not trying to put this, you know how some people put that little slick thing or thing in the shower to kind of help you get some grip. I'm like, nah, I don't need that. And then you don't need it until you need it, right? So I could absolutely see Freddie Freeman. Plus, they be at hotels and stuff all the damn time.
Not familiar, maybe. Yeah.
Man, all it takes is just a wet floor and poorly placed foot for you to slip and hurt yourself.
Yeah, I'm buying it too, man. Everybody fall, man. Everybody got some type of weird spot where they fall. Hell, you fell in the parking lot
I sure
one
did.
time. I think one of our people around here, she was talking about how she fell in the parking lot. She did a little Home Alone fall.
Yeah.
Where you go airborne.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I
Oh,
was like,
wow.
oh, man. So, look, everybody fall. So, I'm 100% buying this.
I'm buying it too, but every time I see one of these excuses, your mind always goes like, did he?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing too. You don't want to tell nobody, "Hey, I messed up my ankle in the shower" or something stupid.
Yeah. All right, buying or selling this. Sean Bijani said he would whoop Seth's ass.
That I am selling so bad because it's also and I appreciate take the time as possible. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop his ass though.
Yeah, that's a beatdown.
I've been kind of trying to find the circumstance. I told you guys, I'm like, maybe we go street fight, no rules, and I go as dirty as possible. I'm talking about Rusty Shackelford, sand in the eyes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about kicking your knees because I know you got a faulty one. I'm talking finding all of the weak points that Seth has from having a body that he used to earn him money by playing football.
Right.
And even still, that ain't whoop your ass.
No.
That is, I might beat you. I might get over cheating. But I don't know about whoop your ass. And he's talking about straight up boxing without the reach.
That's a no.
With a guy in Seth who he is reformed. I think he comes from a very warm and loving place. Mm-hmm. But he is on the precipice. Don't let the Hulk come out because it's in there.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, yeah, Bijani, I can't see this any which way, dog. I really can't.
Yeah, I'm selling this too because it's not like he said whoop his ass. Like when you think of an ass whooping, you think of in sports, you think of blowouts.
Yeah.
Like it'd be one thing if he said, "Hey, I can fight. I fight. So I think I can win. I think I can come out on top." That's a little different, but an ass whooping is like a blowout.
You know what? I want to go even further with this. I'm going to take my take and make it as high as possible in the opposite direction. I don't think there's a Sports Radio 610 personality that Sean Bijani would whoop their ass. I think he could win. Don't get me wrong. He could beat some people.
Oh, yeah, I see your point.
I don't know that he's whooping nobody's ass straight up.
Yeah.
And so to say that about Seth, okay, man. I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
I've got one related. And you and I both heard it this morning during the cross. Seth Payne said, "I'm the biggest, strongest dude in the joint." That's a direct quote.
In the joint?
About here.
Yeah, we're not putting him in jail.
Yeah. About Sports Radio. He says, "I'm the biggest, strongest dude in the joint."
This is tough.
He's the biggest.
Strongest is tough. I think I'm selling this and I'm giving it to Clint Stoerner. Especially because I know Seth stays on his workout. Don't get me wrong. Seth is a large dude. Yeah. Like getting to see him in New Orleans And I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Like, this is, different.
He played in the NFL. I forgot.
But not. Clint's strong. Clint is strong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I could definitely say, like, with absolute certainty that Clint is the strongest, but I'm willing to sell just off of the idea that I can't say for certain that Seth Payne is indeed the biggest, strongest. Number 2 ain't bad, though. Not at all.
No, not here.
I'm buying it, and we talk about Sports Radio 610. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm buying it. I think Clint is right there too, because you could tell he got that Baytown weight, that Baytown strength, and but I think I don't know. I believe Seth when you say that, and I think Seth got more of the anger with it too.
Why? Look, he has the anger, the rage can come out.
Yeah, I feel like Clint don't have that anger, but I feel like he could beat somebody up.
Yeah,
but he don't have that Seth anger.
Yeah, I think you're right that it doesn't come from anger, and I'll ask him here in a second and see if I'm right or wrong. I feel like at some point in his life, Clint thoroughly enjoyed. I'm not saying he still does. He is a loving father of 2 gorgeous baby girls. Like, I understand that he's in that place. However, there's something about Clint that makes me think, like, you're not just going to out-mad him in a fight. Like, he gets in that. Like, I feel like there's been a point in Clint's life where he got hit, like almost like a movie. He gets hit, you get that little blood, he tastes it, and he goes, yeah. Like, I feel like he's Clint.
Yeah, but you got to go there with Clint. I don't think, like Seth, I feel like you could say one little small thing.
That has happened.
And it's over.
That has happened.
Yeah, I think it take Clint a minute. Like, you got to be on some BS.
I would love to see that competition, although I would hate to see that competition.
Exactly.
Because I don't want to see them fight.
Yeah.
But if it ever came to that point, I'd be interested in seeing how what the conclusion was.
Here's where I am. I think Seth Payne is the biggest and strongest, even with all due respect to what Clint is. The one person you do not want to fight in this station is Clint. I think Clint will mess you up.
I feel like Clint got a little more bar fight in him.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see Clint just being in that honky tonk looking bar.
Yep.
And somebody in there hitting on a woman, and he just come out of nowhere, just slide him across the bar.
Yeah.
Drinks flying everywhere. He just kind of just standing there like the Rock.
He is bigger, and I think maybe a little stronger, although Clint clearly is, I think he said he could do 23 or whatever reps of the
225.
225. I don't disagree. I think he's slightly stronger, but I think the one that would fight the best is Clint.
Yeah, that he got that bar fight in him. I don't Seth fight, period. But I don't think he got that bar. A bar fight is a little different than just a regular street fight.
All right, one more for you here.
Okay.
And this is football related. Back to football. Art Rooney II, Steelers owner. These are direct quotes. All signs are positive. That's one. I have a good feeling. That's another one. Not in a hurry. That's the third. He's talking about Aaron Rodgers. He says all signs are positive, has a good feeling, and he's not in a hurry to sign Aaron Rodgers.
I would have to buy that. I think I'm buying that, right? There's not really a lot of landing spots when we're playing the quarterback musical chairs right now. He seems to, as I kind of perceive it, I think he'd like to play with the Vikings, but the Vikings do not seem like they're in any level of hurry or rush. And the Steelers, they're in a place where that's their best option out there. As long as he's not considering like retiring, if he still wants to play football, it seems like that'd be a match. And he still has like the physical ability to do this to some degree. I just keep asking myself, do you want to deal with that mess?
Yeah.
Like, do you want to deal with the headache that has been Aaron Rodgers in every single stop that he's been in, even when he's been really good? It has been a tough thing to navigate. And so that's the question. But when it comes down to like all those things that Rooney said about the possibility of it coming together, I think that he's right.
Yeah, I'm buying it. I think Aaron Rodgers just trying to skip out on all the mini camps and all that crap. I think they had a conversation, and I seen him working out with DK Metcalf.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think it's all set in place. Rodgers is ready to come sign a contract and join in camp. Then I think that's what it is.
I'm buying it too, but for a simple reason. They have to. They have to buy it.
Yeah.
They have to believe that.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we enter the final hour of the program. Let's hit the phone and talk to Super Bowl winning scout, draft, to talk a little bit about the draft. Brian Broaddus will join us next.
Area 45. Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday in the loop. Biggie feeling good. Lopez feeling good. Let's turn it to the line and see how our guest is feeling on this Thursday. He is a Super Bowl winning scout. And sometimes he'll break out that Green Bay Packers ring and let you see it. It's heavy, I'll tell you that. His name is Brian Broaddus. Broaddus, what's happening, man?
Hey, Reggie, John, how we doing today, guys?
Doing pretty well, man. We're doing pretty well. 3 weeks out from the NFL draft in order to add some players, and super excited about it, so I wanted to pick your brain in some way. I think it's a question I've asked you, but I kind of want to circle back on it, especially now that you've gotten deeper into your evaluation of this particular draft class. Like, where do the kind of tiers break down quality of talent? Because I know that there's like a few blue chips, maybe like 2, 3, 4 blue chips, and then maybe, I don't know, into the early teens when it comes to first round talent. But then it seems like there's a large pool of maybe like second round kind of talent per se. Am I reading that right? What is the tier kind of lineup?
Yeah, I've got darn near 200 players scouted myself. And so probably got another 15 in me I'm going to try and get done. And the way this draft has fallen for me is I have 15 first round grades is what I have. And you're right. But there's certain positions that our teams are going to feel really, really good about when it comes to the running back group, when it comes to the defensive tackle group, and then the edge group and the corner group. I think there's quality throughout that. And then there's actually at the top, there's quality at safety. So it might not have the potential for the star players. There's probably, like you said, 2 or 3 guys that you would consider that. And then it kind of falls into, this is a really, really different draft because of these offensive tackles. We haven't had the tackles that we've had in past drafts. And some of these kind of an exercise you always try and figure out is, okay, where would some of these players be in previous drafts? And, that's the exercise that we're kind of working through right now. And you find yourself, say, well, okay, there's 2 or 3 guys in 2 drafts. I'd rather have an offensive tackle than this guy, but this guy's the first overall tackle. So, yeah, it's, the drafts always hated this when scouts would say, oh, it's not a deep draft, your job's to find players, stop bitching about it and, go do your jobs. And, it's, there is always going to be the Puka Nakulas or somebody like that we didn't think very highly of, and all of a sudden turns into like a star player. And, that's the job of a scout. But, this time of year, you hear a lot of complaining about, well, certain positions are this and certain positions are that. I'm encouraged by, the team that I cover here, with the Cowboys, that they have some depth at some certain positions that they're absolutely going to need.
I've been wanting to ask you this. We all know that it's lying season and there's a lot of subterfuge and, things going on when you hear GMs talking, and even combine interviews and Senior Bowl interviews. But to me, once you get to the top 30 interview, it carries a little more weight. Does it?
Yeah, that seems to be. I'll tell you another thing, John, that you can, if you're following who the Texans, if you're starting to hear information about who the Texans assistant coaches are going to work out, that's another thing that kind of tips me off. The 30 visit things are very, very good. They have a thing going on here. They have Dallas Day, with all the players that are really the Dallas and Fort Worth, the Metroplex area, where the Cowboys, they have Ashton Genty in for that thing. So you have to use a 30 visit because Ashton Genty's from this area, that they could just bring him over. There's certain cities that have a great advantage of this. Los Angeles, Atlanta, Miami, Dallas, these cities that have large, that players, a large number of players come from that area. And so, the 30 visits are really, really good. Any type of bringing guys in to work out will tell you a lot about who they might be looking at. Maybe not at the top of the board, but maybe on day 3, when it gets down to okay, we're looking for traits. We're looking, well, wait a minute, we brought this guy in. And there might be some of these kids that you work out that, that are, that didn't go to the combine. So if you like them, you're like, okay, I'm going to take an opportunity to work them out. I'm going to get a physical on them, and then I'm going to be able to have a tag on the board where I know how they stack up with everybody else. So, but pay attention to where your assistant coaches are going. And the coordinators, that's cool, but assistant coaches going to work guys out is a sign that they really do like a kid.
We're talking to Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning draft scout here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Josh Simmons is the tackle out of Ohio State. He's a player that we've seen mocked to the Texans a lot. And if they were to take a tackle, obviously the tape, I imagine, looks really, really good on him. How concerned are you about that torn patellar tendon, particularly for an offensive lineman, a position that we don't really see or we don't have much data on with that?
Yeah, and John attacked in the draft, and if I was Dallas, I'd absolutely take him at 12. If you could. He is that I've talked to. One of the advantages I have of been working in the National Football League for as long as I did was to know trainers and doctors around the league. And everybody gave me the thumbs up as far as, might be limited during the OTA stuff. Maybe you want to look at that, but as far as the training camp and all that, should be good to go. But this guy is, this is a big time player. You watch him play. He's 6'5", he's 317. He's got explosiveness with his footwork. He really gets off the ball well. It doesn't matter if he's going forwards or backwards. He's really smooth. There's just no wasted motion or movement with this guy. He's really effortless in the way he plays, the body position, the balance. It's just so natural to him. And he's learned to have to play both tackle spots. So you get him in the second level, he's a nightmare for defenders to have to deal with. He sees targets, he finishes. There's just so much to really, really like about his game. And, if the Texans were to draft somebody like this, I would, trust me, when we do the draft coverage, the 3 nights that we are, the 3 days that we do it, here for 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com, I would applaud that pick with a lot of gusto.
Are running backs being looked at differently these days than they were even just maybe a year or two ago? In terms of people like, you can get one in the 3rd round. Oh, you can get one in the 4th round.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Listen, yeah, you're not, like you said, I think there's people that have really taken this positional value stuff to I would say a toxic level. But I'm 61 years old. I come from an era where running backs were important, and so when people talk about running backs to me, I always look for the 3 down guys. I always look for the guys that can, that have the ability to carry the ball consistently, to be kind of a workhorse guy. I look for the guy that can catch. More importantly, in this day and age, I look for a guy that can pass protect. You have to be aware. You have to, if you're just a 1 down back or, 2 down back, that really doesn't do me any good. But these guys, there's several guys for example, Ashton Genty, everybody knows about his situation, what he can do. The kid Henderson from Ohio State would be a really good example of a guy that's a 3 down back. There's guys like, for example, Blue at Texas would be a guy that, is explosive. He catches, but he's going to need work on the pass protection stuff. Mm-hmm. So, I think that people, they just, in this draft particularly, there's depending on what kind of back you want. Like there's the 5'9" back, there's the 5'11" back, there's the 6 foot back. There's they've got guys with varying degrees of what they can do. Some guys are extremely tough. Some guys are just really good catchers. It's a draft where if you want to say, okay, we'll wait till. I don't think you want to go too far past like the 4th round in this draft. If you had to go into the 5th, you probably could grab one. But boy, the sweet spot for this thing to me is that 2nd and 3rd round.
All right. We here in Houston, obviously, offensive line, adding talent to the offensive line room feels like it's very important. But also, you still have probably a starting Z wide receiver spot that is open and that you would love to have a young talent. If you were looking at the Texans taking at 25 and then obviously having 58 in the 2nd round. Would you rather go if a wide receiver like, let's say, Ibuka or Golden is available to you at 25? Would you rather go wide receiver, one of those guys at 25, and then circle back around and add some offensive line talent, whether a guard or a tackle, in the 2nd round? Or would you do that in the opposite direction, where you pick up one of these starting caliber first round offensive linemen, and then see what you can add wide receiver wise afterwards?
Yeah, go for your offensive lineman first, Reggie, and then turn around and swing that thing in the 2nd round is what you would do. I think what happens, the questions about the offensive line are more as you get down the board, and to me, if the names, like I say, the Simmons, the Campbell, the Banks, the further you go down, the further you go down that list, the harder it is to attack and pinpoint that guy and say, that's our guy. I would go get Simmons and then flip this thing in the 2nd round. Besh from TCU, Williams from TCU. There's some guys, the Goldens and Ibuka and those guys are likely going to be gone. But I feel like I could get the quality, not maybe the level of play with the wide receiver, but I know I can't get it at offensive tackle unless I pick it high. So flip that thing is what I would do.
Real quick, what about guard though? Because a lot of guys.
Yeah. See, that's the thing too, guys. There's everybody's projecting tackles to guards. There's guys like Booker from Alabama, who's just a plug and play guard. That's guy Jackson from Ohio State is another one of those guys that I don't know if either one of those guys would get to you at your 2nd pick, but there's some tackles that people are projecting that could be that, okay, well, we can move them inside to play guard. Gray Sable from North Dakota State is that kind of guy. Very versatile guy, could probably play all 3 positions, might be in that area where you guys are picking in the 2nd.
And here's more of another sort of a big picture question for you, just your experience at work here. Mm-hmm. I love when people say so-and-so's draft stock is falling. And we were talking about this a little bit yesterday on the show. According to who? I mean, it's like Shedeur Sanders, people are talking about him. We've seen a lot of news in the last day that, the Browns and the Giants may not draft a quarterback at all. I mean, that's just all projection. How much do internally, does an organization, fall in line with what people are projecting?
Well, see, that's the problem, John, is what you hear that. Trust me, I've been in that room where, we hear what, the projections are and what people are talking about. Media scouts tend to be off until we get to like the very end. And then what happens is media scouts then start to talk to buddies around the league, people they know, and they get an idea that like, oh, wait a minute, so-and-so's really not this good. We've seen that from a couple of different times. The Texas A&M kid, the scouting, it was like a top guy, like a top 10 guy. And now you don't see him on any mock drafts. So there's been people like been a lot of projections from media scouts, and then all of a sudden the media scouts then start to talk to the teams, and the teams are like, bro, you got that guy way too high.
Yeah.
But there's things in the media scouts that we don't know. Like there's a lot of questions about Luther Burden from Missouri, the wide receiver. A lot of people have him as a first-round guy, but then you start to talk to teams, it's like, well, you need to check the character there.
Mm-hmm.
See, we don't have the advantage of character check nor medical.
Yeah.
We're just looking at whatever tape and stuff we can get. We're putting him in that spot. So when you see a guy's stock is dropping, it's, well, the media scouts put him way up high here, and then the teams are coming in and saying, well, wait a minute now. You didn't know that the guy had this injury, and you didn't know he had this character problem. That's the code word for we got the guy wrong to start with.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so defensive tackle is another one of those positions that, it feels like the Texans could add at, but I don't know that would take precedence in the first round. Not to say that it couldn't. Can you give me a day 2 defensive tackle that you have your eye on that you kind of like?
Reggie, correct me. You guys have odd front or even front? When odd, I mean you play three-man line or four-man line?
Four-man, yeah.
Four-man line. Okay, you need a 1 technique, which is a nose tackle, or do you need a 3 technique, which plays like an upfield
You'd want a 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you want a 1. Okay, so you're in luck because this is where
I feel like I'm buying a boat right now.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
No, absolutely. I mean, like I said, you just got to kind of lead me down the path. But a guy like Talik Williams from Ohio State, Harmon from Oregon, yeah, Walker from Kentucky. These are the guys. Collins from Texas, West from Indiana. They're guys. There are some 320-pound dudes that are these 1 technique guys, and this is actually a pretty deep group when you start to talk about the 1s and the 3s. So if you're looking for a guy that, if you're looking for that 1, that kind of that guy that plays the gap between the center and the guard, you've got names that you could absolutely choose from. But you're kind of in a spot where in that second round, there's some people ahead of you that need the same type of guy. So you might be on the tail end of that 1 technique group there in the second round.
All right. Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning scout. Appreciate you jumping on with us. Is Jerry Jones actually going to do this thing where he makes it terrible with Micah Parsons, or is this actually just going to get
I honestly, I don't think he knew how to pronounce David Mulliget's name.
That's what it was? He just didn't know that?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, would you like to just butcher that and like,
we don't talk
David
to the agent.
Malagagata, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'll say this, though. I don't think you want to mess with David Mulligetta myself.
No, you do not. No, you
I
don't.
really don't think you want to mess with him because the next thing you know, that guy will be toasting with a bottle of champagne, say, hey, UMFers now know my name, so here we are, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I don't mess with David Mulligetta. He's damn good at what he does. But I don't think Jerry wanted to attempt to say that name. That's the thing I think happened.
He created more problems for himself. That's
Sure
how it
did.
seems to go, doesn't it? All right. Brian Broaddus, appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. Thank you so much, my man.
Take care, boys.
All right, man.
There he is, Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning scout. He's run a draft room on one of these instances, so I always appreciate him lending us some of his expertise. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we turn it over to Figgy from Mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, conspiracies and more conspiracies. I want to know some of the craziest conspiracies that you down with, and I got a couple of them, and I kind of want to get y'all thoughts on them.
All right. Let's a little bit of conspiracy talk next.
All right. A little Franklin team and getting your house sold right now. And really, that's not an exaggeration.
or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's a mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So yesterday we talked about Val Kilmer, the actor that passed away. And a lot of people was bringing up his role. He played Jim Morrison in the movie The Doors.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything about that movie. And I checked out the movie a little bit yesterday. I didn't get a chance to finish, but he looked just like Jim Morrison.
Exactly.
It's kind of scary a little bit. I seen a couple articles talking about I guess the people that made the movie couldn't tell which one was actual Jim Morrison vocals and Val vocals.
Really? He was okay.
He did the singing.
He was he was dead set into that character.
No, I knew he did the singing. I just didn't know that he was that good to like really replicate Jim Morrison's voice in that way.
Yeah, he was pretty good from what I saw. But I say that I kind of went down the rabbit hole a little bit. So I was watching a lot of his performances. And then I got to the conspiracy parts, and I ran across this audio, and I brought it up to y'all a couple weeks ago about how that conspiracy out there that he is still alive, and he is living in Syracuse.
Come on, man.
New York?
New York. He's in Syracuse, New York.
Doing what?
As a janitor. I'm glad you said that.
A janitor?
Yeah. So that's kind of out there, and it kind of got me.
What do they have him running from? Because, like, I feel like if you're I'm laying low, like witness protection, you got to be running for something to just, and maybe that's elitist. I apologize. Because, there's people that find fulfillment being a janitor and all that. But it just feels like if you were a world-class musician, you're like, nah, I'm just going to live in Syracuse as a janitor and never let anybody know of my existence. Yeah. That feels like you running from something. I don't know that Jim Morrison has that particular.
Yeah. So this conspiracy started on a documentary on Apple TV called Before the End, Searching for Jim Morrison.
I am surprised.
So this is on Apple TV. Yeah, this ain't even like a YouTube.
This is
that
the
feels
real
like
deal.
That feels like at best a Netflix conspiracy.
Yeah.
I didn't think Apple TV got into the
I didn't either. But here is CBS 6 in Albany, New York, pretty much breaking down not breaking down the conspiracy, but talking about it.
The wild theory about Morrison is circulating online thanks to a documentary out now on Apple TV+. Filmmaker and self-professed Doors superfan Jeff Finn dives into the long-running theory that Morrison faked his death. Morrison was buried before an autopsy was performed, and news of his death was kept secret for 6 days. In his series Before the End, Finn speculates that Morrison faked his death and assumed the identity of a maintenance man named Frank living in Syracuse. Believers say a number of eerie coincidences justify the theory, and Frank was supposedly friends with Doors drummer John Densmore. While Frank admits he's not Jim Morrison, he says if anybody could have pulled off faking their own death, it would have been Morrison. Jim Morrison would be 81 today, and he does have a few real connections to New York. They played Rochester in March of '68. A show in Syracuse the next year was canceled.
That's
y'all buying this?
So what? That a concert in Rochester?
He drove through a city in the general area, and that means that he might have wanted to stop down and live here.
I kind of like this place.
So y'all not buying this?
No. In the least bit.
They were starting to get me though with the idea of buried before an autopsy, and I was like, okay, you can maybe get me with this.
Just little stuff like that.
And of course, he's gonna live in New York,
going, man.
He did one performance, right?
and I say again, people work very, very, very hard to get really famous and really big and really become a superstar. They don't just say, you know what, I'm done with that. If you don't like the attention, buy an island like Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp lives on an island.
Well, I mean, there's some people that don't like the trappings of fame.
So move away.
But see, the thing is, and I don't think this had nothing to do with Jim Morrison or anything, but when you start talking about, he owed a lot of money to the mob and all this type of stuff, that's when it would be like, okay, I see why he would disappear. But
buy an island. Just go.
The mob
leave.
Go over there to the island.
That's right. Well, you'll see them coming.
They will find you.
They'll see them coming.
Yeah,
My money.
Yeah, I'm not rolling with this either. But but I say that to say also kind of connect with this. Here's another conspiracy that kind of been going around for a little bit too.
Okay.
Tupac is alive conspiracy.
Oh yeah.
I wonder where y'all lay when it comes to this. Because I brought the Jim Morrison little article thing up to somebody that work around here in the office by the name of Melissa Chase. Melissa Chase.
Yeah.
She worked for Mix 96.5. And she was so amazed by this because she never heard this theory.
Oh wow.
In the year of our Lord 2025?
Yeah, how do you know?
No, she never heard of the Jim Morrison theory.
Oh, okay.
But that brought her asking me, do you think Tupac is alive? So I said, hell no, he ain't alive. So this is Melissa Chase right here from Mix 96.5 explaining her Tupac theory.
All right, I 100% think that Tupac is still alive somewhere. And I got to be careful how I'm saying this because I, like most people, am terrified of Suge Knight. But here's the deal. First of all, Tupac's nickname, Machiavelli, he literally nicknamed himself after the guy who wrote about faking your own death to trick your enemies. Absolutely not a coincidence. Second, you don't think it's a little sus that Suge Knight was in the car when the shootout happened and Tupac was in the passenger seat? He went through this traumatizing experience of his friend getting shot at in the car he was driving, being taken to the hospital and put into a coma before being declared dead. Yet he turns around and makes jokes about it later, like maybe Tupac ain't dead. Maybe he's coming back. Come on. Are you really going to do that when you watch your friend getting shot right in front of you? That's not grief. That is a cover-up. And lastly, the lack of the body. That whole thing is bizarre. Like, I know that you can rush things through for celebrities, but the fact that Tupac's autopsy allegedly happened immediately and they were able to do a cremation within 24 hours, come on. And nobody got connections like that. Plus, no open casket. And anyone who's tried to stalk an ex online knows that you can literally find out anything on the internet. Yet for some reason, even now, almost 30 years later, no one has a photo or a video of the body or the autopsy. Come on. So no, I do not think that Tupac is dead, and having a good time watching himself and his career still flourish, from everything with the Coachella hologram versions of him to new music that has come out since his quote passing. And I personally am very excited and hope I am around to see his big return.
Are y'all rolling with this?
No. Although I did find it interesting that she talked about stalking people on the internet. Like, why she went there? Well, I'm sure there's a story or two.
What are you doing right now?
I'm sure there's a story or two.
Tupac would be how old at this point?
60-something?
Born in 71?
So 50.
He'd be in his 50s.
50.
Okay.
Yeah, 54.
I love that she's got the idea of 50-something-year-old Tupac popping back out like, I'm alive. Come to my concert tour that's launching. I'm like, I don't know about that one.
He's just gonna tweet something. Psych.
All of a sudden on Twitter, unbelievable. He's just one of these dudes who has like the fishing picture up, except it's actually Tupac. All this time, you thought I was just Jim.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna get y'all out of here on this the conspiracy. This is the one I'm kind of intrigued by a little bit. The Stevie Wonder conspiracy.
This is mine.
That one. We've been talking about that in the hood for a minute.
I'm here. This is the one I'm here for.
Yeah. So here is Shaquille O'Neal. I think this was on TNT. Inside the NBA. This was his interaction with Stevie Wonder in the elevator.
We lived in the building on Wilshire. So you park your car under the valet's down there. So I'm already in the building. I'm coming to the lobby. Oh, this Stevie Wonder. He comes in, says, "What's up, Shaq?" Presses the button. Hold on, true story. Presses the button, gets up on the floor, buys stuff, goes to his room. I went and called every person I knew and told the story. They believe me.
I love the story.
Wait, we got more though.
Right.
We got more. Here's Lionel Richie.
Oh, I don't think I've heard the Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie. He was on a late night talk show, and he was talking about his interaction with Stevie Wonder driving.
I go over to his house, and he says, "I got a record I want you to hear." So he pulls the cassette, and he says, "Come go with me in the car." He goes out to the car, and he goes on the driver's side. He said, get it on the passenger side. I get on the passenger side, and then he puts the cassette in, he cranks the car up, and he goes, and he puts it in reverse and starts down the driveway. He's going down the driveway. I said, Stevie! He goes, I got you.
Oh, Lord.
Wait a minute, we got more.
There's a preponderance of evidence.
We got more. R&B artist by the name of Johnny Gill.
Mm-hmm.
This is him talking about how Stevie Wonder was actually cold at air hockey.
I beat all three of us, whipped our ass in air hockey. I'll never forget saying, oh man, Steve was the master of air hockey. And I remember telling Keith,
that is a visual sport.
Yes. I told Keith, I was like, yo, man, we can't tell nobody this. Right. He beat all three of us. And I said, I don't care what you say, you can say.
Right.
Because you just hit the table, and his reflexes so quickly, and he was boom boom and serve it right back. And I'm going, yo, man, there's no way, man. There's no way.
Crazy.
Yeah. I told Keith in the promise we would never tell nobody.
So the three people that he beat was Johnny Gill, Keith Sweat, and Gerald Levert in air hockey. Are y'all rolling with this?
Yes, I've been rolling with it. And here's the problem, right? I understand that there's like legal levels of blindness.
That's
and
where
stuff
I go with it. Yeah.
But I mean, that's the reasonable part. I don't want to be reasonable here. I want to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I keep thinking of, like, I'm willing to buy this, especially because it's largely harmless, right? There's some conspiracies where you get to it and you're like, all right, this is actually like an issue with some issues. It's largely harmless. I just don't know why. Like I can get myself to the idea that he's been faking for all this time. To what end?
I don't think he's faking. I fall in line with he's blind. He's legally blind.
But we never say
it's all black.
But we never say legally blind whenever it comes to Stevie Wonder.
And to be fair, he has handlers in such a way where it makes it seem as though
blind.
Yeah. But I don't know.
Because you could be blind, like legally blind, as far as like seeing shadows and stuff like that.
That's what I'm saying. I just love the Shaq story. What's up, Shaq?
Hit the floor he was going to.
What's up, Shaq?
It remains hilarious to me.
What's up, Stevie?
I had never heard that Johnny Gill one until recently. So just more evidence to put into my pocket when it comes to that.
And there's so many more stories of this too, by the way, of people just like
him looking at the big screen at a basketball game.
Or him talking to Carmelo Anthony, said, "Hey, I like your game, man. I like watching you play."
Yeah, exactly. He used the word "watching," which of course is going to throw people over. All right, from the 916, they believe Bruce Lee is still alive. Someone said,
I never heard that one.
Yeah.
832 said, who's going to tell Melissa about Keefe D? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
He's copped to it at this point.
Yeah, nah, he got,
Yeah, Gus and Katie got to the one where he was caught on TV catching a mic that was dropping.
Oh, yeah.
On the stage. Yeah, there's a lot of these. This is my favorite, again. But I appreciate you bringing that to the table. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the Drive, Clinton, Ron. But before we get there, is this possibly the biggest, tool or the biggest check mark that the Cougars are going to have against Duke this weekend? We'll talk about what that is next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point, and boy, a second chance, and it was
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging with us all Thursday long. We're about getting ready to hand it over to the fellas of the drive, Clint, Ron, T-Mill. They'll get going here shortly. Before we do that, though, super excited for 2 days from now when the Cougs will get back on a full ready. In fact, they took the bus out to San Antonio yesterday.
Bus?
Correct? The bus.
So a couple of people brought.
Wait, are you for real? Like, is this actually an issue for folks that they took a bus just under 200 miles to San Antonio?
Reggie and I are on the same page on this. I thought that was the preferred method for this trip. And think about it. You got to take a bus to the airport. It's like a 35, 40-minute flight. You're going to be packing and unpacking. Then another bus to the hotel. Just take a bus, man.
Yeah, I feel like.
Hours.
Now, of course, I always do the thing.
But the flight is like 45 minutes.
It is.
Not even.
I mean, 45 would be going further, right? Like
45 be going to like New Orleans.
I don't even know if you reach cruising altitude to get to San Antonio. Really.
Did you go up and then come
like,
down?
I'm not even sure you get all the way up to the top of that. But I do wonder, like, would it have been like going to the airport, dealing with all that? Like, and I know that they're not going through the airport like we going through the airport, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I feel like by the time you do that, you're probably like a third of the way to San Antonio, anyways.
Yeah.
I felt like this was not that big of a deal. I didn't think that had to do anything with the program. Although, I mean, I'm sure Houston is, and we talked to Eddie Nunez some weeks back, or was it last month? Where I mean, they're wanting to continue to prepare themselves for the next era of college sports and making sure that they have the proper funding, especially when it comes to like revenue share that is fast approaching in college sports. In fact, speaking of with the revenue share, it is funny because it seems like pro schools that don't have football might actually benefit from revenue share because there you have share amongst your athletes, and if you're not sharing it amongst like a large amount of football players, sometimes you wonder if you're going to have more money to go around for some of these basketball players. I'll be interested to see how that works in the college space. But neither here nor there. Yeah. They took the bus. They head out to San Antonio, and they're going to face off against the Duke Blue Devils, which looks like, I mean, probably the stiffest competition that they'll face all season long, especially the way that they're playing. Somebody said buses for bonding. This team, I don't know, can this team bond even more?
Can they bond any more than they have?
They seem going all the way back to like running on the track in the offseason and such.
Yeah. No, I had no problem. Even New Orleans, I might have said, hey, you should have taken a plane. That's a 5.5. We just recently did it.
We did.
Yeah.
Although it went quick. Although I was not the one driving, but it went real quick.
So, but San Antonio, no problem. But they are in San Antonio, and I brought this up with you. I'm old enough to remember, this U of H team in Final Fours. Now, Elvin Hayes era is a little sketchy for me. I was just a kid, but I know, they didn't have the best coach. All due respect, Guy V. Lewis, you're a legend, you're a Hall of Famer. They didn't have the best coach in the Final Four. There was one guy named John Wooden there.
I think I've heard of him.
There was a guy.
He's all right.
There was a guy named John Wooden.
How many championships? Like at some point,
11?
I was like, once we got to double digits, I was just like, he has a lot. That's the number he has.
I think he was on a run of 4 in a row at that time.
Oh, that's cute.
So yes, Guy V, legend. Then you go into the 80s very well. I was covering those teams when I was an undergrad at A&M. I was covering the tournament, covering Cougars basketball and all that stuff. Phi Slamma Jamma, man. Maybe the best assemblage of talent that the U of H has ever seen, including this year. But Jim Valvano slowing the game down.
Was Jim Valvano, because this is
a great coach.
All right, he was viewed as that in that point. It wasn't the NC State championship that then put him over where people viewed him as a great coach. He was already there.
He was a great coach.
All right.
He really was. And Guy V, people, even though I didn't buy into this, all he does is roll the ball out. Well, no, he did a lot more than that. They were really good at pressing, really good at break. We all know the story. But probably not as, probably got outcoached. Did get outcoached, especially in the championship game.
Yeah.
The Cougars have the best coach left in the Final Four. That's the difference.
I think I agree. Right. Yeah. Bruce Pearl is maybe the one that you can throw out here. Todd Golden for Florida. I mean, he just recently kind of took over that and has grown it. And then John Shire, even more recently, has taken over at Duke, even though he's had some good results. I think, yeah, Bruce Pearl at Auburn is probably the one that you compete with, but he does not nearly have the same amount of time put in and the ways in which I think Kelvin Sampson would have won a lot more if not for the couple of kind of violations that stymied his abilities to continue to grow what he'd been building in Oklahoma and Indiana, respectively. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, you do have the best coach. He's built a culture and an identity that I think looms larger than any of those other programs. With all due respect to Duke's, John Shire, he got a chance to hand off in a way, as opposed to
he learned from one of the masters.
He did, one that you would want to fight in some ways, but a master nonetheless. And it's kind of wild though to have that perspective where I feel like you could confidently and easily say that Kelvin Sampson's the best coach, but he stands the same on a particular statistic that goes across all those dudes, which is none of them have won a championship. Like, no matter how this ends with a chalky Final Four, all number ones, it'd be one of these guys will walk out as a first-time NCAA champion.
And you mentioned, Bruce Pearl. They beat the Cougars
early on in the season.
On in the season here,
Toyota Center.
After fighting on an airplane, having to turn the airplane back.
That's
Remember
right.
that?
Man, where does the time go? They really were fighting on a plane, and then
turned the plane around.
I don't even remember if it was the same dude or if it was a dude involved. But didn't they have a player who was just over there in the corner sulking because he wasn't getting the ball?
I don't know if that's the same guy or not.
Yeah, but they've gone through some things themselves. But yeah, that is a level of advantage that you're right. The Cougars have not had in any of these games. I wonder if that's enough to get them over in this way, because I do think that they've done things where they're able to win the first few possessions, and then in the way that they already limit possessions in a game, that's enough to kind of give them here some instances, right? And then or give them some advantages is the word that I was looking for.
Yeah.
They're going to need advantages against this Duke team. This Duke team is really good, and I think they match up well.
That's kind of like the shoe on the other foot back from the 80s in Flash Slam and Jamma. That was the most talented team, one of the most talented teams I've ever seen in my life. They're not the most talented team in this Final Four. I don't think, it's even close with Duke, in terms of just sheer talent, length, scoring ability, defensive ability, but they have the best coach. They have the best coach left. And will that be enough? I think it could.
Which I feel like Kelvin's got to be super excited about, because he finally gets to that place where he gets to be the deciding factor in this if you're going to get this victory. Because, there's been other instances where an injury has decided it. Obviously earlier on, just being able to try and get that talent level to a place where it matched was a deciding factor for him when he ultimately reached a place where the Cougs would stop. Now, it's not going to be talent that stops you. Well, I guess obviously you are still in a place where you'd probably say Duke has the better talent. But I think what's going to determine if they can get over in some ways is him as the coach. And I think that speaks to what he's built, what he's been able to get to. But I think that he's got to be very proud and happy that it gets to be put in his lap, in his hands in some ways, to get this over.
I got to believe even he would tell you this is the tallest task, no pun intended, they've faced probably in 2 or 3 years.
What, Coop?
Yeah. The Cougs facing this Duke team. They're really, really good. You brought out the data. Top 10, was it, what was that the numbers of the.
They're top five offense and defense?
Yeah.
The Duke.
No, of the top 10 teams in NCAA history.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So when you talk about Ken Pom rankings is what you're talking about.
That's what I was trying to say.
Of the top 10 Ken Pom ranked teams that have played in the tournament, at least as far as Ken Pom. Yeah, they're up there, and I think all 4 of these teams were top 8.
Yeah.
So it's a great collection. It can come that collection of talent with these Cougs, and then you look up and you go, Kelvin, go win it for the boys.
Yeah.
Excited for that one on Saturday. Also excited, and thank D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity, as always, to talk to our fellas. Clint, talk to show. Fellas, what's popping?
Not much, baby.
How are you?
Good times.
So you and Jim Nance in a fight.
Who you got?
I'll kick his old ass.
Yeah. All right, how you going about it? I'm obviously you know where this is based off of. Bijani was out here talking that cold cash, about taking down Seth in a boxing match.
He said he would whip his ass.
He said he'd whip his ass.
Seth who?
Payne.
How did that come about? The smallest guy on the station and the biggest guy on the station.
What
brought that up?
No. Maybe it's being relatively small.
They were promoting a boxing match coming up in Katy. Or talking about it, I should say. And do you have the audio? Oh no, we've traded.
Fig done got the hell out of here.
Figgy's not waiting.
He said
his weekend start today.
I'd whip his ass. So we of course, had led us down this path.
Absolutely.
We're like, we're trying to see. He meant that.
Sometimes Seth might take something like this serious.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with Big Seth.
Like, I don't know. Like, is he in on it?
Oh yeah, they talked about it this morning. They
talked about
heard it. But the question of the day ended up being, who in sports do you want to fight? And I said, well, Show's going to fight Jim Nance, but who do you got?
I just want to have a few
How
words.
big is he? Words? Does Nance
He's
have
about
the reach
6'4".
I just want to have a few
Nance,
words.
so Nance has got the reach and the height.
6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, his ass is old.
I just got the red carpet reverse.
And I'll use weapons if I have to. I'll fight fair. I just want to have a few words with Jim.
You just shut up and let me do my
like
job.
that. I just have.
we got plenty of people around here got his number.
No need for words, baby. Let's get to actions, baby. Let's get to action.
Words with Jim.
Yeah. All right, so
we had a real misunderstanding.
That's right. All right, I know that I can be the instigator in some ways on the station. I understand. I accept it. But at one point in Seth breaking down you showing that you have. Don't put that too close to the cameras now.
I got it over
What
here.
are you doing?
I got it over
Hey, Jim,
you about to dox Jim Nance? That's
I'll
crazy.
leave a voicemail. Can we do that? Check the rules
Jim.
on that. Check the rules on
On
that.
the air?
Can I call him and leave a voicemail? There's no way he answers. Can I call and leave a voicemail? Can I do that on
the air? Yeah, I feel like you should check that out.
I think it'd be a great idea. I think that'd be
like, hey Jim,
I think
guess
it'd be worth
what,
it
man?
to you pay the fine. I'll help pay the fine, whatever it is.
It's a big fine.
Whatever it is, I'll help pay it.
I don't know if you want to put your
stuff out there like that.
On that.
I'll do a little research.
Yeah, let's find out what that number is. All right, so Clint, I just want to make sure that I was right because one of the things I said about you, obviously talking about boxing, talking about the guys at 6'10", I was like, look, I feel like at one point in your life, it wasn't just that you could fight. Not saying that you can't still, but like you got a little jolly when you had an opportunity to throw some
I would
hands.
say I didn't look for it, but there was a time when there was something in it for me. Like something did it for me.
We were talking about how if anybody ever blooded your lip, you'd taste it and go.
Yeah, that was one of those where like there's definitely a switch. And it takes a lot to get there, but when it flips, it's.
Clint, it's like, all right.
I even got my ass whooped a couple times and enjoyed it. I'll be honest with you. I'm not undefeated over here. In fact, I don't know that I'm above 500. But it's one of those where afterwards you just feel a little more like a man.
Yeah, but that's really the secret in there, right? That's like really it's not that you above 500, it's that you can get in there and
you can hold your
mess
own.
around.
Exactly. Trust me, there's that old saying of I don't know if I can win, but you're gonna know you was in a fight.
That's right.
We were talking about that too.
I'm not one to walk around and talk about whooping ass, but you're gonna know you got into something.
That was the thing about Bijani. That was the thing about Bijani. It wasn't that he said he beat Seth. Said he whoop his ass. And I bet
Bijani would hold him to a leg for a long time.
Bijani does seem like someone who doesn't quit.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, hang on for a long time.
He does seem like you got to keep stomping his ass.
All right, fellas, have a fantastic show. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Clint's in the building. Tyler's in the building as well. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see all of us. And no nipples today, guys. You can see all of us.
Not yet.
He's
Psych!
Hey, there they are. Here he comes.
Hey, real quick.
All you got to do is challenge him.
Are you wearing a... I know. Are you wearing a Clarissa Explains It All t-shirt?
I sure as hell am.
Okay.
Who's that?
A tremendous Nickelodeon television
No one's surprised that you didn't have Clarissa Explains It All. Yeah, Nickelodeon. Very, very popular. My Brother and Me, all of that on the same channel. Clarissa Explains It All. Then she slid over. She was a real slut on Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Melissa Joan Hart?
Yeah, she was a she was more sluttier on ABC.
I
she got
a crush on that girl.
Clarissa.
You had a crush on her?
Clarissa.
Oh yeah. I mean, to an extent.
Clarissa is that? I mean, yeah. I think most Clarissas are probably pretty edgy.
She was a pretty typical white girl.
She went to Sabrina, so she was really edgy.
She was a pretty typical white girl.
Teenage white girl. She was helping guide me through adolescence. Working through those tough problems that arise as you grow older.
There you go.
Yeah, Topanga was the first one where I saw some jump in my pants. Yeah, Topanga Lawrence. That was the first one. And I said,
you
wow.
saw something. Did you?
I did. I was like,
did you
wow,
watch it or did you just feel it?
Well, I'm just saying when it came with Topanga, it came, and that was the first time I was
zipper
like,
got tight,
wow,
huh?
man.
Hey,
what is this?
Y'all have heard that story about Melissa Joan Hart and these very airwaves, this station, right?
No.
She told this man, John Lopez, the OG, straight up, I will never forget it. I wasn't working here. I was a listener. She told him and whoever was with him about her Alabama panties that she had on.
Well, who was it?
She had Alabama panties on?
Yes, Crimson Tide panties.
Did she show them?
Well, I think it was yeah. But
that sounds like that was prior to the Me
Who
Too
was
era.
it?
She wasn't shy.
Who was it again?
Melissa Joan
Hart.
They did an interview back in the day with her, and she was telling them like in detail about the panties.
Did you see her?
You didn't get a chance
did you
to
see
see
her roll tide panties?
No, I did not.
Is this you and Nick? This sounds like a you and Nick.
This is me and Nick.
Yeah, that sounds like sounds right.
She told us I got my Crimson Tide panties on.
See,
how did you all? No one had the follow-up question. Well, let's see.
Is there any lace in there?
I mean, I'm sure she is a woman that knew exactly what she was doing, but that's the kind of stuff that women say that they just don't have any clue what it does to most people. Forget the Crimson Tide in Alabama.
Is
You're sitting there with two men,
like at least
and you're
this,
talking
what
about
kind
the
of panties
that
are
you
these?
have on.
This in thong form? Like what kind of panties are these?
See, that was
I have
in the
this,
follow-up.
Sabrina. Yeah, I mean, I have this conversation with my old lady all the time. I shouldn't say my old lady. She's
You
younger
have
than
that
my wife.
conversation of Alabama panties?
Like, no, but she'll do something. I'm like, man, you just don't get it.
Yeah.
Like you have
that does something.
99.9% of men I know, the visual it's over, but the just talking about panties in general, just
it flips the switch.
My thought immediately to that point was, well, let me introduce you to Johnny Football.
Come on now.
Let me show you Scooby-Doo here.
Come on now. You got some of them A&M draws on too.
Johnny Football comes with a lot.
Hey, man. Absolutely.
Introduce you with a lot.
I mean, I wasn't even there. And I'm assuming that was 20 years ago.
Nick, that was quite some time. Yeah, it's probably good 10. Yeah.
I've been
here 5 years.
Women out there, if you don't know, now you know. I mean, I think a lot of y'all do it intentionally, and you know exactly what you're doing. But I think there's a good chunk of y'all that have no clue.
Yeah, go win a ball game. Go do your thing. All right. Well,
win a ball game. What are you talking about?
They're talking about pennies, and it's trying to get a dub here. But at least back in the day,
that's exactly what goes to went to my mind too.
Let's get a dub here.
It still goes to my mind. It's just a little easier to get the dub.
Yeah, there you go. Alabama panties.
A little less of a hunt because it's my bride.
Never know where you're going to get to. But no, the drive is live. Coming up, we got a lot to get to. If you missed it, Payne and Pendergast, they had Nick Caserio on. We'll let you hear some cuts from that. They were on around 7:30. If you want to go back and listen to that on the podcast page, you can do so. But there were some things, there were some football horny statements made for Clint Stoerner from Nick Caserio. We'll let you hear all the important things from that and discuss that. Also, Tyler, I'm not in a place where Clint is, where Clint, I believe, has taken the tactic of just trying to make you feel bad.
Which he cannot accomplish.
I'm not. See, you missed
about your night.
It is impossible to make him feel bad. That would never be my. That would never be. If I thought it would work, I would.
It feels like sometimes you go into the.
I need him to feel my intensity and my sincerity and my real and like I'm earned, but I'm not trying to make. I know he ain't.
And I'm gonna read this.
That's not the way to his heart.
I'm gonna read this, and I'm not there where Clint is, where I'm giving you the intensity. I want you to have a good time. But it reads this, and I didn't put this in, and I know Clint didn't put this in, but it reads in third person. Tyler had another late night. It ended with DoorDash. No, this isn't deja vu. Again, people, it happened. But
you gotta laugh at yourself sometimes.
Okay, see, you're laughing now. I was laughing with you. I was laughing with you after the Rockets game. I was laughing with you after the opening day game. Hell, I was laughing with you after the Houston Open on Saturday.
I'm on a run, baby.
Hell, I was laughing with you the other day when I went out with you and you continued on. I think that was yesterday.
Yeah. That'd be last night.
I was just going to tell you, I'm just smiling now. So, hold up.
I'm smiling real big. Another great night in the books last night, man.
What time did this DoorDash order take place?
Not as you'll be proud. Not as late or early in the morning.
Well, yesterday
as
was
the previous.
Yesterday was 2:37 a.m. What was?
Yeah,
what was?
Well, I mean, you got a large window to be better.
Does it still start with the 2?
No.
What does it start with?
A 1.
Okay.
That's
said a 1.
Or is the count even, or are you down in the count 1, 2? Which?
I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
Is it 11 or was it 12?
It was
1.
You said 1.
It was 1 a.m.
I was hoping maybe it was.
You were giving me such a bit of the time. You said 11,
11 or 12.
Those start with 1.
I start with 1.
I was like 1:21, 30.
So this game, this came in the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
right? That's better. All right, you know the drill. 713-572-4610, folks. Where did he order? DoorDash. He will start reading his order off at the end of the segment. This is becoming too much. All right, this is not supposed to be a benchmark.
And even if it was, it's only supposed to happen once a week. Not 3 or 4 days.
This is not supposed to be a benchmark.
But this is where we're at. Yesterday it was Jack in the Box. The previous one was Taco Bell. What is it today? 1 a.m. I think that leaves other options because after 2, some businesses close.
That's
like
a key
Wendy's.
element.
So at 1 o'clock, he's got more in the tank. So where did he get DoorDash from last night? All right, Clint, the Houston Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
They did the thing last night. They got their 50th win. They secured a playoff spot, and they did the thing. Their owner, Tillman Fertitta, said this in a tweet: "We have liftoff. With 50 wins, the Houston Rockets are heading to the playoffs. What a tremendous achievement and testament to the hard work and dedication of our players, coaches, and staff." So, congratulations to the Rockets. We talked about this the last week. It's already a success, right? They are 50 wins in the playoffs. And Clint, right, what we were talking about earlier, I think they damn near have to lose out to not host, to not, be the home team, to have home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs at the very least. They are holding the 2 seed now by, I believe, 3 games over the Lakers.
Oh, it's the Lakers and the Nuggets.
Yeah. The Lakers are a little bit of ahead right now because they have 1 less loss in the loss column. But yeah, they're essentially a similar record. They have a 3-game lead right now, so that looks pretty good. After they just absolutely beat the hell out of the Jazz. Maybe that 16.5. Somebody was on to something that would have certainly paid off if you'd have gone there. But no. A big-time performance last night, and big-time performance, this is already a success from what we talked about for where this organization was 2-3 years ago during the Stephen Silas days, and I don't just throw blame towards him. I think he was in a really tough situation, but as the head coach, where they've come from, very similar as we talked about with the Texans yesterday, very similar path with these two. By the way, we said this late last night. I did a poll, and I have that poll up still right now. Which 2-year run has been more impressive? I know yesterday you said the Rockets because they've been in the 2 seed, and if you really break halves, you've looked at that right now by 1 percentage point. The Rockets lead by the vote that I have here. 50%, not even that much. 50%, 49% to the Texans on which 2-year run was most impressive. But what Ime Udoka and this group has done to get to the 2 seed in a loaded Western Conference is amazing.
Yeah, look, it's that means it's a good question, right? When it's damn near even. I agree with the people. I think it's a tough question to answer.
Tight.
It is tight. It's a tough question to answer. I think the difference for me once again is just that the Texans seem to they had their best year. What I would say their best year, at least their quarterback had his best year 2 years ago. and they weren't fired. They were giving people raises and making win now moves. And this year, the quarterback play was down a little bit. They're firing people, and so it's a little bit different there, where the Rockets seem to be still trending upward instead of maybe flatlined a bit. So I would give it to the Rockets, but I agree it's a neck and neck race there with who's had a better 2-year run, the Texans or the Rockets. It's already a success. Yep. And again, to me, it's one of those things, Ron, where you look up and it's not whether it was a success or not. It's how much of a success can you make year 2 under Ime Udoka?
Yep.
Like what can you host a playoff series, a playoff series? Can you
win one?
Can you win one? Right?
Yep.
Can you get to the second round? How deep can you run? How impressive can you make this year? Was that you're playing at your ceiling or above your ceiling night in, night out, if it does happen. You're doing it somewhat shorthanded relative to all the other teams that have these superstars in place with high expectations. That's the story of year 2 for Ime Udoka, is how far can you take this thing?
Yeah, someone responded to the poll, and I respect this thought. The Texans have won 2 playoff games in this time frame. They've won back-to-back years. If the Rockets win a playoff series, then I think it moves to the Rockets. So I could see that point of it. They did win playoff games, but I do think there is an argument that maybe the Texans would not have made the playoffs 2 years in a row, if they played in a different division. If they played in a different division.
I think,
not to take anything away, they were picking number 2.
Well, if we get into splitting hairs, I think that's true with the Texans. And then if you look, we can also say, I mentioned this yesterday, that 5-game run early in the season where the Rockets beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, Cleveland, and Boston, a couple of those teams multiple times in that 5-game run. The Texans haven't done that. The Texans haven't had a 2-game run where they're beating teams that we're all trying to knock off kind of deal. They hadn't had that. So I think you can get into splitting hairs with the two. And there's not a wrong answer in the poll question you ask. I would just personally go with them Rockets.
I just want to bring this up, fellas, with the Rockets. Again, congratulations to Tillman Fertitta, Stone, Ime Udoka, the rest of the crew, everybody that's been a part of this turnaround for the Rockets. 50 wins and in control, and 3-game lead control of the 2 seed right now is just amazing. But there's sometimes we have conversations like that one in particular, like for example, that one right there, which 2-year run is more impressive. I could see there could be a clear argument either way there. From what we've been hearing the last 3 days, Clint, I am absolutely floored by how many people over the last 3 days since Monday have agreed or made sense of Jalen Green being on the bench at the end of the Laker game.
I ain't got it.
I don't like the amount of people, and I'm sure they may come through right now on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, or those on YouTube and Twitch. That one I cannot. I am floored by how many people made sense of that. I just don't know how many teams leading scorer, like their guy in a tight game, a game that means something, they would be on the bench in the last 4 minutes.
When he's on the heels of what was the player?
The Western Conference
player.
I'm really surprised that so many that is that amount of people who like I get it. I like that one. That one is I'm still makes no sense to me. If we see that in the playoffs, that's like crazy town to me. There is no scenario that he's healthy in which he's not on the floor in a close game in the last 4 minutes.
I agree.
I can't. There is no scenario.
I agree. And if there is a scenario, there better be like some ridiculous mismatch with Amen Tom. Well, to your point, not on the floor, there is no scenario.
Yeah,
you're
just
right.
not on the floor.
I was just talking about having the ball in his hands.
Sure, I'm just, but not on the floor
you're right.
at all.
You're right. There's no scenario. You are correct. I agree wholeheartedly.
That has caught me completely off guard by how many people have just like He disappears. He's
Trust in him, man.
He's a tough. Like I get it, but even like that's one of those ones where it's like, hold on, no, like that one. Let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. While Fred's out there 2 for 14. Let's not do that again. All right.
A number one, just cheese, pickles, extra pickles, fries, medium as well, medium Dr. Pepper.
That's harder. A number one. I mean, that can be anything.
And then I got myself a tasty treat. I went ahead and got myself a chocolate milkshake.
Oh well, that's clearly. That's clearly Whataburger.
I mean, you should not order a one.
That's
single meat. That's single meat. That's a single meat burger, right?
Yeah, single meat
you go to
cheeseburger
at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you don't go double meat. Like you don't go. Big
I never
one,
get
like
double
You don't
meat.
go the bigger one.
Mm-mm.
You don't go double meat.
I can't eat all that.
Yeah, he's not. We've seen him.
I barely finished my one patty.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've seen him, and he's a slow eater.
That is very true.
We got to address that.
We've seen him we've seen him leave. We've seen him order.
You could eat a double meat hamburger.
It may take him a couple of hours.
I've tried.
Like we've watched him at Twin Peaks order like 4 or 5 of his chicken tenders, and he leaves 3.
Buffalo tenders, a little more clarity.
Yeah, Tyler's tenders, to be completely honest.
Buffalo tenders, whatever he leaves 3. Coming up, Nick Caserio, he was on with Payne and Pendergast, and he finally, not finally, it's the first time we heard from him, but he gives his explanation on trading Laramie Tunsil. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all, all the sports fans around.
got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Fellas, good to be here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Live with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I might have to pose this question.
Yes, it's a good
get
one.
This on the air.
Give it a little background here.
I will. Not yet, because I do want to get to Nick Caserio here.
Okay.
But I will have to pose this in a bit. Nick Caserio, he was on with Payne and Pendergast. If you missed it earlier, they were on 7:30. Go up to the second hour 2, Payne and Pendergast, 7:30, as he goes through many things. Many things. You can hear that on the podcast.
Pendergast and Payne.
But I think one of the top things that I know that I was interested in, I would imagine many of you were interested in, is kind of his thoughts and explanation on the Laramie Tunsil trade. This was the general manager, Nick Caserio, when it came to that.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for D'Amico, but, I mean, you know, there's always a lot of communication that takes place. It's never one particular thing. So, in the end, going back to when we made the decision, when D'Amico made the decision that he did to move on from Bobby, certainly wasn't an easy decision. So, I'd say the fact that Nick and Cole have some level of experience together, I mean, it always helps when anytime that you have an opportunity to work with one another. Again, like, we've won 20 games over the last 2 years. So, like, a lot of things that we were doing, you know, couldn't have been all that bad. So, but, you know, we're just trying to figure out, like, all right, what's the best thing for the Texans? What do we think we got to do moving forward? I think we'll work through it here. We'll try to have a good offseason, you know, try to get the players, let's say, in good condition. And then once we get, obviously, we're going to have more information. We're going to have a better idea of where we are. And the whole goal is to just make sure that we're as prepared as we possibly can be for whoever the opponent is week one.
All right, that was him talking, starting with Laramie Tunsil, then moving on to the offensive line situation. But Clint, as he said there, they weren't in any kind of big motivation to move Laramie Tunsil. Washington had a need, and they made a deal. Said they don't go into the offseason with that kind of thought. That's not usually how it works out. We plan on trading or doing this. Your thoughts hearing kind of that explanation of Laramie Tunsil and the offensive line?
I think it makes perfect sense. And my thoughts when I heard Nick talking about it immediately was I wonder how all the folks out there that have been telling everybody that this was a contract move, I wonder how they took that right there. There was no intent. There was no specific intent. There was no specific motivation. It was just what was best for the Houston Texans. Let me tell you something. If that – they've known since they drafted Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud that they was going to have to pay them boys. Or best case scenario, they were going to have to pay them boys at some point. After what they've done the last couple of years, they knew they were going to have to pay them boys.
They knew after year one.
After year one, they knew they were going to have to pay them boys at some point in time. If that was a contract move, if that was a money move, the lowest hanging fruit that the organization could shut everybody up, not that they care, but if they wanted to shut everybody up about the Laramie Tunsil move, that it would be very easy for Nick Caserio to sit right there and answer that question of, hey, look, guys, we've clearly got a core that we love that are pillars in our organization that we built around, and we're going to have to pay them boys a lot of money. We simply couldn't afford what Laramie Tunsil any longer. That's why we had to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business. Nick Caserio didn't so much as allude to, mention, even flirt with a contract excuse or reason why they got rid of Laramie Tunsil. So to be completely honest with you, to me it was the spot on answer of why they had to move on from Laramie, why they had to move on from Bobby, and secondly, I thought, sure enough, a lot of folks out there confidently walking around talking about these contract crap.
Or to me, he also, like when you listen to what he said Washington had a need.
A need that wasn't near as big as Houston.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you hear that, like I think it goes more into, I understand what Nick said, but even within what Nick said, it feels like they felt like they had a need, and the biggest need for them was to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business. Like that was a bigger need than what we all thought was the biggest need. we all thought the biggest need was, from what they said, we have got to protect our quarterback. We got to protect our quarterback. Now, he said Washington had a need, which I would assume is we got to protect our young quarterback. I would, as you were saying there, I'd argue the Texans probably had a bigger need with that. But for them, clearly, they felt the bigger need from Lemmy Tunsil, because you could argue, not even argue, the truth is he would be the best person available to help protect your quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? Like he was probably the one that you thought like it was at its very best to protect the quarterback, but they felt it was bigger, just in by his words.
Yeah.
They felt it was bigger, words and actions,
Yeah.
to move out of that.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think I love what Nick said. I mean, for more reasons than just selfish reasons. I just think that was the reality, and I love I think the overarching, I think meaning here is with Nick's answer is, hey man, 10 wins wasn't enough. You know, hey, we won 20 games in 2 years. It wasn't all bad, but we're not operating on a let's win the division. Hey, the division's hard. It's hard to win the division. We're operating in a, hey, we got to get better. We got to make a run at a Super Bowl kind of deal. And so that I love hearing that coming out of the organization. I love getting that feel after I hear Nick Caserio talk about it. Yeah, we made some difficult decisions. We won 20 games, and we fired an offensive coordinator that was a big part of one of the best rookie years we've ever seen by a quarterback. Hey, got to move, got to change. Wasn't right in the building, right? We got to fix our pass protection. We won 20 games. We had to move on from this offensive lineman that wasn't better for the collective group of offensive line coach, offensive coordinator, and other offensive linemen. Had to make that tough decision. Had to move on from that guy. And I love that the organization is operating like that for sure.
Yeah, I think one thing is you said they're not like they felt like their hands were tied and that they were forced from a non-football reason
Correct.
to move on.
Yeah, it would have been very easy for Nick Caserio, if that would have been the truth, to just say, man, look, I mean, it's a money game, man. Had to make a move. We only got so much money. We had to make a move.
Like it wasn't like we wanted him to be. We wish we could keep.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I heard D'Amico say we wanted Stephon Diggs here.
Yeah,
we wanted him to come back. That was clearly he got a great deal of New England. This one feels different. Feels different. All right, coming up, some news, and it's not good news, but we'll give it to you. As the Astros, they're going to take the field soon here in Minnesota, but they have some news on one of their young pitchers. We'll let you know what that is coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, if you are having any issues with ED,
Go. Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Live in Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros, they're going to get going here in the 3 o'clock hour. And we will keep you updated on everything happening in that game as they look to try to break this 3-game losing streak. We'll give you the starting lineups here in just a second.
You're going to do it?
Is Lance pitching? Lance isn't starting. Told you. That's what it is.
All right.
Go
ahead.
Here is the update here. I'll read the lineups in a regular voice coming up here in a bit. Update here on old 3 technique. Luis Garcia for the Astros. We know that they had kind of shut him down a bit there. There was some elbow soreness or issues there. He went and got a second opinion. Here is the latest update on Luis Garcia. He received an MRI, and it revealed inflammation in his right elbow. He is currently shut down from throwing.
No, God!
Yep, and Steve Carell, he will be reevaluated in 4 weeks. So
that's not good, folks.
Nope.
That's very, very bad.
Nope. And for me, with the Astros, I would imagine is 10 times worse than what he is. I just judging by
great point.
Their history, I think he's 10 times worse than he actually is. So
HIPAA.
Yep, that's the latest one there. So, and I thought he was going to be a contributor. Hell, I think they were thinking he might at the end of last year, and they had to shut him down with arm issues. And again, shutting him down right now, and he's reevaluated in 4 weeks. So that is the latest there with Luis Garcia. The lineup today, as Hunter Brown is on the mound, they'll take on the Minnesota Twins. Lineup out, Altuve back in left field. So in the last 3 days, he has played second base, DH'd, and now left field. Paredes batting second at third. The DH back in that spot. Yordan Alvarez, that'll be interesting to watch. Clint, he got 2 hits yesterday and 2 RBIs playing in left field. We'll see what he does at DH. Today, Christian Walker is at first batting behind him. Cleanup. Jeremy Pena is in the 5 spot with Victor Caratini catching today. Diaz gets the day off. And then Brendan Rodgers is next with Cam Smith in right field batting 8th. Damn, Cam Smith didn't drop in that lineup already. Cam Smith batting 8th in the lineup. And Dubon is in center field. Now, damn it. Well, is something wrong with Jake?
He's hitting 3 straight games.
Is it 3? I
think it's 3 straight games, and I think it's 4 of the last 5.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, hell, he was hitting 200. I don't know how many people on the team.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I don't know how many guys should be sliding up and down and out of the lineup based on their average. If you're hitting 200 or above, you probably your ass ought to be in the lineup.
I'm just saying, especially Tyler, as much as they told us how important his defense is. If you'd have told me he was hitting 200 early,
what do you call him? The bronze Glover,
the bronze winner, baby.
Yeah, it's.
I wish it weren't true, but a bronze glove and a 200 average right now would have your ass square in the middle of this lineup.
I thought he would. I mean, especially Jake. The way they deal with Jake, I thought for sure, like, oh no, that's what we're looking for.
I hadn't even noticed this, man, but we might need to put an APB out because something's going on.
He's sick?
Something's going on.
I was going to say, has he been, I don't know, has he been coming into games?
Yeah, maybe he's got the poops. Who knows?
You ain't lying. It's at least hit me.
3 games worth? Ooh, that boy maybe lost some weight. He didn't lost some Mookie Betts.
Going around.
Beat me to what I was about to say.
He didn't have the Dookies. He had the Mookies.
That was good. I like that. He didn't have the Dookies. He had the Mookies.
Well, had the
Oh,
Mookies.
that's good.
What is the Mookies? Is when you got the Dookies and you lose 15 pounds.
And he went 0 for 3 in his last game, but damn.
Injury report. Jake Myers.
Didn't he sit the game before that? Didn't he sit the game before that and then go 0 for 3 and then ain't seen the field since?
Yeah, he did. He set. Jazz started in center. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Damn, Jake. I thought you were good. Thought you were good. We'll see. Maybe they're just letting him sit and watch it a little bit.
It sucks to suck.
Let him sit and watch it a little bit. Jake Meyer. So Jake's sitting out there, and they got Dubon in center. Just maybe giving him another day off. So that is the latest. We'll keep you updated on this game coming up in a bit. Last night, Shohei Ohtani did it again. Came up and hit a game winner. If you missed that, if you missed the walk-off, here is what he did to the Atlanta Braves. By the way, the Braves, many people think, is the second best team in the National League. Some people think in Major League Baseball they have yet to win. And they are 0 for the season, and they thought they had a chance until Shohei Ohtani came up.
And I'm going to tell you, Dodger fans are the worst.
High fly ball to center field. Harris is back. Ohtani, inevitable.
That boy's crazy right here. Wait till he starts pitching. When that comes up and he starts doing that. My man Carl Ravage on ESPN earlier said there probably hasn't been an athlete who is more well-known globally, maybe since Tiger Woods, maybe Muhammad Ali, and Shohei Ohtani.
Globally, that's probably fair.
That's the key.
I mean, if he went to Muhammad, he skipped over Jordan. I feel like
23, no biggie.
Like I'm talking like hell, even like anyone who's been like major bet like LeBron, all that, like globally the sport is huge. Like listen, he is definitely he is the without question the number one most popular baseball player, and he is climbing up the list. But like I do the test. So say my man was walking through the Galleria right now. I wonder how many of the other top athletes, that we know in the sports world, how many of those guys or ladies would be recognized in the Galleria before Shohei Ohtani? Like right now, if Shohei Ohtani and Patrick Mahomes were walking in the Galleria, who do you think is recognized first?
Oh, ain't no doubt, Pat.
Is it easy?
Yes.
Is it easy? I wonder what level of if Lamar Jackson and Shohei were walking in.
I mean, he's not in the top. He's not in the top 20 in the United States.
You don't think so? Of most recognizable player of athletes,
based on what you just like. If you're walking to the Galleria in Houston, Texas, and you start throwing these names out there, he's not even close.
Yeah, no, like LeBron. Not there, but like if Caitlin Clark and him start walking in the mall together, who do you think is recognized first?
Caitlin.
I think I tend to agree with you.
The global is the operative word there, right? I mean, I think that's a different animal, but here, I don't even think he's probably in the top 20 here.
Really?
How big is he? He's a big dude, ain't he?
Yeah. What is he's like 6'4", 6'5"?
Shohei?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Ron. I was like, his size will alone turn some heads in this conversation where he's a big guy.
But like, as someone said, he's globally as big as Tiger in the United States is global. He plays here. Obviously played in Japan. You would think like
tall Asian guy.
Somebody would make that statement, right? It would be easy to view him like Tiger. There is at any point of Tiger's career, Tiger could not walk 10 steps in the Galleria before. He is absolutely.
I would imagine Shohei is that way in his.
Oh yeah,
country.
Well yeah, in Japan.
I imagine. Yeah, he's.
You think it's like that in L.A.?
I don't know.
Like I bet he could get all the way through Rodeo Drive.
Yeah, it might be more like that in L.A. than like here or anywhere else with a baseball team, but I don't think. Yeah,
like I said, I don't think he's top 20 here. Like I don't think that. Like that to here, it's not even. I don't think it's close
in the United States.
But like when you talk about overall like jersey sales, like I don't know, but I'd be willing to bet you overall all jersey sales. I bet you he triples and quadruples everybody in America.
He feels like his name is starting to be known up into the levels of those guys we were talking about, but maybe visually not yet. Like you say, like I think more.
I don't think he'll ever be. Like I don't think he'd ever be there here. But in his own country, he is very similar to the Tigers, Michael Jordan's.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you don't think if he continues,
and then he's bigger here than I would say anybody else is in his place.
You don't think if he continues this run, like continues to play over the next, if he does this another 8,
if he continues, if he pitches and hits the way he's going to be the greatest baseball player that's ever played.
8 to 10 years from now, I think. If he continues this, I think he would be viewed and known like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Someone said, I think I would recognize Aaron Judge before I recognized him.
I would too. Absolutely.
I think
I would recognize Juan Soto.
Oh, no.
100%.
Juan Soto? No, I don't. Tyler. Juan Soto? If Juan Soto or Shohei Ohtani were walking through the Galleria, who would... It would Shohei.
I feel like I would be if I saw them, I would know 100% that's Soto. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously a large aging guy. There's not 6'5". There's not many of those running around out there. So that'd be, but like just from
tall Asian guy.
Yeah, I think what the tall Asian guy.
As soon as you said that.
Yeah, I don't. Here, I think I just don't. I think between baseball and being out on the West Coast, the regional aspect of it, the just sheer lack of exposure. I think there's a huge chunk of the country that don't give a rip about baseball, don't know about baseball. Ain't never.
Yeah, someone texted, Yao became recognizable. Yao is a little different. He's
one of the largest human beings I've ever seen.
7'6" people.
Yes.
Yeah. Ohtani's big, but.
Yeah,
that's a great wall we're talking about now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I got Porzingis if he walked through, and I know he's not. I know.
Hey, Kristaps,
that's right there. Hey man, that's Kristaps Porzingis. Got to be. Nobody else looks like that. All right, coming up is we'll get you updated and ready for this game as the Astros take on the Twins. Nick Caserio, as he spoke with Payne and Pendergast. He had a comment about one of the fan favorites and potential of him staying. We'll let you hear what he had to say and discuss that coming up next.
So I was over chatted up with the SaberCats, our professional rugby team.
Is that my boy Ron?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The conversation we were having before, if such and such athlete walked into the Galleria, would you know him? Would you recognize him easily? We're talking about Shohei Ohtani. If you saw these athletes, are you the type that goes up to them? Like, are you would you, if you saw somehow...
Got to get a pic, man.
I see you posted your Paul Wall video again.
Man, we do work in a social media world. In all seriousness, I definitely got to look out for that pic.
All right, if you didn't do work in a social media world...
I wouldn't be as bold about it by
you wouldn't?
far.
So if you in the Galleria, like, if you saw Mahomes walking through, would you stop him?
Yeah.
I don't...
White House, what up?
And I know you would, because you have a plethora of photos with famous folks, and I've watched you do.
You lead with the White House, huh?
I felt like that'd get his attention. Like, I go to school,
because you cut over there with your phone. You're ready. I don't have that one.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I saw Jordan at the zoo. And I just, yo, hey, what's up, big fella?
I forgot about that.
Or something like that. Or I've seen guys. In fact, I probably said something that could have been taken as sexual. Now that I think about it, I just said,
What up, big boy?
I said, keep swinging that thing, big dog. I think that's what I said.
He probably said, I have all day and it's hot out here, man.
That's what I said.
I've been swinging every step, and it's hot out here.
Yeah, I don't. Like, we were at that Hall of Fame. We saw all kinds of. We saw all kinds of. It never gets me to. Let me stop.
Yeah.
I'm not judging anybody. I probably missed out on some probably cool moments.
I got a buddy of mine that is unbelievable with that stuff. And it's not even, he's just a curious question asking. It's almost like, it seems like his interest is more in, like, let me see if this guy's an a-hole or if he's a good dude or down to earth. And he's got the most, like, you got to be able to almost like put him at ease when you walk up and introduce yourself. And he's got
quick.
I mean, he does it all the time. And he'll sit there, the other sit there, and you think he's going to bother you. Like, no, man, don't go do that, man. And you look up, and they're over there talking for 10 minutes. I mean, I just don't have it. I really don't care, to be completely honest with you. Like, I don't care to have any of it or to meet many of them. Like, if it were Tiger or Mike Tyson or, like, Brett Favre coming up was my guy.
So there are certain guys you would stop.
There's certain guys. Well, I don't know that I would stop them, but there's no question. Like, I would have advantage. I would really be like, hey, man, I got. Hey, man, you're one of my favorite of all time.
Clint's got that damn advantage. Tyler, he walk up, man. Hey, man, I played.
Oh yeah,
Clint Stoerner.
I used to slang that old pigskin around.
Like, you don't use it a lot, but I think if you went, like, if Aaron Rodgers walked through, hey, man. Hell, and Aaron, he may remember you. Like, like the day, like you got that.
That is a put him at ease.
Yeah.
Part of it, yeah. Kind of in the fraternity, so to speak. Yeah, that's. But yeah, I
remember I did that to Bobby Slowick, walking out of flag football. Our kids played flag football together. I said, hey, man, hey, man, keep up at the time. Keep up the good work, man. I was like, hey, man, I pulled I do afternoons, Sports Radio 610, and he was, oh, okay, like, and me like,
right.
Hell's that mean?
Yeah,
like what's sports?
Hey, Bobby, I sweat my ass off watching y'all practice about 3 straight weeks before you kick it off, man. At least you can say hello, man.
Yeah.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
I don't know. I just like, my mind is like, thank God they're going through this, and this is their life every single second. Like, I'm just like, man, I'm gonna let him go ahead and let him live. You remember that time we saw Manny Fresh and he could not take. He got stopped with the Super Bowl. He got stopped 5 times in 20 steps. Like, I kid you not.
And that was on Media Row.
Yes, just pictures.
Yeah.
Guys getting – it was like – I was like, dang, man, if he had to go take a piss, if that's where he was going, like he going to pee on himself.
Hey, the crazy thing, though, and this is what kills me about, like, the gatekeepers, whether it's for an athlete at a media day or it's like the athletes that are – the people that are responsible for communications with teams and stuff like – don't get me wrong. I didn't play for many teams that won a lot of games, but I played with some huge stars in that moment. And I never one time, even as much of an a-hole as Troy Aikman can be, and he can be a real a-hole, I never once saw him, like, be bothered by people approaching him.
Yeah.
Like Emmett can't get, obviously, now Emmett can't get enough of it. Like Emmett can't go to bed. Emmett's like, I got to get in the middle of it. Like, you see Emmett. Like, I would argue that the majority of those guys enjoy the hell out of it. But yet, as some of us see, it's like, man, you feel like you're bothering them.
Yeah, that's my thing.
And I would add this. I never will. I think people that do it are asshats. Don't be approaching these fools. It's one thing to maybe be putting them out, and hopefully they let you know. Don't be approaching these fools when they're trying to have a meal. They're legitimately like at a restaurant or something, and they have food in front of them. When I see that happen, I want to be like,
where did you get Craig Biggio? Did you get him in the bathroom?
In the pisser. So not the table, but the pisser. You're good.
Yeah, bro.
I remember you got him in the bathroom.
We were standing there with ourselves in our hands together, me and old Craig Biggio. It's quite a moment. That's a Hall of Famer and me just right there pissing together.
And so you got
but
through.
Did you get his? I mean, you got his autograph.
You threw your arm around him, took a pic. Huh?
Did you get it?
I actually
did. You wash your hands?
Oh, I thought you did. I thought at some point you got back and said, "Hey, man."
No, because again, I'm known to do this. I get the pictures with the celebrities or athletes, but in the men's room at the restaurant just didn't feel right.
So, like the right time, huh?
So I said, "Sir, truly glad to meet you. You were my childhood hero. It's nice talking with you at the pisser."
For you, I
peeked over that partition, and I'll be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed.
I think it was a mistake. I think it was
Craig.
a mistake for you. I like he's your guy. He's your favorite. When you went to Academy Sports, you went and bought one of the City Connect jerseys, and you bought a Craig Biggio jersey. How many times are you going to have that opportunity?
That's a clean-ass jersey.
We'll make one for you.
It is clean, ain't it?
We'll make you for it.
Yeah, if y'all didn't know out there, they're making these new City Connects with the old guys' names on it. It's pretty badass.
Text line roll through. That's before you knew Bobby was a tyrant.
Yeah, badass Bobby.
Yep. Now your back's going to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
I think more of Bobby because he got fired.
What?
Like, Bobby as a man.
What?
Like, Bobby as a man.
What?
I mean,
he didn't request him to fire him, though.
Like, he gained cool points for you because he
gained
got
cool
fired?
points for me because, like, the way this is all happening, like, badass Bobby, it's all getting put on him. And he was like, hell no, I ain't changing. Y'all need to block y'all's ass. Y'all need to block. Y'all get paid to do this stuff. Y'all,
dang it,
little
Bobby.
did he know it was going to cost him his job.
Yeah.
You ever watch Bobby?
Yeah, I don't know if I did.
Bobby.
Badass Bobby. Speaking of badasses, Nick Caserio, as the fellas had him 7:30 today. If you missed it, go back, check that out on Payne and he talked about the potential of Jalen Petri getting an extension. As we know, Derek Stingley got one after year 3. He's eligible now. Nico Collins got one. Titus Howard in the past got an extension. He talks about the potential of Jalen Petri getting one.
Yeah, I'd say we're having conversations with a number of players, and, we've talked about this. You guys kind of know how we operate. Like, we're pretty flexible and open-minded. Like, we don't have a finite, if, we don't get it done by September 1st and it's off the table. I think at some point, for everybody's best interest, you might say, hey, look, let's try to figure this out, over the next few weeks or whenever. Don't really want to comment specifically on any individual discussions with any players, but I would say always open-minded to having a dialogue with the player and their representatives and trying to figure out an agreement that everybody feels comfortable with, because the goal is for both entities and both parties to be happy with how it went. You don't want to have, we're not trying to quote unquote win a negotiation. We don't believe in that. That's not how we operate. You want something where the organization wins and the player feels valued and they feel like, you made them a priority. So, we'll work through those things. But Jalen's been a good player. It's the day he walked in the building. He's had a significant impact on our program. That's the type of player that you'd like to have around here as long as possible. So we'll kind of see how all that works itself out.
You heard it there. Jalen is a good player that you like to have around here as long as possible. That's the type of guy you want to have around here. And look, I think we knew, Derek Stingley's going to get paid. He's going to get stays here. I think maybe we thought it was quick at the time on Nico Collins, and clearly we were wrong on that. But you could see now, he has these back-to-back years. That's a guy that you want to keep and you want to sign and remain here. And they done it. They did it. And Nick, even before D'Amico, but especially now with D'Amico, they've done a really good job of seeing those guys and pinpointing them and rewarding them and taking care of them. We know there are others to come, right? Will Anderson falls in the group. He is he is going to get paid from this organization. C.J. Stroud is probably in that camp. Not probably. C.J. Stroud is in that camp. He is going to get paid from this organization.
God bless, brother.
There are obvious ones you're seeing that fit that. Kamari Laster, he keeps this up. The odds are he probably falls into that category as well. Is Jalen Petri in that? 713-572-4610, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, YouTube and Twitch. Does Jalen Petri, second-round pick, you heard how Nick Caserio spoke about him. Does he fall into that category of that's a guy that you feel comfortable they're going to sign and bring in? Does he fall into the Nico Stingley Will category? CJ category.
Stingley, Will, CJ. No, he doesn't. I think from just an overall talent perspective, even in if we're gauging talent just on the position that they play, not the impact that they have in the game, like the ability to play that, like it's still an unknown with Jalen Petri. We're talking about 2 years ago where he's standing next to Nico in critical moments. I mean, next to D'Amico in critical moments of the game, and then this last year played well, but ended up injured, right?
They found his role, and he really excelled at it.
Yeah, I just don't know how you've seen enough football from Jalen Petri. Now, I will say this. I don't think I wouldn't even entertain the conversation if it weren't for the understanding that I think Jalen Petri is an elite human being. Like, I think Jalen Petri is an alpha. I think he is absolutely a authentic, genuine, sincere leader. I think people gravitate to Jalen Petri. I think the instincts are through the roof. These are all things that take a player's value and drive it through the roof if that player is a really good player and can stay healthy. Now, in Jalen,
especially with these guys,
and these guys value it big time, right?
Yeah, this isn't. Certain other places don't value it as much.
So, to me, the Jalen Petri conversation is because of the injuries, because of whatever happened 2 years ago. It's going to be hard for all the positives about Jalen Petri to drive his value through the roof. But I do think it drives his value to be higher than your fan that watches and has seen kind of some up and down stuff over the last couple of years. Like, I think his value is going to be higher than we think. So we'll see. But no, I do not think he's on the same level of gotta have, can't replace type of player in this organization right now.
Of the guys we've
the guys you mentioned.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Titus fits that, but
no, I think he's on. I think right now, I think Jalen Petri's in the Titus range.
And Titus got paid.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So he did, but from the text line coming through, someone said sounds like Jalen's getting traded by those words. The person, the player, he's in that category by intangibles, not by play. I'd rather have C.J. Gardner-Johnson than J.P. Because of everything you said at the end, that's why it's difficult for him. Because he doesn't play a position of that is really difficult to replace, right? And his role,
nickel defenders are typically pretty easy to replace.
Yeah, much easier than a number one wide receiver, a all-pro corner,
correct,
a quarterback,
edge rusher.
Edge rusher. Right. Those are some of the most important positions and most difficult ones to find.
Well, that's why I even said if we just say, okay, of the nickel defenders, like don't like, it's obviously you can't compare like what you're talking about there is quarterback to nickel defender, lockdown corner to nickel defender. Like that's not apples to apples. But if you just talk about that player in that particular position, he still has left a lot to be desired in the staying healthy department.
Listen, right? And listen, I don't care personally what they say. They just got rid of their most accomplished player, who's 29 years old, because he, to me, doesn't fit the culture they're trying to set. And there may not be another person, maybe Will Anderson. Outside of Will Anderson, there is not another person on the roster that is everything that they want and believe in when it comes to their culture than Jalen Petri. And that's why I think it makes it difficult to say just because of his play. Because I think they could probably replace, like right now, we've talked about this defense potentially being a top 5 defense. Right now, if you're honest with yourself, if everything they have right now on the roster, if they took Jalen Petri off as the nickel defender and they went with what they have right now, do you still believe they'd be a top 5 defense?
Yes. I do.
So from on the field
I believe
part,
they'd figure out that nickel defender
from on the field part, it's not. But I think as we said there, they weigh that other part.
The intangibles, the it factor, the leadership.
Big time.
Absolutely.
Right. They weigh that. And I think they
should.
Yeah, and I think they will reward that. All right, the Astros have got started with there, and I haven't said it aloud, but I am feeling I am being unfair to a player personally on this Astros team. I'll discuss that and let you know why coming up next.
When I remodel something at the house, all I care about is 2 things. 1, what's my wife think about it? 2, what do my visitors, all my friends and family that come over, what do they think about it, right? I want it to pop, baby. I want it to be recognizable. I want them to notice what's going on. Well, guess what? We had a couple of different painting projects done in the house by Serta Pro Painters, and I'm telling you, it's the response.
Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The Cougs are in the Final Four, and you can hear their duel with Duke wherever you're at. Just tune in to Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the Astros and the Twins are underway at Target Field in Minneapolis. As literally just occurred, the Astros are now trailing 1-0 as the Twins in the first inning. They jump on with a run in the bottom of the first, the top of the first.
It's not ideal.
Altuve, Paredes, and Jordan go 0 for 3, and not just 0 for 3. I think it was the side was struck out.
Staying consistent.
They struck out the side.
3 strikeouts, and then they lead the bottom of the first off with a triple. They're stuck under the wall.
And then, of course, Carlos Correa drives it in with a ground out to short. So the Twins jump on Hunter Brown early. It is now 1-0 Minnesota. We will keep you updated on what is going on there in Minnesota. 1-0. We'll keep you updated all throughout the show. You ain't got to go nowhere. Hang right here as the Astros look to try to get off this 3-game losing streak. All right. Speaking of the Astros, Clint, I'll tell you, I feel like I'm being unfair to this player. And it is. I'm admitting to it. I'm coming to the table being unfair with this player, Clint and Tyler. And that is, Clint, my unfairness with Christian Walker is, I'm not going to lie, I have Astros PTSD with the mid-30s first baseman that the Astros have decided to give a 3-year contract and give him $20 million a year, who's coming off a year where his production dropped from the previous seasons, and he's off to a bit of a slow start. I have PTSD to that. In this case, he's 34 compared to 35 of Jose Abreu when he got here. Christian Walker has now taken a team-high 13 at-bats with runners on base, which makes sense when you have those guys in front of him. And he has 2 singles and 6 strikeouts up to this point. I'm telling you, I know it's unfair, Clint. I know he's not Jose Abreu. And I know it's unfair to give it, but I cannot help but to look up there and think every time I see that, oh, God. This fits too much. Yeah. Too much like Jose. I mean, he's hitting 120 now or something after that, or 125 going into it. Has been struggling, as you heard that stat. I know I'm being unfair to him, but boy, if there is no player on this team that I need to really pull it together just so I stop, that I don't get those Jose Abreu type thoughts in my mind.
Yeah, look, you are not alone, sir. You are not alone. I would imagine at this point, 6 games in, that there are a lot of Astros fans. I know it's early, but I would imagine there are a lot of Astros that are in the same boat as you and are concerned with Christian Walker and him not coming around. To be honest with you, the savior for Christian Walker is the other 7 guys in the lineup that are sub 200. Right, I mean that's really saving the old man's some grief right now.
And honestly, if Jose Abreu didn't happen, like I would,
we'd all be better off.
Just judging by his history and what do we call it, the back of the baseball card thing. Just judging by that, he'd be one of the ones that I feel comfortable. But it is just alarming how similar things are. They're paying him $20 million. 3-year contract, $60 million. 3-year contract, 58. Was always a really good player. Last year in Chicago, tapered off a bit. Last year in Arizona was different than the previous year. All the numbers are lower. Off to a slow start. By the way, it's 2-0 as Hunter Brown is. I think he's given up 3 hits in this inning. As they are continuing to struggle, they're going to have to
triple off the wall, bloop over the pitcher's head in front of the shortstop.
No, a hard hit single,
and then a hard hit single to left. By the way, that there was absolutely no throw to home plate from Jose Altuve, and the runner scored from second.
Yep.
Like it was never even thought about.
He gets out of it with a double play, and that ball was hit hard too. To be honest, right to.
Am I being too critical too early, or am I? Because I'll be honest with you.
You wanted to see a throw?
Bottom of the. I mean, if you tell me if I'm wrong. All my baseball heads out there that are disgusted with my lack of knowledge. When a ball is a base hit to left field, right at the left fielder, and there's a guy on second, should we have at least a throw and a chance at home plate?
Really fast runner though.
Was he? I mean, he looked like he was rolling. Yeah, I don't know. I just it's. And it's not just that. It's the 3 up, 3 down in the top of the inning. It's the leadoff triple in the next inning. It's the bloop singles. It's a no throw to home. I've watched 1 inning of the Astros, and I'm already pissed off. I was having a good day. Yeah. I mean, we're an hour and a half into the show. I had me a nice little smoothie on the way in during prep. Had me a nice little protein pack right here. Drank me a nice bit of water. I'm feeling pretty damn good. And it took the Astros 1 inning to get in my damn crawl.
The thing I know that irritates you, and I think will irritate others, is not only did and Byron Buxton is a really fast runner. Not only did Byron Buxton not check up with 1 out on a ball that was hit hard right to the left fielder, he didn't check up and never even thought about stopping. Jose Altuve never, ever thought about throwing the ball home either.
That's the part.
Like both of them had an understanding. Like that thing was going to the cutoff man.
I mean, is that normal? Look, I watch the Astros. I don't watch a lot of it. Is that normal? Do we just concede runs on base hits from second base?
Maybe that runner just say, hey, let's just keep the double play in order, and it did. It worked.
Keep old buddy at first. Yeah, that's good.
Well, I wonder if Jordan would have thrown that home. I wonder if he would have tried it.
Ron, I don't think that even got to the cutoff man that would have cut him off and nailed the runner if he tried to go to second.
He never even made a look towards it, though, man. He picked it up and threw that piece right.
We got a lot of baseball left, boys. We got a lot of baseball.
Got a lot of it now. There we go.
Come on, hang in there.
Here he is, Christian Walker.
Several innings, drink cold beer, y'all.
I really need Christian Walker to get going. I really do. Because they can't do this. Because to me, this is not only do I need it. This is huge for Jim Crane and Dana Brown is because they're letting us know like this is kind of their spending habits now. Well, here we go. There you go, Christian. Christian goes second deck. There you go.
Left fielder
talked him up, baby.
Left fielder you talked that into existence.
I needed that, man. I needed that, and they did too. Because I'm telling you, this goes to their spending direction. Their direction of spending is, hey, nobody young that has a lot of years, we're not going to pay them, but we are going to open up the checkbook for older guys in shorter deals. And they need this to work out for them. Thank you, Christian.
Yeah, I mean, Christian's one of those guys that you can, I don't know about you, but I can really, he just seems like a guy that's easy to root for. Hardest working dude in the room kind of deal, kind of a straight-laced old fella.
Was that too. Remember he had this shirt buttoned down, unbuttoned it for 3 buttons, hard-working guy.
Well, no, look, I said it before. I could have rooted my Abreu. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hell, you got to produce.
Right.
That's why I'm saying I would rather Christian Walker go ahead and get to work so that I can root for his ass.
Yes. Please. All right. Coming up, Tyler's turd list. You know it's Thursday. Can't wait to hear what the hell he's got rolling. We'll keep you updated here as the Astros pull closer 2-1 off Christian Walker. Talked him up. He knew we were talking about him. Damn it.
Right.
He listens to the drive during the game.
Power of the drive, baby.
Telling you right there.
I ain't Payne you.
Man, we might need to stay out here back to back, Jax. We might need to go to commercial here, Payne you.
Look at that old limp around them bases.
2-2. We'll keep you updated. Let you know what they do after this. That's coming up next.
Academy Sports.
conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros bats woke up there in that second inning after the first three batters, Altuve, Paredes, and Yordan Alvarez, that first inning. They kicked it off with back-to-back home runs of Christian Walker.
It feels huge.
It was huge. Both of them were with Christian Walker and Jeremy Payne. You're dropping panties. I think he dropped them in Minnesota. Some people threw their Juicy Lucy burgers on the ground and dropped them.
I saw that.
When he hit that one out.
Dropper.
It is. By the way, if this is,
you could be doing some damage if you wanted to. With that schedule, all them road games, 3 days in a city. Oh boy,
man.
I mean, I thought the arena schedule was great. 2 nights.
Oh man, he's in there.
I bet his skincare routine is insane.
God, he probably knows Carlos a little bit. Maybe Carlos and him going out to dinner
Great
together.
Point. I wasn't even thinking about the home team runners.
I know Carlos is obviously in a committed relationship, but boy, those two
even better. She got any friends?
Not talk about the broken rib. All right.
Any friends?
I'm just saying, friends, or maybe just.
I mean, that's worthy of a text beforehand. Hey, Los, I know we're coming to town, man. You think Daniela? You think she got?
This ain't. Let's just be honest. This ain't the first time he's come to town. Maybe this has already been done for the last 2 years.
Hey, sister-in-law happened to be in town this week.
Yeah, Danielle could do that for you. Just come on our YouTube channel.
Because the way that I
slide by the crib.
The way that I picture it is, he had dinner over there. This is the first year he came into Minnesota. What is he? Was Carlos Los been there 3 years? First year he came over. Hey, they hung out. Whatever. Hey man, come over for dinner, man. I'll hold you down.
She's aware.
Come over for dinner. Her friends, whatever. Maybe a cousin, something like that came over.
Good.
And of course they had a good time. And now every time they check out the schedule of when the Astros are coming into town, cousin comes into town.
Yeah, the cousin is about as close as you want to get. The sister-in-law, they're a little protective.
Yep.
Sister-in-law, a little protective. Cousins, best friends, random friends are perfect. But best. Oh man, yeah. Man, Jeremy ain't doing it right. Yeah. I mean, it would.
I get the feel he might be.
It would affect his play. Trust me.
All right, 2-2 as the Astros climb back in it. Hunter Brown's got to get it together. They are hitting him hard. Let's be honest. He just another leadoff single in this inning. Even the double play ball that he got that was huge to get him out of the inning, that was rifled right to Rogers at second base. So hopefully he can get it together as they lead, or as they're tied now 2-0. And listen, this pitcher is for the Twins.
Mm-hmm. Tied 2-0.
What did I say? Tied 2-0.
Tied 2-0.
Yeah, tied 2-0 or 2-2, whatever. There's the counting in there. But this pitcher, the Astros got a chance to score a lot of runs. I mean, Cam Smith is going to be kicking himself.
It's got to be a first time for everything.
He threw a 91-mile-an-hour fastball up that he swung through, and then he hung a slider at 79, just hung it that he just missed. So I mean, if he's gonna be throwing pitches like this, they got a chance to really do some damage. All right, it is Thursday, and at this time, 3:45. That means Tyler's turds.
I like the way you said that.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, it is. They're figurative turds. Figurative. These aren't literal. Don't freak out. We're not being gross. It's just my job. It's my duty. Duty, man. Didn't even plan that. It's my duty to keep an eye out for turdish behavior around the pro sports world. Y'all know this. We got a full podium once again. It's been a few weeks since we've had some turds. Mostly my fault. But coming into the show today, 2 o'clock. Y'all know what time we get started every day. Same bad time, same bad channel. Coming into the show, I had 2 very solid turds. Again, this is figurative. I'm not talking about something I did on the porcelain throne earlier.
The way you eat, there's no way they're solid.
Why are you directing us to real turds?
Yeah, the way you eat, nobody ever thought.
Well, think about the phraseology normally doesn't sound that interlinked with the segment.
I mean, drunk DoorDash
like you two in there don't bring up different conversations about different crap and poop.
Yeah, I just said you've really been driving.
I listen to Area 45 every night, and at some point they say, "Well, we're not the driver, not Clint Stoerner. We're not going to talk a lot about the hell out before I put you on this damn turd list."
You kept driving turds.
You want this gold turd trophy?
No, he's got a spot open.
Yeah, let's get back to that.
He's just driving it home.
I mean, if you listen, though, it made sense.
It made
I'll play it back for you later. You'll get it.
Although you're rooster telling.
I don't think you did. I'll play it back for you. So I had 2 solid ones coming in today. Needed a third, so I was keeping my eyes open, and the universe provided.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Welcome to the Dodgers dynasty. The defending champions.
That's all you need to hear. Let's relax just a little bit here with the dynastic talk of those turd-ass Dodgers. I'm not saying they're not great right now. Arguably, I mean, we just talked about Ohtani earlier. That roster in L.A., as much as it pains me to say, is stacked. Top to bottom. Great arms, great bats. Very well could win another one this year. I don't know. Hope like hell they don't, because I hate their guts. But let's relax with the dynasty talk, in my opinion, right now. Let's a few years ago, the Astros hashtag, I think it was like earn it or something. Like, you do need to earn a title such as a dynasty.
Yeah.
And you're great, but you ain't there yet.
I'm with you, T. I'm with you. Look, I know it's sexy right now. I know but as great as they are, it is hard to win a championship, man. It is hard to win a championship, and they got to win. What, they got to win 2 more?
No, I don't. I think if they win next year, or if they won this year, It'd be 3 in 6 years. They won in 2020.
And I don't know about that, but I could hear that a lot easier than hearing that damn Sports Minute
earlier. They won 2 in 5 years.
Yeah,
2 in the last 5, so 3 of them. Yeah, that would be 3 of 6. That would be. Whew.
I mean that. Yeah, I mean the Spurs. If the Spurs are a dynasty, like I think they would be a dynasty. And I mean they look nasty right now.
Yeah,
there ain't no man that they look nasty. So I mean maybe he jumped the gun a bit for you. I know some of this is your Dodger hatred.
That's maybe the source of it.
Yeah. But they win next year. I mean back to back. 3 in 6 years, I think they're a dynasty.
Tall Asian guy.
Yeah, and we can debate that when the time comes. Yeah, it was just it's too soon for all that, and it's also that guy's voice. You could tell he's just turning himself on to talk about the Dodgers. So
I'm still with you though. I'm still with you, T.
Well, you heard it. You're with me.
I'm still with you on the dynasty.
Yeah,
talk.
man.
Well, let's. I mean, like winning a championship is just like you do it in your sleep. Like no, they still got they still got a lot of winning to do.
I got to hear it again. You got to play it out. Not yet, not now. But I have to hear it again. If he sounded like he was hard up to talk about the Dodgers.
Immediately evident he is a Dodgers fan that was getting to do a Sports Minute. So, good for you, buddy. Freaking turd. That's your bronze medal of the turds this week. We got a silver medal ready for you. More audio. More baseball. Former Astro has been doing work.
That's a home run from Kyle Tucker. His 4th straight game. He's never done that before in his career. The Cubs have a 4-2 lead, and there was no doubt about it.
This sucks really bad no matter what. Like that, hearing that audio, I've heard it multiple times now. Every time I've heard it, makes me feel a little bit like I want to throw up. That is former Astro, now Cub, Kyle Tucker, hitting 4 home runs in 4 games for the Cubbies. And I'm not... Before some of you crazy Astros fans jump on the text line and jump down my throat, I'm not necessarily giving this silver turd medal to Kyle Tucker today. I don't know if you caught it in there. He's probably just doing a damn good job at what his job is, this play-by-play guy.
Boom Shambi, one of the best.
Yeah. You ain't got to this early in a season where it's our first without Tucker be reminding and telling us and letting us know he's doing things already in Chicago that he hasn't ever done in his career. That made it about 10 times worse for me when I heard that play-by-play because I'm thinking, gosh, damn it, this dude is on fire. He was a stro. And then I hear, oh, this is brand new. It's a milestone, basically. It's something in his career Tucker has never accomplished. His entire career was right here in Houston, so that sucks.
So you want him to take you into account when he's making his call?
Obviously. I mean, unless he doesn't care about landing on the turd podium.
But also, he's hitting 324, slash line 324, 444, slugging 784, OPS over 1,200 to start.
Really
4
driving
homers,
it home, aren't you?
5 doubles, 11 RBIs, 7 walks, 2 stolen bases. I'm just saying,
show.
Tucker, I want to get the full understanding because.
Yeah.
I can't. This is.
Like the Arkansas fella said, it felt like it ripped my nuts off.
I just can't believe they just said, nah, man, we good.
Guy's name is Bryce, by the way.
Bryce.
Said, man, we good. We good.
Silver turd. Tucker doing things he never freaking did here in this city already.
No, but don't worry about it, man. He don't do nothing in the playoffs, remember?
That's true. Yeah. He must have been doing a lot of, like, shin workouts over the summer or something.
Jose Altuve in the outfield.
Gold medal time. If you're watching us on YouTube and or Twitch, you get to see our pretty faces every day. That's a bonus for you, but you also see this Golden Turd trophy I present each and every Thursday for this prestigious award. Gold Turd trophy this week's. I mean, it was a lock almost before Monday was done. It's got to go to Boston Red Sox, Rafael Devers.
Oh, this is tough. He's a turd because he's strong.
Oh, yeah. He's swinging the bat turdish. He's acting turdish. If you don't remember, I'm not going to play this full audio, but when Bregman landed in Boston, obviously third baseman Alex Bregman, Devers had been the third baseman for these Red Sox. He was none too pleased, apparently, about Bregman landing in Boston. He was asked if he would ever DH for the Red Sox, if he could see transitioning from third base to DH, and he said, no.
There it is.
And he showed some emotion about it, didn't want to do it. My guy started this baseball season, much like the Astros' entire lineup outside of Altuve, 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts, bro. 15 strikeouts in 19 hats. You're throwing all that attitude around, joking around. Yeah, I'm the third baseman. I'm the guy here in Boston. Everybody knows that. Who's this newcomer? Who's Alex Bregman? Well, he came in, he took your job, and then you didn't really make yourself look too good by being this dead bad with that wooden stick in your hand.
Now he's hot, baby. Got 3 hits in the last 2 days.
You were telling me that.
He's gotten up to 111.
Don't care, though. Devers, you still get the golden turd. That's your full podium of turds of the week.
Got hot. He's gotten hot. Hey, by the way, as you're talking about Kyle Tucker, just don't look at that Boston game. You do not want to know what Bregman did today. Don't look at that.
I already saw that.
Don't look at that with the Astros.
I know he hit his first bomb.
Yeah, he did. He didn't stop there. Don't look at that. What you got coming up?
I'm suffering. They need to suffer.
What in the hell is HEB doing?
3 for 5.
That's number one. Number two, there's some Texans offseason reports, a little audio from Nick Caserio on Payne and Pendergast this morning. Got me good and turned on, y'all. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Traverse City, right? Traverse.
Did you know that my superhydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Superhydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive context. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Daily's dirty.
Dirty's Daily, powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury, call day or night, 281-222-2222, or visit MokaramLawFirm.com. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
One of them old Thirsty Thursdays, baby. One of them old Thirsty Thursday, Dirty's Daily. Want to remind everybody, we are going to be live from the boot this Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. up in the Heights now. We got a little crawfish crawl going on, crawfish circuit going on. Crawfish crawl would have been
That's
really
tomorrow.
Live from the boot tomorrow up in the Heights, 2 to 6 p.m. Sports Radio 610's Crawfish Circuit.
First one.
Brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Cold drinks, good conversation, and then mud bugs will be boiling, y'all. Come on up and hang out with us. I got some family coming up already, and the weather, I think, is going to participate. It'll be a little bit cooler than it's going to be in a couple months. That's for damn sure. Get out there, get you some cold beer, get you some crawfish. That always sparks up a damn good time. So come on out. Tyler, you done stirred them up on Twitter, didn't you?
I often do. Which time
Tyler,
you referred to?
What a time.
Shirt he got on in there about that show. What's the name of that show?
Clarissa Explains It All.
Oh, that's the name of the show. I thought that was just a saying.
No, it's the name of the show.
Y'all talking about, Clint ain't never seen Clarissa Explains It All or whatever the hell it is.
Not a surprise. No.
Well, now y'all done got Lauren on, and not my Lauren, Lauren on Twitter talking about Clint's too old for that. Clint he's too old for that. He must have been watching Leave It to Beaver. Now, let me tell y'all something. There ain't nothing wrong with Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah, man.
Figgy loves it.
There's so much in between that you could have gone to.
Yeah, it's my point, Lauren. Hell, I ain't no damn Leave It to Beaver old.
Is this Lauren Elmack?
I don't know. Yes. I saw her.
Damn.
I mean, I ain't no damn Leave It to Beaver old.
They're Saved by the Bell.
I've not seen this tweet back. Got your ass.
I mean, something. I hit her back. I was like, damn, don't make me Leave It to Beaver old. She said, I knew that'd rile you up a little bit. Damn.
There's 80s teen shows, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean,
I didn't watch none of them. I didn't watch none of them old teeny bopper shows Tyler watches, man.
He thought they were silly as hell.
I watched the hell out of it.
That's bro. I hadn't come across that.
I ain't never even heard of it.
I know it, man. You didn't bang out Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon had a run, man. My favorite was the Temple.
The only Nickelodeon I remember was the Slime. The Slime when they dumped the slime. What was that called?
I did it on a few shows.
They did it on. Yeah, I was gonna
figure it out. Probably the main one.
What was the one where there was competitions with kids having competitions? They jump around. Double Dare.
Those were the best.
Legends of the Hidden Temple. Now that was my stuff.
No, Double Dare was it for me. I think I got.
That was by the way when they had, if you've ever seen the Black Star Power Classic Baby Boy, Jody by Jody. You ain't never heard of Baby? You ain't seen Baby Boy? Oh man, I thought for sure you seen that Tyrese Baby Boy. Anyway, the dude, Cuba Gooding.
It's a movie.
It's a movie.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about old Clarissa
Baby
Explains
Boy.
It All.
Jody my Jody. Cuba Gooding's younger brother, Omar Gooden. He was on Double Dare. He was the black guy.
None of us got it, man. None of us pasties in here got it right.
You've got the one.
You can keep describing.
You've got the one black person that was on Double Dare. You got him.
I don't have his face, but I knew there was one on there.
But he was on Double Dare, and he was.
Nickelodeon was the best.
He was all right, man.
I don't know that I even remember that there was only one black dude on there. I knew there was a black dude. But I wasn't counting them.
I mean, he was. Well, you didn't have to. It was one. He on there. He was on there. I mean, he sounded like a Nickelodeon kid, and then he's on He's on Baby Boy, and I mean, he is a gangster. He is a gangster for real on Baby Boy.
That's a great. That's
like
an all-time.
He was going to kill Ving Rhames in
That's
that.
an all-time Ron the Show response
man.
right there. That was good.
All right, I'm gonna step out of this too, American.
I never counted on Ron said you didn't have to.
Back
there was only
to
one.
Clarissa here. You rambunctious dingoes.
See what you started. See what you started, Lauren. You got us all worked up in here. That was.
People are saying no. He didn't watch that. He watched I Love Lucy. They're saying you didn't watch Leave It to Beaver. You watched I Love Lucy.
I didn't. I don't know. I ain't seen any of it.
I've seen most of those.
I'm gonna tell you, I got a little Charlie Brown. There was some Charlie Brown during holiday season, maybe.
Strong.
There was a moment of Garfield where Garfield was a really more of someone that I drew. There was some Ninja Turtles. There was some real serious Ninja Turtle moments.
Russell Westbrook.
There was some. What was the Thundercats.
Thundercats. Yeah.
There was a Thundercat moment in there for me.
What about Rugrats?
Never.
So that was my all-time favorite.
Never. No.
Tommy Pickles was my hero.
I didn't. Well, it wasn't. I'm gonna tell you, Linda, she wasn't laying around watching TV. We wouldn't have much of that, boy. You better get your ass up and get outside.
Get your ass out in the yard, son.
Go burn some bugs with your daddy's cigarettes or something.
I watched a lot of TV.
HEB from commercials, cartoons, and Lauren calling me old. Leave It to Beaver old. Let's get this HEB thing. I don't know about y'all. I don't know if y'all were caught off guard as I was. But with this right here, by the way, this is what this is what caught me off guard. This is HEB, the newest HEB commercial.
Make me snacks for the ball game. Make me HEB snacks. Buy me some brisket and queso too. Oh, and get enough for the whole crew. Let me flip all these burgers and poppers grilled by the flame. 4 2, 3 dipsters and 2 in the snack game. We should totally start a boy band.
Hey, look here.
You know what it is for me.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, we can talk about the commercial later. Well, at what point did they think Mauricio Dubon was the one to replace Bregman?
That's a good point. That's fair.
I'm just saying, Clint. I mean, let's just be
honest. He can't even get on the damn field.
This is where we are, man. The star power has dropped. The star power has dropped with this team. The star power has dropped with people that can speak enough English that can pass to do
well,
the
if you're going to do that silly ass skit right there, you put Jordan on there and let him talk in Spanish and then put the English captions on there or something. Or bring his interpreter.
Just do it in Spanish?
Let him do it.
Or have his interpreter in the commercial dressed up and grabbing.
Absolutely. I mean, we are in Houston. I mean, we are in an extremely diverse city. A lot of Spanish-speaking Latinos out here now,
bro.
How about we pull something up with Christian Walker and have the introducing the new guy to HEB kind of deal. Instead, you go with a utility player that has been a really good player, but can't get on the damn field half the time.
Do you think Jake deserved it before?
No.
Jake's the starter.
Jake, well, that speaks volumes that Dubon's in that commercial over Jake.
I told you the star power has dropped.
I mean, I think Diaz and Jordan could have very easily got in there. Very easily got. When I saw Dubon, and I love Dubon. I'm a Dubon fan. I don't know if
they could give the speaking part down the forward. Listen,
Spanish.
Well, yeah, if they want to go that route, I don't think they want to go to the route of the Spanish route, which I'm with you. Why not? Do it.
Do they run commercials for Mi Tiendas?
I don't know, Tyler. I don't.
Okay, not being an asshat to you.
Well, no, I mean, I just don't typically watch Spanish-speaking stations.
I just meant it as I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't.
Mi Tiendas are HEB grocery stores, but they're marketed to the Hispanic community.
Oh, well, then I would imagine that the Mi Tiendas do have commercials somewhere.
Yeah,
I haven't seen one.
Yeah, I'm just ignorant on if they do. I'm not sure.
Well, those three guys should be in there speaking Spanish.
Yeah, no, that's where my mind went. I was like, that would work.
Come on, man.
Did Lance just not have time, or they not let Lance back in it anymore?
Hopefully he's pulling CJ and just saying, I'm out on all this.
Lance was in the commercial.
He was opening a coffee shop.
I'll be honest with you. I wish Mauricio Dubon was the first thing that came to my mind when I listened and watched that commercial.
You know what had me dying? Very first time I saw that commercial.
No, I don't. What got you? I thought we were all on the same page here with how in the hell did Dubon get in on the HEB commercial after what they've done?
I'm with you on that. That all adds up. But I died laughing the first time I saw this commercial, and since then listening to it, because man, we all love Jose Altuve. That man's voice is so comical to me.
Flip on this burger. That's the one,
bro. Every time I hear
it
sounds like he says flick this
if you
booger.
play the whole thing over, it's only 28 seconds. His parts stick out like everybody's part. Flip on this burger.
Hey, play the whole thing again.
If you play the whole thing, it's just 28 seconds. Like his just sticks out like he's just I can't tell what it is, but his voice it is just completely different. It comes out in a completely different route than anybody else.
Make me snacks for the ball game. Make me a chili snack. Buy me some brisket and queso.
That was Altuve.
Which one?
The second one.
The second one with that
chili snacks.
Play that again. Yes. It sounds completely different.
Me snacks for the ball game. Make me a chili snack.
That's not Altuve, is it? That is not Altuve.
Yes, it's that deep, like back in the throat, like snacks.
That is great. And then he goes straight to flipping burgers. And
I love you, Tuve. You're the GOAT. Your voice is hilarious.
Hey, let that thing roll, man. Let that thing roll. This is comical.
Me snacks for the ball game. Make me a chili snack. Buy me some brisket and queso.
That's Dubon?
Oh, and good enough for the whole crew. Let me flip on this burgers and poppers grilled by the flame. For it's 1, 2, 3 dips you're set to win the snack game.
And I think they should form a boy band.
I don't, and I don't think Dubon.
I think we had a couple of cut. Let's try that one again, guys. That one was good, but I think we could do it. They were being nice. I think we could do it. I'll be honest. The Texans HEB commercials killing the Astros. Star power and everything.
I'll give them this. I will give them this. The Astros players appear like there's times, a lot of the times with the Texans, especially Will, by the way, that I can tell wholeheartedly that they're reading a script. Where it seems like those guys have memorized that song and are legitimately singing that goofy song.
Flip of the burger.
I will not imitate it because I feel like I sound because the imitation, I'm going in a route. It is.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I maybe should have considered that.
I refuse to say what it sounds like in my head out loud.
Which one?
I'm not.
You're not doing it.
I'm not going to say it.
I refuse to say it.
There is something. When I immediately hear it, and I shouldn't laugh, but I'm dying laughing. What it sounds like.
Was it the snacks or the burgers?
No, it's every time it's his part.
You're not going to tell us what you were thinking?
I'm not going to. No.
I like the mystery.
Is it politically incorrect?
Probably.
Oh, that is great. That is great. Anyway, I'm not real sure what HEB's doing there, but obviously they're doing something right because they are selling the hell out of some groceries. We'll circle back and see what happens on the next HEB commercial. The soup utility guy that can't get his way on the field made it. But real quick, Tyler, Nick Caserio did speak yesterday or this morning on Payne and Pendergast.
Right.
By the way, real quick, we'll get to this. We'll get to that, Ron. The Nick Caserio stuff that had me good and turned on. But you need to make sure you download the Odyssey app. AUDACY, and today is one of those days where you need to have the Odyssey app. And reason being is you can use on there. There's a rewind feature. You can rewind all the way back and listen to Payne and Pendergast, Nick Caserio in full this morning at 7:30. You can listen to the whole thing. Now, also on the Odyssey app, there are all of our segments, including the Nick Caserio segment on Payne and Pendergast. They're all podcasted in chronological order, and you can catch any part of any show on this station. And so make sure, regardless of how you listen, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, AM dial, FM dial, make sure you download the Odyssey app and stay plugged in when you can, because that thing is comes in super, super handy when you got us on your hip all day long and something pops. So this is a day, just a quick reminder that to keep that Odyssey app downloaded and keep it on your hip and stay locked in with Sports Radio 610.
All right, Clint, we're not going to just let football horny go by the wayside. Let's do it, because it got Clint going. It got Clint good and football riled up, and it may do it for you. And I think it says a lot about why this football team is in the position that it is in since D'Amico has taken over. We'll let you hear that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, I got to tell you, man, if you're sitting there and you've been in
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
I growl and bark.
Driving for Uber, and it's always a little awkward when the boner alert sounds drop. Laughing my ass off.
Why is that?
Boner alert.
You got you're listening out loud, and then you don't know if your rider.
It's just Riri.
You don't know if your rider can handle the old boner alert drop. Is that what it is?
Looking over there. Hopefully your score should increase from that. Personally,
I agree.
What are you driving, by the way? Let us know. 713-572-4610. Actually, don't let us know. I'm actually, that's probably bad.
Before we get to that boner.
I'm just thinking your vehicle, maybe that helps you. Just keep doing it. Just keep dropping them for those.
It's just Rihanna. It's all
out there. By the way, update. Astros take the lead. Brandon Rogers comes up with a big 2-out hit as they now lead 4-2. He drives in Victor Caratini and Christian Walker as they lead now 4-2. And then, as you always want, Hunter Brown comes out with a shutdown inning to end the fourth. So the Astros are right back up at the plate. As I said, man, this pitcher is somebody you can get to if the Astros bats can come alive, and they certainly have done that so far. 4 runs. This is a season high already, right? 4 runs. The most was 3. So, Tyler, did you have that again? Did you put it on? They were
I really don't know. I didn't look.
Just passed on them. Just said to hell with them. I hear you, man. They screwed you over.
You know, busy putting out fires up here at Houston Sports Leader.
They just screwed you over.
Kind of busy.
No, you may be putting out some fires, but they screwed you over. They've done you in. Maybe you need to take a day off on those runs scored. But no. Astros lead 4-2. We'll keep you updated. They're in Minnesota trying to get off this 3-game losing streak and that sweep from the Giants at Daikin. All right. Clint said, and it's true, I saw him when he was watching it, or when he was listening to it. He got a little football frisky, a little football horny when he heard some things that Nick Caserio had to say. Nick Caserio talked a bit about what the offseason has looked like in terms of guys being in the building in times where they don't have to, in times where they don't need to be, but being in the building during the offseason. Here's Nick Caserio.
I mean, if Stingley was in here the day that we agreed, he was in a weight room, and we're in the offseason. We're not even in the offseason program yet, but I think when you speak to the mindset and the type of people that we want to have on this football team, we've had almost 30 players in the building since the end of the season that are training 4 or 5 times a week, and the offseason program hasn't even started, and including Stingley is one of those players. So Stingley was in there, Bullock was in there, Kamari Lassiter was in there. We've had enough. Petri's been here basically since the end of the season, so that's speaks to if you show up, if you work hard, we have all the resources that you need here in the building. Like, you don't have to go anywhere else. Now, obviously, some people are more of their training. I would say, I think there's some videos of Daniil working out. Like, Daniil's working. Like, you don't look like he does without putting in the work. So we're just trying to be as consistent as possible on the way and committed and disciplined to our approach because we feel that's the right approach for our team, and it's something that D'Amico and I believe strongly in. So as a result, we're going to make sure we try to find those players that fit and understand the mindset that we want them to play with, perform on a day-to-day basis.
To give context to that, he does and goes on, as Sean kind of pushed a little bit on this, how unusual is that? And I'm curious to hear from Clint after we hear what Nick has to say, 'cause obviously as you played in the NFL and had off-season stuff, I know you was in Dallas, how often that is where you have that many guys show up. But this is kind of the context of somebody who has been around the NFL for 20, 30 years of how often this is the case.
Not that many. Just anecdotally, players who we signed in the offseason have made comments that on other teams that they've been affiliated with, that they've never really seen anything like this. Just unsolicited offering that up, which is good to hear. So I would say not that many. You'll probably get, I would say, anywhere from maybe 10 to 12 to 15 in kind of this dead period. So from basically call it February and March or whenever your season ends, everybody's kind of on their own. Typically the offseason starts in April. Our offseason program officially starts April 21. Again, can't speak to necessarily what goes on in other buildings. I would say even going back to our time in New England, we had a decent amount of players around, but not the volume that we have here. I'd say they want to because we have the resources available to them, and see, like, if you want to get better at football, you have to work at football. So right now, the off season, what can you do to improve? It's your strength conditioning, it's your power, it's your overall development.
All right. I know that stuck out to you from what he had to say earlier today, that many guys are in there getting work.
Yeah, well, to me, this is an old school way of doing business. And not that they're doing business, but this is an old school way of developing your team. Like when I played, like in Dallas, we weren't very good, but you had, like, damn it, the whole offensive line was there because Larry Allen was a monster in the weight room. Larry Allen was working. Now, he didn't always do the running, but he was a monster in the weight room. And you look up and you've got the Emmitt Smiths of the world, the Darren Woodsons of the world, the Joey Galloways, the Rocket Ishmaels, the Larry Allen, the Eric Williams, the Mark Stepnoski, and you go down the list of all these guys that were really good players, and those guys obviously haven't been a champion before. They believed in working that way. So, and I think back in the day, we didn't all have personal trainers that we went to in the offseason. And so the numbers were up, at least my experience where the numbers were up back in the day. You fast forward to today, now you got all these guys, even if they don't necessarily have it this way, guys feel like they need to, because it's what the other guys are doing, they need to have these private coaches. They need to go get this specialized training. And we've heard Nick and D'Amico and everybody talk about they've got everything in the need. And so the power in having 30 or more players in the building right now in 2025 is a big-ass deal. This is another one of those things that I know a lot of people have and will continue to poo-poo on and minimize this kind of deal, right? Especially when you're talking about guys like Laramie Tunsil and you're talking about the leaders on the team. Like, when you can get not just 30 players that are trying to make the team, but when you can get Derek Stingley Jr. in the weight room in March and April as his new deal surfaces, along with Jalen Petri and all these other guys that are here in the city working out. When you can get that, the great thing about it to me is Ryan, I don't think you in 2025, I don't think, one, I know you can't force them to do it. Like you used to be able, behind closed doors, you used to be able to go, oh, well, it's It's voluntary, but it's mandatory, if you know what I mean. You can wink, wink, right? You can't do that anymore. And you could also have a room full of a bunch of rookies and free agents that are just trying to make the team, that are trying to get better. When you can get 30-plus dudes of the ilk and the name that he laid out there, it's extremely powerful. You can't manufacture it, is what I'm trying to say. It's real, and it is valuable time on task together that you just can't sub for it, man.
The two things that jumped out to me when I hear it is one, this is clearly one of the intangible by they have had this turnaround here. This is clearly like something that the players have bought into. Most all the players have bought into, and this is a part of what DeMeco has done in terms of building this team to where it is. And then the other part is that seems to go the opposite of what guys like Laramie Tunsil are into.
Yep. Minimize it. It's not
hell with offseason. It was like during season.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't.
In 2025, it's common. It's common. The more money guys make, the more common it is for them to in the offseason, when something's not required of them, is to go do something else. Get away from the organization. Get away from the program. Get away from the team. Go get your downtime. When in reality, right, the value, the opportunity is still. The season's over, and it's the offseason. It's not mandatory, but the opportunity to grow closer. And forget getting better individually. You can get better individually with a private coach somewhere else, right? But there is no substitute for 30, 40, 50 guys spending an additional month and a half together when nobody's requiring them to. That gets minimized. It gets, the more money guys make, the better guys are, the more notoriety they get. The more credit they get, the further removed a lot of times those players get from the organization. And it's a missed opportunity closer. And this to me, this is one of the, if you want to talk about like with DeMeco Ryans, what really should we tip our cap to is building an organization, building a team, building a locker room where this right here exists, man. That's powerful.
Yeah, there's another team in the city who we need to tip our caps to, and that is the Houston Rockets. They won their 50th game, and they're heading to the playoffs. We have got to look at that, and we got to discuss one of the things that's really confusing me about where some fans are with the Rockets. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, I was over at the Most Sabercast today, and Coach Skelton over there tell me he's a listener. He
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros continue to lead 4-2, and Hunter Brown has really settled in. He was kind of getting hit hard a little bit in that first inning, and even into the second inning a little bit, but he's really gotten it going and settled in, and they lead 4-2 here in the top of the sixth inning. We'll keep you updated on what's going on there as they really want to get this road trip off to a good start, especially coming off this 3-game losing streak to the Giants. So, good start. Good start thus far.
Finally got a little pop in them bats with back-to-back homers from Christian Walker and Jeremy Pena. That was good to see. Not only the pop, but the two players in particular, generating a little something. We got out
We were literally doing a segment
about Christian Walker,
about PTSD from Christian Walker, and in the midst of it, he went ahead and went deep. So hopefully that gets him going.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get Christian Walker going, it changes the whole lineup, man. You got Yordan Alvarez. It's just a matter of time. He's already started swinging it better. Altuve has swung it really well. I don't think he swung it well today. I know he was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts to start. He's got third at bat so far, but we'll see. But now you're starting to get 3, 4, 5 guys swinging it well, hitting with power, producing, and all of a sudden, boy, you get, as an Astros fan, you just feel just a little bit better. Boy, the way this one started now. It
looked like it was yesterday.
Hey, man, this game started out, the first damn inning, the Astros, 3 up, 3 down at the plate with
not just
all
3 up,
strikeouts.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
all 3 strikeouts, and then the leadoff hitter for the damn Twins comes out there and triples to dead center, sticks the ball underneath the damn wall to dead center. It was, and then you had a bloop single behind the pitcher and a single to left field where Altuve doesn't even try to make a throw. It started out ugly, and it hurt my heart a little bit. But boy, they've come around. 4-2 Astros, top of 6, 2 outs.
Yeah. I want to get to the Rockets because yesterday was a big day for the Rockets. Last night was as they destroyed the Jazz, won their 50th game, and are now heading to the playoffs as they sit now with a 3-game lead in the two spot in the West. But we kind of talked a little bit about this. I want to bring this in. As we're watching the Astros and the Twins, how comfortable do you feel, like if you had to grab a bat, like you're coaching Little League, how comfortable do you feel that you can hit infield and outfield, right? That you can have some cats lined up at all the positions. All right, hey, third base, go to 1, hit it to third, hit it to short,
get a little fungo.
Yeah, hit it to second, first, catch outfield, pitch. How good fly ball to outfield? Is they got to hit the cutoff man? How confident are you that you can walk out there and do that right now? I am not confident at all that I can direct it exactly. And I do. I watch it every week. I've got kids that are in softball and baseball. And these coaches just nail it every time. I could hit probably to third, get you to first. Middle infield, I'm not up.
Sure you can get to
I might hit it in the gap. I'm not. And then the outfield stuff, like directing it out to the outfield in the air. Like I don't. Yeah, I definitely ain't got that.
I feel pretty confident in it. I don't know that it
like
would
you
be,
can go out there.
It ain't gonna be baseball coach pretty. These dudes are wizards with that damn fungo now. It ain't gonna be baseball coach. So no disrespect to my coaches that are out there, probably fix to take the field and get a little fungo in. Going, listen to these jackasses. No, it ain't gonna be baseball coach pretty.
But you could get it to a little league team. You can get out there.
Oh yeah, I'd feel pretty confident with that. I'd feel pretty confident with that. Yeah.
I don't know if I could direct it well.
Yeah, I saw you in home run dugout. I'd bet against it.
Not even gonna take that as a deal. I can hit them.
I mean, we just need we need to go to the cages.
Just direction. Yeah. I mean, just lift it up with one hand, bam, hit it. I don't think I got it.
Well, we were watching.
I don't think I got it. Like
we're watching the Astros earlier. I want to know when it became a thing. Now look, I played baseball at Baytown Lee. That was my sport, by the way. I played baseball at Baytown League. And Coach Harrington, Gary Harrington, he was an old Aggie. He was a catcher for the Aggies back in the day, Tyler. He was our head coach. God rest his soul. Rest in peace, Coach. Absolute wonderful man. Great coach. He was the best infield hitter I've ever, best infield coach I've ever. It was a beauty. And I'll tell you what, he threw his own ball up, right?
Threw his own ball up.
Ball up in the right hand. Boom, grab it, hit wherever.
That's what everybody does.
I looked. No. I hate to tell you. When did this become a thing? By the way, baseball. This doesn't surprise me, but this became a thing. I'm watching this deal. It was Altuve in the outfield, and it was Cam Smith taking some infield stuff. Anyway, it was before the game started here with the Astros, and there was a guy getting the ball and throwing it, not just catching it and tossing it to the coach, and the coach was hitting it out of the air. Since when did infield?
Just a little soft.
Well, you know, the catcher or whoever would always catch the ball and then flip it to the coach. The coach would catch it, throw it up, and boom, do his little thing, right? Since when did coaches get lazy and have somebody else tossing them the damn ball? Huh? I don't appreciate that. Gary Harrington would have never.
I didn't know that was the thing.
He would have. I didn't until I just saw it. Until I just saw it, I would not have. Gary Harrington would have never.
Extra coming in. I'm 45, and I definitely can. Not like I've been coaching for years.
He said he definitely can't. Can.
Yeah. Tyler, you said you could, right? You said you think you can get out there right now with a bat and give him a look.
Yeah, I think I could get it done.
I
used to run my little brother's practices in like Pony League and stuff. Did a lot of that hitting the infield.
I mean, you know that was 15 years ago, right?
And I've had.
Yeah, but it's like riding a bike.
And I've coached.
Unless you're Ron.
I've coached. And what I just did was, all right, guys, here we go. And I just.
You threw it?
Yeah, I threw it.
Hey, anyway, get it done.
I threw him down there. Now you do want to get him to get the feel off the bat.
Yeah, you would like that.
The outfielders, I'm definitely not giving you a look. I think I hit it over their heads. I think I'd hit it.
That would be, yeah. I mean, that would be.
I think that's like.
That's the crazy thing with these baseball coaches, man. In the outfield, they can literally like just drop it on a damn 5-yard circle. You know what I mean? Like it's wild. I couldn't do that. I think I could get my outfielders some work.
You can get them more. Yeah.
Now we may be working pop-ups, and I hit a couple of screamers at them. I mean, they may have to adjust.
Yeah,
the third baseman better look out, you know. But I think I can get it done.
And it would be in my head. It'd be in my head too. Like, all right.
Hope the parents ain't there watching.
But not just hope the parents. Like, I don't even care about that. I legit want them to get to get a warm up.
Sure.
Get a warm up in, and it's a damn thing if I'm getting a warm up in, I'm hitting them down the line, and all right, go to third, and I'm hitting 4 straight fouls, and just like, all right, here, just throw it from there, man. All right, shortstop. That's the one I'm real nervous about. Really directing it there. Shortstop, like it's just like best thing I can give you is that one of the catcher. I can drop that one to the catcher.
Oh, that was easy, right?
Drop that one to the catcher.
Even flip it from the backside.
Text line, I'm 61. I hit balls both in infield and outfield to my grandson's Little League team a few weeks ago when the coach got sick. Like, yeah, see.
Coming off the bench like that?
Like
61?
Wow,
well done.
Like I'm
well
saying,
done, Paul.
if I'm at one of Nicholas' games, or like tonight, Lawrence got a game tonight. They got to look at another parent.
Yeah,
I'll
throw some infield.
Now, luckily, both of my kids' teams, they've got about five coaches on staff.
Right.
But nah, man. Hey, man. I know you're probably looking at me thinking I might be the one here, but I ain't got it. I ain't got it, man. Or we're gonna be running all over the place. It's like, for me, it's like the work. Like, you haven't gotten to this. I don't think in your point where you have to, the coach's pitch. Coach's pitch is the toughest. Is the toughest mind.
That would be tough because you got to damn near hit the bat with them little ones.
Well, yeah, when you strike out the side and when you walk out of the game and you've struck out 11,
deflating, huh?
Like you just you get to a point. I've tried it all. Well, I'll grab a knee with a glove.
The worst part is when the opposing team comes out there and throws to his team.
Oh,
and that guy's been doing it for 20 years and he just.
Yeah, man. I watched my son's coach strike out the side the other day, boy. And I could see it in his eyes, man. Just like I taken myself out. Hey, man, somebody else got to come in here and do this. Somebody else got to come here and do this. I'm struggling. I can't handle it. Yeah, that's the worst thing, boy. You strike out the side, you strike out them little kids, and they're pissed. The worst is, because I played the one, all right, you got 5 pitches. You got to either hit or whatever. You get to pitch 4, you get to 4, and they fouled it off or they missed it. The pressure on that fifth pitch, I mean,
I could probably deal with striking them out. I would have a hard time if I couldn't throw the ball over the plate for them.
Yeah, like something like
you get 5 pitches and the damn coach threw 2 of them to the backstop. I mean, God dang, man, what are we doing?
I've had a kid where they're the 5th one and the game's on the line, man, and I throw it in their eyes, man, and they got to go for it.
And damn, they can't get the bat up there.
Yeah, man, that's
good stuff.
Yeah, that's the worst. All right, little 5 o'clock fire coming up as well. We'll keep you updated here as the Astros, they've tacked on more in the 6th inning. Brendan Rodgers coming up huge today. We'll give you the update on that. Also, what the Rockets did last night and accomplished, we'll go there as well. So much to get to right here live on The Drive. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, y'all, too many home sellers out there make this costly mistake, man. You pick the agent.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610 here, an Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock, and 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Asperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Courses. That's coming up very, very soon. That's something we always have fun with. John Daly, who we normally talk to in that tournament.
Yeah, good times, man. The Asperity Invitational is always big time. I'm going to tell you, those Woodland courses, those courses up in the Woodlands are all tremendous. Their country club tournament course, I believe I played on that a couple years ago. They're big time. A great place, great tournament. Always get a great turnout. We greatly great pullovers, great gear, great thank you bag. What do you call them? Goodie bags?
There you go.
Sure wish the rodeo would take note. But yeah, man, the Asperity Invitational. Big shout out. Thank you guys for adding a little love to 5 o'clock fire.
That's right. And the latest is the Astros. They are leading. Had a little comeback today. Had to come back. They were down 2-0 after the first inning, and I'll get to Hunter. We'll start with Hunter Brown. Clint, he was getting hard early, leadoff triple. They immediately tacked on 2 runs in that first inning. Even in the second inning, there were still some hard hit balls, but he was able to salvage this thing, and now kind of like what we saw from Framber in Game 1 of the season.
Yep.
Except, obviously, it resulted in 2 runs instead of Framber being able to get out of it. But he has really, really, really let it roll there. 6 innings he's pitched, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 Ks, and no walks thus far in this game. He's gone through 6. We'll see if he is done. Probably so. He's thrown 91 pitches thus far through 6 innings. And the Astros have a 3-run lead. But you wanted, as they call, a stopper. And you were hoping Framber would be a stopper yesterday, but he was not able to do so. Then you're hoping the next guy who is potentially has ace-level stuff, has front of the rotation, and is a front of the rotation type pitcher to come in and stop the bleeding. And he's put forth a 2-earned quality start, 6-inning, 8 strikeout performance, and that was exactly what they needed.
Yeah, that was big game Hunter today, baby. There ain't no doubt about it. This is what you hope for. This is what you expect for. This is what you need out of Hunter Brown, and it looks like he has done a lot of activity in the bullpen. So it looks like he is more than likely going to be done, especially early in the season. But
second start, 91 pitches.
Yeah, man. You get a good outing from Hunter Brown. You get a little pop in the bats and activity on them. You generate more runs than you generated all year long. You got 5 of them today. And so, yeah, good day overall for the Astros. Now they just got to finish this thing.
Yeah, they got to finish this thing. And Hunter Brown, which we love to see. You love to see a little struggle early, and then how do you right the ship? Sometimes guys aren't ever to get him turned around. That could have easily gotten away from him, but he didn't let it. But on the other side, as you said, they have scored a season high thus far, 5 runs. And right now, Altuve, Paredes, and Yordan Alvarez, they've been on base 1 time with 5 strikeouts in this game. 1 walk, no hits. They are 0 for 8 thus far in this game combined, and they still have 5 runs. And the big star today offensively is second baseman Brandon Rogers. He is 3 for 3. He has got 3 RBIs. I know he has at least 1 double. He came up with a big 2 out. There's another strikeout for Altuve.
Has struck out at least 3 times.
He's got the golden sombrero. Yeah, he's got 4 strikeouts right now.
Oh, it's 4. That was his 4th one.
That's the 4th.
Oh, wow.
4th strikeout. He's going Rafael Devers right now.
No.
Well, nobody can go Rafael Devers, but he's going 4 strikeouts today. But they still put up 5 runs. Brendan Rodgers has been huge today. Some power in the middle there with Walker and Pena. They went back to tie the game in the second inning. But Rodgers, all three of his RBIs are coming with 2 outs. So those big, huge hits, it's responsible for the lead. So that's huge for the Astros to get some runs at the bottom of the order. They have not been able to obviously do that very much as well. Jake has not done anything. Jake Myers has missed his third straight game.
3 straight games. Jake Myers not in center field. 4 of 5 he's not in center field, and wonder if something's wrong, something's injured. What's going on with Jake Myers here?
I don't think he's hurt. I haven't heard anything. I looked up that, hadn't seen that. Also with the Astros, little update on Luis Garcia, who has been out for going on a year plus now. Knew he was shut down a little bit to look at some elbow issues. Well, he received an MRI, and it revealed that he has inflammation in his right elbow. He is currently shut down from throwing at all and will be reevaluated in 4 weeks. So I'm not sure how much they were going to count on Luis Garcia. I'd imagine he would have been somebody that they hoped that they could work and use at some point. But this is not good at all for him. Elbow soreness that's going to sit him down. I mean, not even just at least 4 weeks. He's not even going to probably be able to throw for that long.
Yeah, I mean, look, with no Urquidy, obviously you got Lance. You don't know what the hell is going to go on there. Now you have Luis Garcia. We
JP France.
We talked JP France. So I mean, now I would imagine that Luis Garcia would be a warm welcome if he could be a 6th starter, but really there's plenty of opportunity for him. The bullpen I think is a place that could use a Luis Garcia. So yeah, this is a bit of a blow, man. I mean, regardless of how you look at Luis Garcia, it's a bit of a blow. That arm could have been used in multiple places.
Well, and if we're judging by anything we've seen for the last couple of years with the Astros, like how many starters they run through last year?
A bunch of them.
That Henley fella had to come up with and pitch. Somebody else had to come up and didn't have their shoes.
That was Henley.
Was that the same guy? Yeah.
They went through everybody they had down there.
Yeah,
literally, everybody they had.
Literally. So, you figure there's going to be some point where they may have needed him in the rotation, and hopefully after 4 weeks he gets himself back on track, and at some point, maybe in the second half of the season, he is able to go. But that is obviously a blow to the pitching staff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets last night, they clinch a playoff spot. They win 50 games. 50 games. Listen, I thought they could take a step this year, Clint, but 50 games with 5 to go and the 2 seed potentially theirs, and they have a commanding hold on that 2 seed. They got a 3-game lead over the Lakers right now with 5 to play. For them, so that is so impressive. Tillman Fertitta, the owner, said with 50 wins, the Houston Rockets are heading to the playoffs. What a tremendous achievement and testament to the hard work of our players, coaches, and staff. 50 wins in the playoffs, Clint. I thought they would have a good step. I thought they would play in the postseason. I did not foresee this being the step they take.
Yeah, no, this is whether it's right now being the 2 seed or earlier in the year being the 2 seed with some of the success that they were having. I don't think any of that was expected, of this team, and rightfully so. Obviously, year 2 of Ime Udoka, improvement is one thing, but I mean they're not only the product is significantly better. Some of their young players are starting to flourish, if you will. Obviously, being the 2 seed earlier, dropping a little bit and then jumping back up into that 2 seed. And as you said, you got a 3-game command on Denver and LA. Now LA's got 7 games to play, where I think the Rockets have 5, if that's right. So it's a little wonky there in terms of what the next win locks up or doesn't lock up. But to have that lead in the Western Conference in that 2 seed is a huge accomplishment for this basketball team, no doubt.
You know what this has really kind of shown, which is not normally what we see in the NBA, is usually this is the big swings are like player impact, right? Like, hey, the Miami Heat hadn't been in the playoffs for 4 years. Then LeBron came and then they're in the finals, whatever. The Lakers hadn't been in the playoffs for 6 years, and then they start to get players. Okay, literally, this is unique into where it feels like the clear major change came from Ime Udoka. Like that, like his impact is the impact of like a star player. Yeah. And that's not normally what you see in this sport and in the NBA, because virtually the main parts are the same, right? Like they added Fred, they added, Dylan Brooks, and I think those guys have been major impacts. But really, the change is Jalen Green has played different. Maybe not he's not, all NBA, but he's clearly changed his game to the positive. Sengun has changed his game offensively and defensively. Like, Udoka has impacted as if he was a star player, and that's the part that's really unique in this situation.
The interesting thing about him, as you're running down the list there, like every player that they can get legitimate clock for, like every player that they can get on the floor with every young player every young player that the Rockets can get on the floor, given how this roster is structured, has gotten better. Like exponentially better, right? All of the guys, the youngsters, that you can argue they don't have enough clock, there's not enough ball to go around for what's my man Cam?
Oh yeah, Cam
Whitmore. Yeah, there's not enough ball to go around for him, right? Not enough ball to go around. I mean, like really, when you look at he did get on last night. There was but you're looking at Tari Eason, Jabari Smith. You mentioned Sengun and Green. It just seems like everybody that gets clock every young player that gets clock is developing and getting better and better and better at a crazy rate right now for the Rockets. Now, they're still missing that superstar. The other night, it's still trivial to me. I mean, crazy to me that Jalen Green wasn't afforded the opportunity to be the superstar in that Lakers game. But so you still have that dynamic going on. But literally, there's six different guys that seem like when Ime Udoka walked in the door, they got significantly better.
But just to be honest, like the Spurs, I know they're hurt now, but they had Wemby and Fox at one point, and they were, they're still, even when those guys were playing 8, 9, 10 games under 500, right? Like, so it's clear like the coaching has made a complete 180 change in a way that it's normally reserved and seen by players. So shout out to the Rockets, everybody involved. Congratulations. Now they've got, a little over a week to try to hold on to that 2 spot. And I do think that is important because you don't want to drop to the 4 line. The 4 line means if you're able to get to the first round, you got to face the Thunder. And it feels like everybody's season's potentially going to come to an end whenever they face them in the Western Conference. That's what it seems like the way they're playing. So easy every night. I mean, they're on an 11-game winning streak, and it just looks easy every night.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, sources in the NFL. We knew and saw the trade between the Raiders and the Seahawks to send Geno Smith to Vegas, and now they give him a 2-year extension worth $75 million. That is insane.
37.5 per.
Like, I understand, like where the market is and where quarterbacks are.
Yeah.
But Geno, like, it's got to just kill certain guys in the league that, like a Saquon Barkley or a Derrick Henry, how much more impactful they are to their teams that won compared to him, and he gonna get $75 million over 2 years.
75 biggins, yeah.
It's just crazy. But with that, the Raiders add Geno Smith. Do you think this takes the Raiders to potentially another level? Is this a playoff potentially level team because they've got Geno Smith, who is, a productive quarterback? He got the Seahawks to the Super Bowl, to the playoffs a couple of years ago. Do you think this puts them in that conversation?
They're better. I mean, which I guess you don't have to work real hard to be better than what they've been of late, especially the quarterback position. I don't know enough about what they have. Look, Geno Smith, and I'm not minimizing what he did or did. Everybody needs targets, but when you have the receiving core that you had there, offensively, they had a pretty damn good thing going with him. And he's his mojo and went to work and has made some money. I know he makes the Raiders significantly better, but they've got to provide him with the guys. Right, they got to give him. They got to give him more. They got to give him more than just the tight end. Right. I mean, they got to give him some weapons. I know he benefited greatly from the crew that he had in Seattle, as any quarterback would. And he's a guy that look, if they don't surround him with talent, he's going to struggle again, like any quarterback will. So we'll see what Brady and company up there in Las Vegas put around a quarterback. We'll see how they do it.
Yeah, Pete Carroll, now Chip Kelly.
Yep.
Who's running that offense? Yeah, it's a difference. Jacoby Myers, who's an underrated receiver, he actually had a pretty good year with the Raiders. Is his top receiver to go along with Brock Bowers. So, but they're in that division. That's Denver, who was in the playoffs, the Chargers,
Denver Chargers and Chiefs. I mean, we got some hellacious quarterbacks in there. I mean, Geno Smith is
$75 million. When I just hear that just sounds.
Woo! It's up there now.
It's just like, damn, what's CJ going to do?
Jordan just struck out again, didn't he?
Right.
Who's counting? Yeah. We're up 5-2. Let's just get this thing over. They're cold as hell. Let's just get to the hotel, boys.
I thought maybe he was rolling a little bit after them 2 hits yesterday, but maybe he would say he need to get his ass indoors.
Yeah, get indoors, man. He can't wait to get over here and get that
coat on. He got that coat.
He getting that starter jacket on. He can't wait to get that thing back on.
Yeah, he is. Every time I look over there, he got that big ass coat on. I saw Julia Morales orange bubble coat. Like judging by the way that these cats are dressed out here.
I mean, then people got.
What do you think What are you guessing the temperature is in Minneapolis right now?
I'm gonna guess it's
because they're screaming 40.
42. I mean, hell, they all got beanies on.
Yeah.
44.
What's the real feel though? Real feel of 43.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not in that sun, if you're not out there in that sun, I imagine you're still a chip.
You want to get in the outfield, don't you? Right?
Yeah, Jordan's like, man, let me get the hell out of here. Jordan's begging to play left field right now because the sun's hitting out there.
Take my ass up the tunnel, man. Shoot, I'm DHing, man. I'm out there. Take my ass up the tunnel. To hell with this thing. All right, coming up is as we continue right here live on the drive. There was a player that Nick Caserio, when he was on with Payne and Pendergast, spoke about earlier. A real fan favorite, a Texas kid. The way he spoke about him, you think this is a long-term player for the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all.
got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, before we get to Nick Caserio and Jalen Petri, guys, come out with us tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be at the Boot. We'll be out at the Boot from 2 to 6. The Boot's in the Heights.
Great spot. Great spot.
Yeah, great spot to have a good time. And we've hung out there before, and we are starting our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, and you can join us and have a good time. Brought to you by our great friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. You can enjoy not just kicking it and hanging out with us and the great staff there. You can have some good cold drinks, good conversation, and the Mud Bugs will be there flowing for you to partake. But it'll be a good time, so come on out tomorrow, as we will be doing this Fridays moving forward, little crawfish circuit. It's that time of the year. Go ahead and hang out with us tomorrow. Again, at the Boot. The Boot from 2 to 6. We'll be out there, and you need to join. Come hang out with us. All right. Nick Caserio was on Payne and Pendergast this morning, and he started to talk about or at least responding to the question from the fellas about Jalen Petri and what potentially an extension would look like with him. Here is Nick Caserio talking about Jalen.
Yeah, I'd say we're having conversations with a number of players, and, we've talked about this. You guys kind of know how we operate. Like, we're pretty flexible and open-minded. Like, we don't have a finite, if done by September 1st and it's off the table. I think at some point, for everybody's best interest, you might say, hey, look, let's try to figure this out, over the next few weeks or whenever. Don't really want to comment specifically on any individual discussions with any players, but I would say always open-minded to having a dialogue with the player and their representatives and trying to figure out an agreement that everybody feels comfortable with, because the goal is for both entities and both parties to be happy with how it went. You don't want to we're not trying to, quote unquote, win a negotiation. Yeah. We don't believe in that. That's not how we operate. You want something where the organization wins and the player feels valued and they feel like, you made them a priority. So, we'll work through those things. But Jalen's been a good player. It's the day he walked in the building. He's had a significant impact on our program. That's the type of player that you'd like to have around here as long as possible. So we'll kind of see how all that works itself out.
So some glowing things said about him by Nick Caserio, the man who drafted him in the second round. And I think that is important to this conversation too, that he is one of the guys that he drafted. He drafted him and I believe John Mechie in the second round, that draft. And this one has worked for them thus far. Kind of a mixed bag, but here lately, once it looked like they found his role playing in that nickel closer to the line of scrimmage, he really flourished this year before he got injured. But Clint, the second contract is a big thing when you draft players, right? You want to be able to be put in a position, Clint, that you draft players that they play to a level where you feel like, I got to give him a second contract. We've seen them. They felt that way early with Titus Howard. Even though they didn't draft Titus Howard, but they gave him a second contract, they felt he played up to that level. They felt Nico Collins last year played up to that level of getting that second contract, and they have gotten it for a steal. All right, they felt like Derek Stingley played up to that level to get a second contract. There are guys, Clint, on this team right now that we know are playing to the level where they are going to get a second contract. You know the names. I don't have to mention them. Is Jalen Petri one of them names?
No, not for me. No.
Really?
I
look
think,
like you thought about it for a second.
Well, no. Here's the deal with Jalen Petri. There's a couple of things here. One, the nickel position is not a position of it's not one of those positions like a premier position. It's not an edge rusher. It's not a lockdown corner. It's not a wide receiver. Obviously not a quarterback, and so it's not one of those positions. The nickel defender is a lot easier to find than those other positions. So when I look at Jalen Petri, to me, there's a lot of meat left on the bone in the sense of, for some reason, 2 seasons ago in 2023, we found him standing next to DeMeco Ryans on the sideline in critical moments. There was clearly a disconnect there. Last year, playing well, great fit, as we thought he would be with DeMeco Ryans, with his instincts and everything, and he gets injured. Right? I just flat out haven't seen enough ball to come on here and say, yeah, man, you got to lock up Jalen Petri for another 4 years. Now, I do think that there is clearly a value with his instincts, with his leadership, the it factor. Like, I think it's real with Jalen Petri. I think players gravitate to him. I think he is legitimately a leader on this team that they want to keep. I think his instincts that he plays with is something that's hard to replace. So I think all that value, which would typically take a guy that had been healthy for a couple of years and played well for a couple of years, it would take his contract, and I think the Texans would be willing to overpay for his ability, right? What I think is going on right now is, in my opinion, is the jury's still out on the play and the ability to stay healthy, right? But all of the added values, the it factor that I just explained, is takes him to a place where they damn sure want to keep him around, even though it wasn't a great fit 2 years ago, and even though he got injured this year. I think that's where Jalen Petri sits right now. Play well this year, stay healthy, and I think the guy gets paid. I think they want to keep him, and I think he gets paid here.
Yeah, and I think that is. I think this is an argument that, or at least an opinion that could go either way, right? Because, God, honestly, like, the position he plays and the role he plays, like, that is not as anywhere near as difficult to replace.
It's replaceable
as some of the others.
And we have not seen enough football out of Jalen Petri to think differently.
Yeah, he's not been just like, all pro amazing, right? Like he's not just been. He was good last year, and I thought playing potentially at a Pro Bowl level in that range. And then the year before that, it was struggle. First year, I think he was pretty good his first year. He just had the bug of missing tackles. The second year was clearly a step back. But last year, it's just like he's not shown you anything at his position like Derek Stingley has.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's tough. It is replaceable, but I don't, as you mentioned, all of the stuff that is really important to the culture of this team is not replaceable. Right? Hell, as I said it earlier, I think him, and I think if DeMeco were to say, who do you point to as the example of what it means to be a Texan, what you're trying to, I think Will Anderson and Jalen Petri would be the two guys that he would point to.
I agree.
And I think maybe in other places that's not as big a deal.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not as big a deal, but here that is a big deal.
Yeah, here's as a fan, and I know Nick just got through saying they don't try to win negotiations, but I think you won the Nico Collins negotiation, by the way. Whether it's the negotiation or the timing of the deal, you won that deal for damn sure.
Yeah.
This has the makings of that, because like I believe in Jalen Petri. I believe that you are going to at the very least get when you look at everything he brings to the table, the talent, the instincts, the leader, the everything, you're going to get an above-average player. I think his floor is really high, right? And I think it's highly likely that we have not seen anywhere close to the best Jalen Petri yet.
I definitely agree with that.
So I would think that the Texans are going to get what's going to appear to be a really good deal with Jalen Petri. Now, if you mess around and wait, and to your point, he has a Pro Bowl year, now all of a sudden you got a Pro Bowler that has the it factor, that has elite instincts. Now you mess around, you might not be able to afford him with everybody else. But if you sign him, if you extend him before this season's up, hell, I would feel really comfortable doing that.
Interesting hearing from the text line here. These are just consecutive texts. Petri is a safety who is undersized and a negative in coverage. Are you crazy? The defense looked less than when he was hurt. Love Petri to death at all, and even if it was a wet blanket, I should not see the back of your jersey every time you're in coverage. Seems like Petri might be the odd man out of all of those guys that they like.
Yeah, look, I disagree with the intensity there. Like I've never claimed that Jalen Petri was a great cover defender. We ain't seen a nickel defender. We ain't seen a nickel defender with the Houston Texans that's a great cover guy. We ain't seen that guy. Des King is the best nickel since I've been covering
in terms of coverage. Yeah, since
I've been covering the Texans. So unless you're going to get another true corner that you're going to slide down there, safety type nickel/safeties are going to get beat in coverage when they get paired up on Devontae Adams in the slot.
Yeah, left by himself.
That's on D'Amico Ryans. Like you got to avoid that one way or another. So yeah, I don't think every good nickel defender is going to necessarily be the best cover guy. That's clearly not who Jalen Petri is. Jalen Petri is going to play with instincts. He's going to play the run. He's going to be in all your pressure packages. And then the
great blitzer.
Yes. The shortcoming is going to be right now is going to be in coverage when he gets matched up on a top 10 receiver in the NFL. Yeah, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, and as Tyler would say, he's swarmy as hell.
True. It's exactly what Tyler was saying in my ear.
That doesn't sound good. God, that doesn't sound good. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated here as the Astros and the Twins have gone to the 9th. As Chaz McCormick is lucky enough to get an at-bat. We'll give you an update on that as well as make you some cash. I'll just say Tyler did better than he did on Tuesday. So he's getting to the right spot. We got to really go hard to get over the 50% mark. But he'll make you some cash tonight as we continue right here live on The Drive. That's coming up next.
Do you need a vacation? All my golfers out there, fellas trip, ladies trip, hell, couples trip. Do you need a vacation, right? Well, it's going to be 100 degrees here in Houston before you know it, man. It's time to get down to cool temps and long days in Traverse City, Michigan. Y'all, this is big.
Lease from DNS.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Astros heading to the bottom of the ninth. They continue to lead 5-2, despite Jose Altuve going 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts today. That's probably the first time he's ever done that in his life, or maybe not. He's a free swinger. Maybe in the majors that he's had 5 strikeouts. Yeah, man.
Well, he gonna mess around and have him a day and let Brendan Rodgers catch him in the average category.
Brendan Rodgers going on. What, did he get another hit? Is he 3 for 4 or 4 for 4?
He's 3 for 4.
Yeah, 3 for 4.
3 for 4, 3 RBIs. He struck out today. But they got them strikeouts. They got 12 strikeouts.
I didn't see his last at bat. Yeah, he was 3 for 4 going into his last at bat.
He's coming though. You look out now.
Yeah. But right now, who cares? Is that they did this, and this is big. They needed to score some runs. Yeah, Big Jake's in center.
There he is. Jake's healthy.
So
y'all.
Jake's
Everybody was wondering.
So
Jake's healthy.
Jake has come in and is a defensive replacement.
You got Dubon in left, Jake in center, and Chaz in right.
Yeah, that about Jakester. Oh, Jakester's out here just been a healthy scratch. Been going a different direction. See if he starts tomorrow as they play the Twins. 5 strikeouts for Altuve. That is wild to see. All right, coming up here in a bit, T-Mill's gonna make you some cash. I got a good feeling about it tonight. Gonna make you some cash, baby. Shorten it up, going with a strong 4. And Victor Caratini's nearly killed himself on a diving catch as everybody's ready to leave. Umpires, fans, everybody's ready to get out of this.
Vic looked like he's going to rob a bank. He ain't got nothing but his eyes, nose and his eyes showing.
Look at this hard fall. Yeah, he didn't go that wind and got it. Ooh, that's an oblique.
He got it though, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. There it is. 2 down. We'll keep you updated. Tyler is itching to play some celebration music for the first time, and they better not have a long inning to allow this not to come about. It's really messed up. But they continue to lead 5-2 in the 9th inning. But T-Mill will get you ready for some money, to make some money. Texans All Access coming up right behind us at 6 o'clock as they'll go over some of the NFL rule changes and how they will affect your Houston Texans. And then you know the fellas. Area 45 tonight. Sean Bijani, who is, I guess, challenging Seth Payne to fight.
I don't know.
Well, they were talking about boxing.
It's not healthy either. It don't matter what kind of physical.
Yeah, it does.
Well, they were talking about boxing, but some people I'll accept that.
Bijani would die. No, I'm not saying that.
Then what does it matter?
Damn, he said Bijani would.
No, I really only said it that way because In the Loop had a really good conversation about that earlier that I was listening to.
Yeah,
They were saying it. They were talking like street street fight Seth and Bijani versus like in a ring rules box.
Seth don't know no rules. When Seth gets into when his switch flips, he don't know no rules either. He's allowed taking gloves.
I believe Seth will bite.
I do too.
I know Sean would in this situation.
Then after the match, after he gets DQ'd, wonder what the hell happened and why he got DQ'd and why are people talking about it?
Apparently, Area 45's having some guest on tonight. I'm kicking myself. I can't remember.
Oh, Henry Lake?
Yeah.
Shout out to Henry Lake.
They were saying last night, they were talking about this guy they're having on tonight and how, well, Patrick was really hinting at it, that this guy might have a problem with you. Like, he might have, like, a real issue with you or something.
Yeah, Henry's my dude.
With Ron?
Yeah, Henry's my dude. We were at KC together. He's in Minneapolis. Henry's good.
They were teasing him. PC was like, yeah, this guy might have a story about a big kind of ongoing issue he's got with Ron the Show Hughley.
I owe him $100, but I want to.
Oh, damn.
I need to see him. I ain't seen him.
Man.
Bro.
What are you letting the debt float around out there?
You got a Venmo.
We need to see him. We're going to hang out and grab some drinks. I owe him some drinks.
No, you owe him $100.
I owe him some drinks.
You owe him $100. You just said it. Do you owe him $100 or do you owe him a date?
I owe him some drinks and $100.
Oh, some drinks and $100.
Well, I mean, I pay for the drinks. Some of them. I just ain't seen him.
How'd you lose $100?
We had a bet. I mean, this is Dean Wade, I believe. Dean Wade used to play for K-State. We made a $100 bet. This is some years ago. We made a $100 bet that
we're years, huh?
Oh, many, yeah. But more than 5, more than I've been here. Yep, right 6. Yep. He got let go there, and I took over his job. So maybe that might be something. But
you know, they got Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. You got all that now. It doesn't matter. It goes state to state. You can cross over.
We could, but we want to get together.
Doesn't sound like he's got the same outlook on.
I can't wait to listen.
I've been in.
Is he going to be in studio live?
No, he's in Minneapolis. I'm guessing he's probably talking about the Twins. I've been on his show multiple times. We've actually tried to do some work together. So I mean, we're good. I'm sure he'll ham it up for Patrick.
Oh, okay. I mean, doesn't sound like you've given him. I mean, you've given him plenty of ammunition to ham it up with.
I owe him a few dollars. I'll take care of it. But yeah, Dean Wade, we bet if he'd ever make it to the NBA, and Dean's still playing for the Cavs in the NBA right now.
I'll be damned.
He likes to text me sometime about it.
Let you know what he scored
Dean
tonight.
Wade right there. Dean Wade still playing, isn't he?
15 minutes tonight.
Yeah. And Henry, I'm listening. You better keep this stuff down. Don't make me have to come after you. That was probably a little aggressive. Just playing. But listen to the fellas. It'll be a good spot coming up. All right. Earlier, and we don't have to play this, but earlier, earlier, Nick Caserio talked about the offensive line situation, and he mentioned Laramie Tunsil and mentioned that kind of why they ran into. Oh, you know what? To hell with this. We didn't get some celebration music in here, man. To hell with this thing, man. The Astros just won.
It's been so long.
It's the first time we'd ever get into this. We'll get to Laramie Tunsil. We talked about Laramie Tunsil a lot. We got to give me some of this.
I'm trying.
What are you waiting on, Tyler?
It's been a year.
I mean, when was the last time you were late to a party, man?
God.
Hey, I'm kidding. That was Cheryl's fault. Y'all know.
Okay. Hey,
there it is.
Brendan Rodgers, Hunter Brown.
Finally, they got over 3 runs today.
Hey, hell, I got to tip my cap to Jose Altuve. Hell, ain't nobody just stumble in the ballpark and strike out 5 times
and still get away, but he caught every ball.
Hey, Altuve struck out 1 time for every run the Astros scored.
How about that?
Astros had more extra base hits today than they had in the first 6 games combined, baby. Come on.
40 degrees out there, and they still got it done.
Everybody in the stadium wearing them damn beanies up in Minnesota. I ain't never been so thankful I live in Houston, boy, wearing a beanie in April. You kidding me?
Didn't need no weak-ass torpedo bats either.
And Ron Hughley talked Christian Walker into hitting the bomb.
I did, man.
Followed up by panty-dropping Pena.
I've never had a come-to-Jesus meeting.
Back-to-back bombs.
I've never had a come-to-Jesus meeting and then had a guy just perform right on it.
See, I've had a few of those, several of them.
Good, man. It was good, man.
Yeah, man, big day. Astros get a little win. What are they sitting at now? What does that make them? 3 and 4? Yeah, they've lost 4.
2 and 4, yeah.
3 and 4.
There it is.
Get back to 500 tomorrow. Who's on the bump tomorrow? We got Spencer Arrighetti. Pitch my nuts off Spencer Arrighetti.
There it is.
Yeah.
That should be in Spencer. Pitch my nuts off Arrighetti.
That's what he said. That's what he said, boys.
That should be it, man. There it is. Congratulations. I've been called a cheap ass bum on the text line.
Well, I don't know that. I'd like to ask y'all to lighten up a little bit. Don't be so harsh. But
the showman.
There is. Don't be disrespectful. But
yeah, I don't agree with any of it. I don't agree with the cheap or the bump.
I don't think I owe anybody money.
You don't think you owe anybody money?
I don't think I've ever owed anybody money for a year. Other than like the bank.
Obviously. I'm generally one who pays up my debts.
You did what?
I'm generally one who pays up my debts. Sometimes it takes me a while. This one is one but I do. I want to see him. I want to see old Hank Lake. Haven't seen him in a while. Even came to his town, tried to meet up with him. Didn't get to see him. Tyler, what? Let's get these bets in.
I'm sure you blew his phone up trying to get that $100 bill.
I did, man.
I'm sure you wore his ass out.
Well, me and our old boss, we went out. He didn't show.
What you should do is take that $100 and put it on one of these bets.
Thinking about it right now. Thinking about it.
I tried to last night. I'd have won.
And then I can make Henry his money. Yeah.
See, let's ride. 4 of them for you tonight. People bet on a Thursday night. Need a good night, man. It's been a rough week. Been a rough week in the red. We need a good night. Here are your 4. D-backs, Yanks. They're getting going soon, I believe.
I thought he said it,
What'd you call me?
D-backs, Yanks.
D-backs.
Good.
I would definitely call you that if you wanted to.
That's hateful.
D-backs, Yanks, under 10 runs. Some of these picks are going to be starting very soon, so if you like it, you got to get in quick. Brewers, -1 against the Reds. Same game, Reds, Brewers, over 8 runs. And then finally, the D-backs. Money line for the first 5 innings against those bitch-ass Yankees.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, they heard me pinstripe wearing mother.
Man, they got them torpedo bats out there, man. I don't know, boy. Them Yankees and Diamondbacks, where's that game being played? Fine, I think it's on the road. The Yankees have done nothing but play at home, so that makes you feel better. All right, I like that one. All right, coming up.
It's at Yankees.
Damn, how many games have they played? They haven't played on the road yet.
I mean, you know they
got to start off with 9 games at home? Okay, well, never mind. I don't like that then. If it's at Yankee Stadium, they got that 215-foot porch out there in left field. All right, coming up, Texans All Access behind us. Area 45 coming up behind them. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Come on out to the boot tomorrow with us, 2 to 6, little crawfish circuit. I am